Chapter 32. During the entire healing process, Yun Sheng stood to the side and watched without saying a word. When Great Magus Yang taunted her and asked her to take over the next step of the treatment, she didn't back down at all. She ordered the two villagers who were carrying the village chief in. "Uncle Li, prepare a few clean and thin reeds for me, a few bamboo sticks as thick as an arm, and some good liquor. Uncle Zhao, prepare salt and sugar for me, a large amount of warm water, and a few White Creek stones." Yin Sheng's words didn't sound like it had anything to do with the treatment. Great Magus Yang sneered at the side. He wanted to see what Yin Sheng could do. At this moment, Yi Biming had also walked out of the house. He had also heard the argument between Yun Sheng and Great Magus Yang. She clearly knew that Great Magus Yang was a dangerous black magician, but she still wanted to compete with him. That night, she said, "I, Yun Sheng, have never failed to cure a patient." Where did her confidence and arrogance come from? She was just a 6-year-old girl. The things that Yun Sheng needed were quickly prepared. Outside the temple, everyone, including Grandma Lu, was anxiously waiting for the results of the village chief's treatment. The few villagers who had sent the village chief back were also full of doubts. When the village chief was injured, they had also looked for the pharmacists in Taishan town. Almost everyone said the same thing as Great Magus Yang. They couldn't save him. How could they bet the village chief's life on a 6-year-old girl? Would a miracle really happen? In the Dharma temple, Yun Sheng was already fully equipped. The treatment this time was much more difficult than the treatment with the two-headed hound. What Yun Sheng was about to do now was beyond the knowledge of the boundless world. Fortunately, there were only 4 people present in the temple. The 2 villagers didn't know anything about medicine. Great Magician Yang only knew about magic healing and magic potions. He didn't know much about ancient medicine. As for Yi Biming, he was blind. Yin Sheng had already thought it through. At worst, she would just say that this set of medical skills was passed down by her mother. Yin Sheng took out a set of bone needles and a uniquely shaped scalpel made of animal bones. Great Magus Yang raised his eyebrows, but didn't pay too much attention to it. Just as Yun Sheng thought, the difference between ancient medicine and magic treatment was like the difference between mountains. For thousands of years, although the two had been fighting and competing with each other, there had never been a magician or a doctor who really crossed the line to understand each other. Yin Sheng mixed the salt, sugar, and White Creek stone powder together. White Creek stone is a special fermentation stone used by the commoners of the boundless continent to make various kinds of pasta. It contains a portion of sodium hydrogen phthalate, which is the modern definition of soda powder. Dehydration was an extremely dangerous situation on the boundless continent. Only a magician who was proficient in water magic and above could treat it. However, for a magician of that level, let alone a village like Banana Leaf Village, there were only a few in an entire country. These people had long been conferred the title of Marquis. It was even more impossible for them to come to a remote place like Banana Leaf Village to treat commoners. That was why Great Magus Yang said that the village chief couldn't be saved. What was that? Was there a medicine that could be made with salt, sugar, and stone powder? Was there such a medicine among ancient medicines? Great Magus Yang watched as Yun Sheng first fed the village chief a few mouthfuls of medicine, but she quickly gave up on feeding him. This was because Yun Sheng discovered that the village chief's pupils were already showing signs of dilation. His breathing was also becoming disordered. Also, his pulse was gradually weakening. This was a sign of severe dehydration in his body, causing his internal organs to fail. It was too late to only use oral rehydration salt and sugar. Yin Sheng had already prepared for the worst. She quickly laid the village chief flat. Then, she took out 2 bamboo joints and a very flexible reed rod that had only one hole. She connected the 2 together to form a simple injection device. Severe dehydration required intravenous injection. They could only directly replenish his body fluids. Yin Sheng's beautiful brows furrowed tightly. Her slender fingers tightly gripped the syringe. She activated the jade marrow technique in her body and silently injected her internal energy into the flexible reed rod. The reed rod immediately tightened like a metal needle and pierced into the village chief's vein. Under the effect of the jade marrow technique, the salt and sugar in the bamboo joints flowed through the veins and rapidly replenished the village chief's lost body fluid. After the injection, the village head's pulse gradually stabilized. His chest, which was originally faintly rising and falling, started to rise and fall more obviously. His grayish-white lips also started to regain color. When the village chief opened his eyes with difficulty, he let out a weak cry. "Xiao Sheng, it's you." Yun Sheng's hand, which was holding the infusion device, trembled slightly. The most difficult moment had passed. For the remaining internal injuries, she only needed to use the soul-curing divine needle a few more times. 2 dimples appeared on her sweaty cheeks. She bent down and whispered into the village chief's ear, "Welcome back, Grandpa Village Chief." Great Magus Yang was dumbstruck. The 2 villagers in Yi Baiming Temple were instantly overjoyed. One of them went forward to check, while the other hurriedly ran out to report the victory to the other villagers. A moment later, there was a hubbub of voices outside the temple. The villagers rushed in like a tide, squeezing the temple's door until it was on the verge of collapsing. Grandma Lu staggered in with the help of someone. When she saw the village chief, who had already woken up, she couldn't help but cry. Yun Sheng indicated for the villagers not to disturb the village chief. He still needed to rest. Grandma Lu walked to the village chief's side. The 2 pairs of hands, which had experienced the vicissitudes of life, held tightly together. Just as they had promised back then, they would stay in Banana Leaf Village together and grow old together. Yun Sheng's success meant that Great Magus Yang had failed. Even though he had expended his magic power to save the village chief, in the eyes of the villagers of Banana Leaf Village, the person who had saved the village chief wasn't him, but Yun Sheng. Great Magus Yang witnessed this scene and was filled with jealousy and hatred. He glanced at Yun Sheng and only said a few words. "Good, very good. Let's wait and see." Yun Sheng retreated to the side like a bystander. She just watched quietly, as if she wasn't the one who had used her medical skills to save the dying and heal the injured. This operation wasn't completely fruitless for Yun Sheng. She felt that her jade marrow technique had improved a lot during the treatment. Her other cultivation techniques had also improved to varying degrees. Medical skills and the Yin family's cultivation techniques really complemented each other. Yun Sheng looked indifferent, but if someone were to look into Yun Sheng's eyes, they would definitely notice something. Her gaze was deep like a demonic beast that had been accumulating power for a long time. The village chief's injuries wouldn't be in vain. The people of Flaming Rock Village would definitely pay with blood. Chapter 33. A few days later, early in the morning, when the first rays of dawn passed through the picturesque tiles and landed in front of Taishang Town's largest medicine shop, the 100 Herb Shop. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks on the door broke the silence of the town's morning. During this hour, the owner of the 100 Herb Shop, Ding F.A., had yet to get up. The shop assistant opened the door reluctantly with sleepy eyes, muttering to himself about who was disturbing his sleep so early in the morning. Outside the door, a few medicine shop owners with disheveled clothes and messy hair had uneasy expressions on their faces. The shop assistant took a closer look. Weren't these the owners of the town's medicine shops? Why had they all rushed over so early in the morning? He could tell at a glance that something big had happened. Quickly call boss Ding out. The owner of the 100 Herb Shop was Ding F.A., the second son of the village head of Rock Village. Ding F.A.'s elder brother was the martial grandmaster who had injured the village head last time, Ding Mao. The 2 brothers relied on the medicinal herb resources of Rock Village and Ding Mao's identity as a martial grandmaster to monopolize the local sales of the hemostatic flower in Taishang Town. The 2 brothers were the ones who had pushed aside the hemostatic flower of Banana Leaf Village and framed the hemostatic medicine as counterfeit goods. They had united all the medicine shops in Taishang Town with the price of 100 silver coins a month and the threat of force. A few days ago, the village head's grandfather had been seriously injured and was carried back to Banana Leaf Village. The Ding brothers had even booked the town's restaurant to celebrate. They had all thought that Banana Leaf Village would collapse sooner or later without its dual elemental magus. Boss Ding, something bad has happened. Someone is giving out hemostatic medicine for free in the town's largest restaurant. Everyone knew that the hemostatic flower was a raw material used to make hemostatic medicine. Most medicine shops bought hemostatic flowers for the purpose of making hemostatic medicine. The price of hemostatic medicine was several times that of the hemostatic flower. It could be said to be the main source of income for most medicine shops in town. The town's restaurant was the place with the largest flow of people. Merchants from all over the town and some hunters who passed by Taishang Town would all gather in the restaurant. Now, someone was actually giving out hemostatic medicine for free in a place like a restaurant. Moreover, the quality of the hemostatic medicine was much better than the ones in the medicine shops. The hunters and merchants immediately changed their minds. These days, no one was interested in the hemostatic medicine in the various medicine shops. Is there such a thing? Have you found out the origin of the person who distributed the hemostatic agent? Around here, who else can make a large amount of hemostatic agents? Ding Fa was a shrewd businessman. He calmed down a few pharmacy owners and secretly asked the shop assistant to inform his elder brother. There's no need to check. I've already asked the old pharmacist in the pharmacy to take a look. It's a hemostatic agent from Banana Leaf Village, a pharmacy owner reluctantly admitted. His medicine shop was a century-old shop in town, and the pharmacists in the shop were very experienced. The last time Banana Leaf Village sent the hemostatic agent, the old pharmacist praised it on the spot. If he hadn't threatened to fire the old pharmacist, he wouldn't have been able to frame Banana Leaf Village. Several pharmacy owners also secretly asked their shop assistants to disguise themselves as peddlers. They mixed in with the crowd and asked for some hemostatic agents. When he took it back, he immediately recognized that it was Banana Leaf Village's hemostatic agent. Could it be that the old man from Banana Leaf Village isn't dead yet? Ding Fa also found it strange. At this moment, Ding Mao rushed over with the magic caster who helped him. His beloved daughter Ding Lei's whereabouts were still unknown, and Ding Mao put all the blame on Banana Leaf Village. Now that he heard that Banana Leaf Village was selling hemostatic agents in town, he laughed sinisterly. They really don't know what's good for them. They don't know what's good for them. Elder brother, you can't act rashly. After all, this is Zhou State. It's a crime to kill civilians in town. The laws of the boundless world were very special. Using Zhou State as an example, people with magic and combat skills couldn't wantonly attack civilians in town. However, between magic casters and warriors, as long as they didn't implicate ordinary people, they could engage in private fights. The purpose of this was to protect the safety of civilians. However, in the case of magical beasts in the wild, the country's laws wouldn't interfere with casualties caused by private fights. Do you think I'm just a brawny warrior? I know the rules of Zhou State. Younger brother, sometimes you don't have to do it yourself to kill people. You're running a medicine shop. Don't you know the rules of medicine shops? In the country, it's strictly forbidden to make medicine privately. Only magic casters or pharmacists who have the qualifications of a temple can make medicine and sell it. Those who violate the rules will be detained for light crimes or exiled for serious crimes. Ding Mao was indeed a great martial arts master who had stayed in Shangqi Dojo. He was more knowledgeable than ordinary people. The medicine shop owners suddenly understood. What a good move to kill without spilling blood. Banana Leaf Village was doomed this time. In a restaurant in Taishang Town, Yun Sheng and a few villagers for Banana Leaf Village rented 2 rooms as a temporary place to give away hemostatic agents. Yun Sheng's idea was very simple. As the saying went, the eyes of the masses were as clear as snow. The quality of hemostatic agents didn't depend solely on the pharmacist to judge. Only the direct users had the most direct right to speak. She thought of giving away free drugs. Once the formula of hemostatic agents was figured out, it wasn't difficult to make them. Banana Leaf Village also had a large amount of raw materials for hemostatic flowers. In a few days, Yun Sheng led the villagers to make nearly 1,000 bottles of hemostatic agents. A few days earlier, there were already hunters who received their agents one after another. Those who used them hurriedly rushed over the next day. In just one morning, there were already 50 to 60 peddlers and hunters who had asked for hemostatic agents from her. There were a lot of good reviews. At noon, Yunsheng and a few villagers were still busy. A peddler dressed as a traveling merchant came forward and carefully asked, "Excuse me, do you have hemostatic agents for free here?" "Yes, everyone can receive a bottle of hemostatic agent a day." Unexpectedly, the one who replied was a little girl who didn't look more than 5 or 6 years old. The little girl looked delicate and pretty with 2 dimples at the corners of her mouth. She was Yunsheng. Yunsheng handed over a bottle of hemostatic agent. The traveling merchant took the bottle of hemostatic agent and sniffed it. The doubts that had gathered in his eyes immediately dispersed. The quality of this hemostatic agent was comparable to the hemostatic agent in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, but it was actually free. Could it be that there was a powerful pharmacist hidden near this remote mountain town? The traveling merchant thought for a moment and asked loudly, "Little girl, was this hemostatic agent made by your master?" At Yunsheng's age, she could only be a herbalist at best. The traveling merchant naturally thought that the hemostatic agent was made by her master. "This medicine is..." Yunsheng saw this and was about to open her mouth to explain. Outside the restaurant, there was a flurry of footsteps. A group of local guards in armor rushed in without any explanation. The leader had a fierce look in his eyes and wanted to smash the hemostatic agent. Chapter 34. Who knew that just as the captain of the guards was about to smash the medicine bottle, a small hand would reach out. That hand was very nimble. With a flick of the finger, it pressed down on the captain's hand. The captain's hand went numb. His entire body's strength immediately slackened, and he bounced away as if he was on fire. Looking carefully, it turned out to be a little girl with 2 buns. Her movements were very fast. He didn't know what evil method she used to resolve his attack. A few villagers of Banana Leaf Village were terrified. They whispered to Yunsheng. "Yunsheng," that's the town's guards. You the unruly villagers of Banana Leaf Village? We receive a report that you're selling fake medicine here and cheating your fellow villagers." The captain of the guards was Ding Mao's fair-weather friend. He fiercely reprimanded the villagers of Banana Leaf Village. "Army Lord." Yunsheng had already guessed that the people of Flaming Rock Village were behind this. "We're giving medicine, not selling medicine. Giving medicine is also not allowed. In Zhou State, one must have the qualifications of a pharmacist to make medicine. Does Banana Leaf Village have a pharmacist? You're just a rundown mountain village, yet you still dare to dream of making medicine. Men, smash all of them." The squad leader chuckled and ordered the soldiers behind him to smash all of the medicine. On the Boundless Continent, the doctors who were proficient in ancient medicine were also divided into various ranks. There were herb gatherers, herbalists, pharmacists, bell doctors, scattered doctors, imperial doctors, great doctors, medical marquis, and supreme medical kings. Those who had the qualifications to make medicine must be at least a pharmacist. Yunsheng had neglected this point. Seeing this group of guards pouncing on the hemostatic medicine that she and the villagers had painstakingly made like hungry wolves, Yunsheng's chest was filled with anger. Could it be that she would let this group of people destroy the hope of the entire village? Xiaohei, who was squatting beside Yunsheng's feet, had a telepathic connection with her master. She took the lead and pounced on the soldiers. Xiaohei's teeth and claws were sharp, and her movements were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she had scratched the eyes and noses of several soldiers. The soldiers were so frightened that they fled in all directions while screaming for their parents. When the captain of the guard saw this, he was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. His iron fist smashed toward Xiaohei. Although Taishan town was small, the captain of the local garrison had been specially trained by the country as a warrior. This small captain was a registered warrior, and his skills were a level higher than Wuxing Leihu's. Wherever his fist went, a shadow of a fist flashed past. Little Black was young and did not have much experience in fighting enemies. He was not careful and was hit in the back by him. He staggered to the side. Yunsheng's black eyes darkened as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. With Yi Baiming's help, She had opened up her second 8 extraordinary meridians. Her movement skills and stamina had improved. How could you stand by and watch Xiao Hei being bullied? She waved her hand. Along with her inner energy, a few bone needles glittering with cold light shot out. The captain only saw a few white lights in front of him. Only then did he realize that the other party was also proficient in martial arts. However, there were no experts on the mainland who used needles as weapons. Moreover, the other party was only a 6-year-old girl. He didn't think much of it. He waved his hand and swept the bone needles away as if he was swatting flies. Unexpectedly, the tip of the needle hit his palm. He suddenly felt his hand go numb. There's poison. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw that the little girl's figure had unknowingly appeared in front of him. Then he saw that her hand was swaying below his waist. He felt as if he had been bitten by a mosquito. A strange coldness flowed down the tube of his pants. The smell below the captain's body filled the entire room. This was urine. In the restaurant, the onlookers roared with laughter and pointed at the squad leader who was covering his lower body and was in a ghastly state. Where did this little girl come from? She learned such evil martial arts at such a young age. A burly man with a tiger's eyes and a bear's waist pushed through the crowd and walked out. Several people followed behind him. Yun Sheng didn't recognize the leader, but Yun Sheng recognized the people behind him. These were the medicine shop owners who had tried to bargain for the blood-clotting flower from Banana Leaf Village. The leader's eyes shone brightly. As he walked, there was a gust of wind. Presumably, he was the rumored father of Fire Rock Village's Ding Lei, the great martial arts master Ding Mao. Other people might not have seen Yun Sheng's movements, but as a great martial arts master, Ding Mao's 5 senses were very sharp. Just now, Yun Sheng had used the flying needles to distract the captain. Then, she used the bone needles to secretly attack the bladder nerve acupoint below the captain's body, causing him to lose control of his bladder and lose face. Where did this ignorant man come from? He suppressed Banana Leaf Village time and time again. He dares to do it, but doesn't dare to admit it. When Yun Sheng saw Ding Mao's aura, she secretly exclaimed in her heart, as expected of a great martial arts master. Just the aura around him was several times stronger than that of the captain. If she and Xiao Hei went up against Ding Mao, their chances of winning would not be more than 30%. What a sharp-tongued girl. I, Ding Mao, dare to admit what I have done. Banana Leaf Village killed my beloved daughter, Ding Lei, and 3 other villagers. I'm already being polite by cutting off your income and injuring your village chief. You don't have the right to speak to me. Call that pharmacist out. Ding Mao's tone was still considered polite. He had also seen Banana Leaf Village's hemostatic medicine and even tried a bottle. The effect was extremely good. It was a top-notch medicine that could only be refined by a true master pharmacist. It was very likely that Banana Leaf Village had the backing of a pharmacist. It didn't matter if they destroyed Banana Leaf Village, but if they offended a pharmacist, the losses would outweigh the gains. On the Boundless Continent, pharmacists weren't as popular as magicians, summoners, or even martial artists. However, everyone knew that the most powerful pharmacists came from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. For martial artists who relied on doctors for treatment, they couldn't afford to offend the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. After all, who didn't die of old age? It was too difficult to ask those high and mighty magicians for help. Getting to know a pharmacist was equivalent to having another chance to save one's life. There's no pharmacist. The blood-clotting medicine was made by the villagers together. It's up to you to believe it or not. Yin Sheng saw the scheming in Ding Mao's eyes. Among the villagers, there were already a few who wanted to speak the truth, but she stopped them. The blood-clotting medicine was the blood-clotting medicine of Banana Leaf Village. It definitely couldn't fall into the hands of people with bad intentions. If you don't speak, you'll all be locked up in jail. I don't believe that you won't speak after being tortured. Ding Mao saw that Yinsheng wasn't willing to give in, and his expression turned ferocious. Like an eagle pouncing on a chick, he reached out to grab Yinsheng. In a place like jail, one might not be able to come out alive even if they had the life to enter. The country's law stated that civilians couldn't be killed, but it didn't state that unruly people couldn't be tortured. As long as they were in jail, Ding Mao would definitely let this sharp-tongued girl suffer the cruelest punishment in the world. How could Yunsheng not guess his sinister intentions? At most, she would fight it out. Yunsheng secretly gritted her teeth. She madly circulated the jade marrow technique in her body, preparing to use the soul-healing hidden needle. Right at this moment, a hand appeared on Ding Mao's shoulder. That hand was like a goose feather, seemingly unintentionally patting Ding Mao's shoulder. However, Ding Mao felt as if he had been hit by 1,000 pounds of force. His body was like a nail that had been hit by a hammer. His body shrank, and he sank into the ground. Chapter 35. In an instant, the stone slabs on the floor of the restaurant flew into the air. Amidst a series of exclamations, the martial Grand Master Ding Mao, who was almost 8 meters tall, shrank dramatically. It was as if his legs had been sawed off. In an instant, he became a dwarf who was only as tall as Yunsheng. Ding Mao's eyeballs protruded out, and his expression suddenly changed. His body was actually nailed to the stone slabs, and he couldn't move at all. He didn't even have the strength to retaliate. Others might not know, but Ding Mao was very clear that under that slab, his legs were like ice pillars that were shattered by gravity. All the bones below his crotch were suddenly smashed into powder. But what made Ding Mao's eyeballs protrude was the token that was floating in front of him. On the token, the word Imperial was carved. That token was carved out of wood, and there was a cauldron and a bottle of medicine on it. It represented the famous Medicine Emperor Pavilion in the continent. The continent's doctors were divided into different grades. Medicine men had the Medicine Emperor's token that was recognized by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Those who had the word Imperial engraved on them were the imperial physicians of the various major countries. The royal family and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion recognized their medical skills. I wonder if this token is qualified to make hemostatic medicine, and is it qualified to sell medicine in Taishang Town? Martial Grand Master Ding. The rather leisurely male voice was like a resounding slap on Ding Mao's face. Ding Mao's face twitched as if he was having a cramp. The martial Grand Master Ding Mao, who committed crimes in Taishang City, didn't even dare to turn his head, even though the other party's voice sounded very young, like a young teenager. But in a place like the boundless world, those experts with profound cultivation were said to be able to return to their youth. Some people with astonishing strength even had the bad taste of turning into a child. Who knew if the great Buddha behind him was one of them? Astonishing strength, and a doctor with the imperial physician token. With these two added together, not to mention the Fire Cliff Village in Ding Mao, even if there were 10 of them, they wouldn't be afraid. My lord, no. Great my lord, old ancestor, I, Ding Mao, have acted recklessly and offended you. Ding Mao's lower body was in extreme pain. He knew that this injury would definitely leave behind problems in the future. He was afraid that his strength as a martial grandmaster would be greatly reduced. But at this moment, how could he dare to think about such things? He was begging for mercy, and he was just short of kowtowing to the ground. Not only have you offended me, you've also offended her, the big sister of Banana Leaf Village, little girl Yunsheng. The expert's tone was filled with ridicule as he pointed at Yunsheng, who was standing not far away with a petrified expression. Calling a 6-year-old girl big sister, if this were spread out, would he, Ding Mao, still be able to show his face on the continent? Big sister Yun, Ding Mao doesn't know what's good for him and has offended you and this ancestor. Ding Mao stammered in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Yi Baiming calmly looked at Yunsheng. When the latter heard him call her big sister, her voice trembled and her eyes returned to normal. For the time being, regardless of what the imperial physician token was, she had to properly deal with Ding Mao first. Not only have you offended us, but you have also injured the village head grandpa and slandered our Banana Leaf Village in an attempt to monopolize the business of the hemostatic flower in Taishang Town. According to the laws of Zhou State, you should... What should she do? Yunsheng had only read the pharmacopoeia. She really didn't know any of the laws of Zhou State. If a warrior fights in a town for no reason, he will be sentenced to 3 months in prison and pay a fine of 50 silver coins. If he slanders the reputation of others, he will be punished with 300 beatings and pay a fine of 50 silver coins. If he monopolizes the business of medicinal herbs, he will be exiled for 3 years and pay a fine of 100 silver coins. Yi Baiming smoothly read out a series of laws of Zhou state. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the squad leader who had wet his pants. The latter was so scared that he almost peed again. He trembled as he echoed, this lowly one obeys." Quickly detained, the unruly Ding Mao. The group of town guards pushed and pulled each other, but they couldn't pull Ding Mao up from the ground. The squad leader scowled miserably and could only ask Yi Baiming for help. "Old ancestor, what do you think?" Yi Baiming narrowed his phoenix eyes and kicked Ding Mao's chin with the tip of his foot. With a flip of his foot, Ding Mao flew up like a weight and smashed into the ground. Looking at his lower body, his legs were like boneless earthworms. The town guards were so scared that their faces were deathly pale. They grabbed Ding Mao and scattered. The shop owners led by Ding Fa were also scared to death. One by one, they knelt in front of Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming. They kowtowed like they were pounding garlic and called out ancestor and big sister. The old pharmacist in the medicine shop in town has a good reputation. His medical skills are also superb. I made the decision on behalf of the village chief and hired him as the pharmacist of Banana Leaf Village. He is already waiting at the town entrance. He just needs to take care of things here, and then we can set off. After Yi Baiming dealt with Ding Mao, he acted as if nothing had happened. He very elegantly called for a pot of wine and pretended to drink. Before he could taste the wine in his mouth, the wine cup in his hand was snatched away. A coquettish voice scolded in his ear, "Your injury hasn't healed yet. Besides, how old are you? How dare you drink wine?" A typical delinquent. Yun Sheng's tone was full of disappointment. She had long forgotten that it was a certain delinquent who had helped her out. After the commotion was over, the restaurant returned to its usual hustle and bustle. The guests drank wine and tasted tea. Since Ding Mao was no longer hindering Banana Leaf Village's hemostatic medicine and the old pharmacist overseeing it, they could start selling it in all the major medicine shops. The crisis of Banana Leaf Village could be considered as over. The villagers, including Yun Sheng, packed up the hemostatic medicine and prepared to return to Banana Leaf Village. On the way back to the village, Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming rode on the same ox cart. Yi Baiming was lazily lying on the ox cart with his hands under his head. He was looking at the starry night sky. Below the cart, there was the sound of the wheel rolling. In the grass, the night insect cries were getting louder and louder. The night wind blew on Yi Baiming's handsome face. It was as beautiful as a landscape painting shrouded in mist. Yun Sheng was increasingly unable to read Yi Baiming. She thought of the imperial physician token and couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get that token?" There were only a few imperial physician tokens on the entire continent. "You mean that fake token? I bought it from a stall on the left of the restaurant for 3 copper coins." Yi Baiming's eyes were half closed. His face was drowsy. Fake. Yun Sheng hadn't expected that the imperial physician token that had scared Ding Mao to the point of almost committing suicide was actually a fake. But that made sense. Yi Baiming was only the disciple of an archmagus. How could he have come into contact with an imperial physician? As they spoke, Yi Baiming had already fallen asleep. Beside his closed eyes, his long eyelashes were like fans. Under the starlight, they reflected a beautiful shadow. At this moment, he was completely different from the arrogant youth in the restaurant. For a moment, Yun Sheng couldn't tell which one was the real Yi Baiming. Whatever. Regardless of whether it was real or fake, the matter in Banana Leaf Village had come to an end. She could leave Banana Leaf Village with her father in peace. Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming, who were full of worries, headed into the unknown. Chapter 36. A cacophony of unpleasant voices drifted into his ears. Yun Sheng felt that her limbs were bent at a strange angle. At the same time, she felt as if an electric current was immobilizing her limbs. She realized that she had been kidnapped. Yun Sheng's consciousness suddenly cleared as she recalled something. A few days ago, she had invited the old medicine master from Taishang Town to Banana Leaf Village. The village chief, who had already woken up, was overjoyed. Compared to the hemostatic flower, the hemostatic medicine could greatly improve the villagers' lives. The entire village even celebrated for a few days. The village chief even specially discussed with Grand Magus Yang to set up a room in the temple for the old medicine master to use. Yun Sheng, on the other hand, planned to use the medicine soul divine needle to treat the village chief's internal injuries before leaving. While treating him, she also told the old pharmacist about the process and steps of making the hemostatic agent without reservation. While the old medicine master was astonished, he also imparted to her a lot about the Boundless Land's medicinal herb system. He also told Yun Sheng about the relationship between the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and the Magic Apothecaries Association. The two of them chatted happily. When this old apothecary was young, he was an apothecary who served as a military doctor in the army. He even taught Yun Sheng some simple potions. Everything was normal at first. But last night, around the time the lamps were lit, Anyo, who lived next door, ran over to tell Yun Sheng that the old medicine master had something to discuss with her at the temple. He said that he wanted to discuss the hemostatic medicine. Yun Sheng believed him and rushed to the temple. Who knew that the moment she pushed open the door to the old medicine master's room, she felt an electric current strike the top of her head. Xiaohei, who was beside her, immediately barked. Then, she fell into darkness. When she opened her eyes, it was still pitch black. Her vision was covered by a layer of cloth. At the same time, Yun Sheng also realized that her body wasn't tied with an ordinary rope. Instead, it was tied with a magic rope that was similar to an electric shock. If she struggled slightly, the magic rope would emit an electric current, making her limbs weak and unable to move. Hearing some movements around her, Yun Sheng pretended to be unconscious. Have you thought about it? As expected, Grand Magus Yang's voice sounded in her ears. This did not seem to be the Dharma Temple. Yun Sheng was sure that her father, Yun Songhai, would definitely search everywhere for her after her bizarre disappearance. Great Magician Yang must have expected this, which was why he had transferred her here. The moist air and the occasional smell of rocks in the wind told Yun Sheng that she should be in an unknown cave. A cold voice rang out. It was Yi Baiming's voice. Do you think I would make such a sacrifice for her? Yang Shaw. The Yi Baiming you know has never been a compassionate person. Yi Baiming, Great Mage Yang, Yun Sheng, and the unconscious Xiao He. This was also Great Magus Yang's secret magic pharmacy in Banana Leaf Village. Great Magus Yang was currently forcing Yi Baiming to perform a magical soul transplant. That's right. I also always thought that Yi Baiming was cold-blooded and heartless, and that you were a beast. That's why I was so shocked that you would actually care about a little girl. Great Magus Yang suddenly pulled the blindfold covering Yun Sheng's eyes. It turned out that Great Magus Yang already knew that Yun Sheng had woken up. Her eyes brightened. Yun Sheng could clearly see her surroundings, as well as Yi Baiming and Great Magus Yang, who both had grim expressions. Her body was tied with purple magic ropes as thick as a finger. It turned out that Great Magus Yang was also a dual-element magician. He was proficient in lightning and light magic. Yun Sheng pretended to be scared. Great Magus Yang. Yi Baiming, why are you here? Sly girl, no need to pretend. I know you're very smart. Last time, why weren't you afraid when you humiliated me in front of the entire village? The magic scepter in Great Magus Yang's hand was still flashing with white light, but his eyes were like a viper waiting to devour a weak frog. They were full of greed and killing intent. I'm not related to him in any way. He won't save me. Yun Sheng simply stopped pretending. She secretly glanced at Xiao He beside her and discovered that Xiao He's ears had already perked up. That's not up to you to decide. We'll know once we try. Great Magus Yang's skinny right hand was like an eagle pouncing on a rabbit, grabbing towards Yun Sheng. Just as he made his move, Yi Baiming's feet also moved strangely. It looked like he was about to approach Yun Sheng and snatch her away. The magic scepter in Great Magus Yang's left hand soared into the air, emitting a faint purple light from a soul stone in the dusky cave. Purple lightning shot out from the scepter like fireworks, exploding under Yi Baiming's feet with a loud bang, stopping his advance. On the magic scepter, there were actually two magic soul stones of completely different colors, one purple and one white. Only now did Yunsheng know that Great Magus Yang had used a special method to conceal the fact that the magic scepter had dual elements. Wasn't it said that a magician, even if he was a dual-element magician, could only embed a magic beast soul stone of one element on his magic scepter? Yunsheng was shocked. She felt a tearing pain in her shoulder as her frail body fell under Great Magus Yang's eagle claws like a little chick. When a martial artist meets a magician, they will always be the ones at a disadvantage. Yi Baiming, so what if you have an all-element soul? Back then, when your magic scepter was broken, you had already given up on studying magic. Don't think of using battle techniques to defeat me. You know that my lightning flash can instantly split the little guy's head like a watermelon, smashing it to pieces. Great Magus Yang let out a disgusting laugh. His magic scepter had been broken. The intense pain in Yunsheng's body was far less shocking than the news about Yi Baiming. What? You haven't thought it through yet? Then I'll test my magic on this little girl. How long do you think she can last? One lightning flash, or two? Great Magus Yang's hair-raising gaze fell on Yunsheng's body. Yi Baiming's tall and straight body suddenly shook. Lightning flash was a type of lightning attribute magic that made people wish they were dead. Even a man with iron bones wouldn't be able to withstand multiple lightning flashes. Let her go, and I'll agree to your request. I'll accept the magic soul transplant, but you have to honor the agreement and heal my eyes. After hearing Yi Baiming's compromise, Great Magus Yang was wild with joy. His joy had overwhelmed his mind, to the extent that he had forgotten to pay attention to Yi Baiming's changes in expression. But Yunsheng had noticed that Yi Baiming's lips had turned into a smile. That smile made Yunsheng's hair stand on end. It was a smile that transcended gender. It was so beautiful that it made people suffocate like a devil's smile. But at the same time, it made Yunsheng feel a strong sense of unease. It was a bloody smile that brought destruction and slaughter. Chapter 37. In some sense, Great Magus Yang could be considered a great genius in the world of magic. Even Yin Songhai had never heard of the idea of transplanting a magical soul. But Yunsheng was about to personally witness the transplanting of a magical soul. Doctors used surgery to save people, while magicians used magical arrays to carry out a magical soul transplant. After Yi Baiming agreed to Great Magus Yang's conditions, Great Magus Yang started to draw the magical array. It was a twin magical array. One was used to restore Yi Baiming's sight, and the other was used to carry out the magical soul transplant. The core of the twin magical arrays was the 200-year-old magical beast soul stone that Yi Baiming had unexpectedly obtained in the Yu Wu mountain range. That was a magical beast soul stone that had a soft glow similar to moonlight. When it was placed in the twin magical array, when a magic scepter activated the magical array, it was like a bright moon slowly rising from the east in the middle of the night. Magical power unceasingly flowed out of the magical soul stone. Great Magus Yang and Yi Baiming stepped into the magical array. Great Magus Yang chanted a cryptic spell. As the chant continued, magical fluctuations floated out of the two people's bodies, and a cloud-like, mist-like substance appeared. That was a magical soul. Yunsheng remembered what her father, Yin Songhai, had said. The density and size of the color of a magician's magical soul determined their magical talent. A red mist-like substance represented a fire magical soul. A green one represented a wind magical soul. A blue one represented a water magical soul, and a yellow one represented an earth magical soul. Generally speaking, the color of a natural magical soul was like that. But for magicians with secondary attributes who had mutated magical souls, the color of their magical souls was different. Great Magus Yang's magical soul quickly appeared in the magical array. Great Magus Yang's magical soul was only the size of a soccer ball. It was divided into two colors, a faint purple and a dark gray white. This represented his light and lightning magical attributes. Yi Baiming's Dharma soul would take a much longer time to manifest. Just as Yin Sheng's eyes were about to ache from waiting, she heard a buzzing sound in the cave. Xiao He, who was lying on the ground, woke up as if someone had stepped on her tail. When Yin Sheng was brought in earlier, Xiao He was brought in as well. Pop, pop, master, let me out quickly. Even a lazy puffed egg was jumping nonstop in Yun Sheng's beast language ring like a flea. Inside the cave, neon lights shone as if a rainbow had appeared. Above Yi Baiming's head, 4 colors of light shone: red, green, yellow, blue, and a pure black. Every color was so rich that there were no other colors, just like the 5 purest colors of nature. This was a 5-elemental lost soul. In front of the enormous power of the Dharma soul, everything seemed incomparably insignificant. In Yun Sheng's heart, she was incomparably shocked. 5-elemental law soul, a 5-elemental law soul that all magicians in the continent would go crazy for. Every additional element of the law soul meant that a magician's ability to absorb magic elements would double that of an ordinary person. Yi Baiming had a 5-elemental law soul, which meant that his speed of cultivating magic was 5 times that of others. Yun Sheng finally understood why Yang Shuo was willing to pay any price to transplant Yi Baiming's Dharma soul. The 5-elemental law soul, a 5-elemental law soul that I have dreamed of. Great Magus Yang looked at the boundless 5-elemental law soul with an infatuated expression. Yang Shuo's Dharma soul was just like what Yun Sheng had seen. It was very ordinary. In a temple filled with talented magicians, it was not even worth mentioning. After he had accidentally discovered Yi Baiming's astonishing talent, he had been infatuated with Yi Baiming's Dharma soul. He had secretly studied the ancient books in the temple, even going as far as to consult the dark magic forbidden book. Finally, he had discovered a magic array for transplanting Dharma souls. He had grasped Yi Baiming's desire to heal his eyes and lured him away from home, bringing him to a remote mountain village. Finally, on the eve of arriving at Banana Leaf Village, he had thoroughly figured out how to draw the magic array for transplanting Dharma souls. Inside the magic array, magic power was constantly moving between the 2 twin magic arrays. Yi Baiming, don't believe him. He can't heal your eyes. Yun Sheng loudly shouted as she watched the power of Yi Baiming's Dharma soul slowly move towards the magic array where Great Magus Yang was. Inside the magic array, Yi Baiming acted as if he hadn't heard her. Damned girl, daring to ruin his plans at such a critical juncture. Great Magus Yang fiercely glared at Yun Sheng. He pointed the magic scepter in his hand and a thunderclap, as thick as an arm shot, towards Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng rolled her eyes and calculated the distance. She didn't dodge and rolled. That thunderclap struck her bound hands and blisters immediately appeared on her wrists. However, the magic ropes binding her hands were immediately untied. Yi Baiming, he can't save you. Your cornea is necrotic. Unless you replace it with someone else's cornea, you won't have a chance to recover your sight. Yun Sheng didn't allow any explanation as she rushed towards the magic array. Who would have thought that as soon as she approached, the magic array's powerful magic power would bounce her back? A magic barrier had been set up outside the magic array. Unless it was a magician whose strength was similar to Great Magus Yang's, or a magician whose skills were a level higher, there was no way to break it. Without magic power, Yun Sheng had no way to get close to the magic array. Pop, 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 pop. The puffed egg, who couldn't wait any longer, jumped out of the magic space. What an enchanting magic element. It's a 5-element magic soul. The puffed egg was extremely excited. Pop, pop, can you break through those 2 magic arrays? The people inside are very important to me. Yun Sheng and Xiao He had no way to break through the magic array with such a strong magic element. Their only hope was this strange magic beast egg. It's nothing, it's just a small magic array. With a pop-pop sound, it flew high into the air. It could be seen that it had gathered enough strength in the air, and with a whoosh, it flew forward like a bullet and hit the magic barrier with a bang. Inside the magic array, Great Magus Yang looked at the strange magic beast egg with wings in panic. It kept hitting the magic barrier again and again. A crack appeared on the magic barrier. What the hell is that thing? Great Magus Yang looked at the magic array again. Yi Baiming's magic soul had already been transferred to his side. As long as he could hold on for another 15 minutes, he would be able to smoothly absorb Yi Baiming's magic soul into his magic array. Time passed minute by minute, second by second, and the puffed egg had already opened a large hole in the magic barrier. It looked like the magic barrier was about to be completely destroyed. Great Magus Yang waved his magic scepter, continuously absorbing the magic power from the 200-year-old magical beast Soul Stone floating in the air, replenishing the magic power he had consumed. At this time, Yi Baiming's magic soul had almost reached Great Magus Yang's magic array. Great Magus Yang had already revealed a crazed expression. He opened his hand, wanting to obtain that multicolored radiant magic soul. "You don't deserve to have my magic soul." A bone-chilling voice sounded in a timely manner. Inside the twin magic array, Yi Baiming still had a devilish smile on his face. In the air above the magic array, the 200-year-old demon beast soul stone exploded with a boom. Chapter 38. The magic beast soul stone supporting the magic array shattered. The two magic arrays were on the verge of collapse. The joy on Great Magus Yang's face quickly faded like snow in the spring of March. How could this be? Magic soul, Yi Baiming. It's you, what did you do? From heaven to hell, it only took a moment. Without the magic array's effect, Yi Baiming's magic soul drifted outside the magic array. Great Magus Yang's efforts were in vain. He questioned Yi Baiming like a crazed beast with red eyes. Great Magus Yang, surely no one told you that pigs die of stupidity? Could it be that you didn't notice that I only gave you a 195-year magic beast soul stone? Yi Baiming's lips curled into a mocking smile. In order to snatch that soul stone of just the right age, he was poisoned by the hunters. Yin Sheng was thunderstruck by this dramatic scene. Wasn't this too black-hearted? As expected of a night fox. A fox was a fox. Even in front of a bad person, it was still a big fox. Using a 195-year magic beast soul stone to replace a 200-year soul stone, these two soul stones looked almost the same from the outside, but from the perspective of magic elements, a small 5-year difference was an entire rank. No wonder Great Magus Yang failed at the moment when he was about to succeed. Yi Baiming, you have a vicious mind. But do you think that without the magic array, I won't be able to obtain your magic soul? Great Magus Yang's eyes were bloodshot as he smiled coldly. He slowly put down the magic scepter in his hand and tore open the magus robe he was wearing. His skin was sickly pale, as if he hadn't seen the sun for a long time. On his chest, there was a magic array that looked like a tattoo. When she saw the magic array, Yun Sheng felt her scalp go numb. Yang Shuo chanted and used his sharp nails to cut open his skin. Blood flowed into the magic formation, and the magic formation was activated. A Yiksha evil spirit with a green face and sharp fangs drilled out of Yang Shuo's chest bit by bit. It looked as if another head had grown out of Yang Shuo's body. It looked too terrifying. With the appearance of the Yiksha, the mana that Yang Shuo had almost used up gushed out like a flood. Countless purple lightning bolts transformed into purple centipedes that crawled over from all directions. Run forward until you see the exit. Don't look back. Yi Baiming quickly retracted a portion of his Dharma soul power and chanted. Yi Baiming was indeed an all-elemental magic genius. Even without the magic scepter, Yi Baiming quickly formed an emerald lyrebird with the emerald wind element. The bird was so lifelike that it didn't look like it was created by magic at all. It let out a long cry and carried Yun Sheng under its body. He knew Yang Shuo's character well. He wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. Seeing that he had been deceived, he would definitely take revenge crazily. What about you? Yin Sheng witnessed the evil dark magic, and her heart shuddered. Yi Baiming didn't answer. Perhaps to him, life and death were no longer important. Yin Sheng didn't know why he was always so cold to others, but one thing was for sure. Something must have happened to Yi Biming. If we're leaving, let's leave together. Yun Sheng pretended to jump off the lyrebird. Yi Biming was stunned and felt a slight warmth in his heart. Run! Where do you think you're going? A giant purple lightning centipede climbed up the lyrebird's feet. Great Magician Yang had already determined that Yun Sheng would become his best bait to restrain Yi Biming. How could he allow Yun Sheng to leave so easily? SSS-. The purple lightning centipede was nailed to the ground, and the magical elements immediately dispersed. A few bone needles appeared in Yun Sheng's hand, and she quickly shot them at Great Magician Yang's hands. Great Magician Yang felt pain in his hands and had no choice but to retreat a few steps. Sly girl, don't underestimate the strength of a magician. Great Magician Yang chanted, and a white healing light appeared, and the wounds on his hands were healed. Damned light magic. Yun Sheng cursed. Regardless of whether it was an ordinary battle or a team battle, fighting against a light magician or a team with a light magician was a very troublesome matter. It meant that you had to face the opponent's tenacious vitality. He used forbidden magic, and his body will soon be devoured. He won't be able to hold on for long. Let's go. Yi Biming ordered the magic lyrebird to take Yun Sheng away. The lyrebird raised its beautiful green wings and rushed to the other side of the cave. Seeing Yun Sheng leave, Yi Biming breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Shua's turbid eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. Yi Biming, you forced me to do this. I originally only wanted to devour your magic soul and let you be an ordinary person. But now, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to be an ordinary person. Great Magician Yang walked forward step by step. Yi Biming calmed down and pulled out the sharp sword at his waist. His gaze was steady as he prepared for the final battle with Great Magician Yang. Your magic soul, which possesses a large amount of dark magic, will be devoured by me and Lord Yiksha. Great Magician Yang's body emitted a creaking sound. He stared at Yi Biming's lively body and five-colored magic soul, saliva dripping from his mouth. With a deafening roar, Yang Shua opened his huge mouth and frantically absorbed the five-colored magic soul that was still drifting in the cave. As Yi Biming's magic soul was devoured bit by bit, Yiksha King's stomach and body also became inflated bit by bit like an inflated balloon. Just as half of Yi Biming's magic soul was devoured, an egg with wings fell from the sky and heavily crashed into Yiksha King's stomach with a bang. The force of that crash was astonishing. Even Yiksha King's demonic body couldn't withstand the monstrous force of the puffed egg. Great Magus Yang was knocked back several steps, and it took him a lot of effort to stabilize himself. Magic soul, mine. Yang Shua's eyes bulged as he looked forward. He waved his hands, yearning for a powerful magic soul that didn't belong to him. Yi Biming looked at the winged egg with a strange expression. Suddenly, he heard an anxious voice. Yi Biming, get out of the way. Pop, pop, crush it to death. Pop, pop, 1,000 gold drop. The puffed egg was extremely excited. It flapped its wings and heavily smashed into Yang Shua's stomach. Yang Shua's face contorted. With a whoosh, he spat out the five-colored magic soul that he had swallowed. Yi Biming saw the opportunity. The sharp sword in his hand swept across the Yiksha head on Yang Shua's chest. The Yiksha head rolled on the ground. Yang Shua's body quickly shriveled up into a withered skeleton. He stopped breathing. Why did you come back? Just now. The cave returned to its peaceful state. Yi Biming was also exhausted. He was angry that Yun Sheng didn't listen to him and came back halfway. He was about to reprimand her. Yi Biming, your magic soul. The five-colored magic soul drifting in the cave had unknowingly enveloped Yun Sheng and crazily surged into Yun Sheng's body. Chapter 39. Yi Biming suddenly realized that Yang Shua had just swallowed his Dharma soul. Now that Yang Shua had been killed, only half of his Dharma soul had returned to his body. What about the remaining half? Not good. Yun Sheng was in danger. Xiao He and Puffed Egg were also stunned as they looked at their master not far away. Just now, when Yang Shua spat out his Dharma soul, it was precisely aimed at Yunsheng. The Dharma soul was a type of illusory, spiritual energy that was like a fog. Logically speaking, when it encountered Yunsheng, who had a physique that was useless in magic, it should immediately dissipate. But just as the five-color Dharma soul enveloped Yunsheng, a strange scene occurred. The five-color Dharma soul surged towards Yunsheng like water, from her hair, skin, limbs, mouth, and nose. When the Dharma soul entered her body, Yunsheng only felt that her entire body was sometimes hot and sometimes cold. Sometimes it expanded violently, and sometimes it contracted violently. As the saying goes, even if a pie falls from the sky, you have to have the ability to receive it. Yi Baiming was one of the rare people who was born with a five-elemental Dharma soul. In addition, he had practiced martial arts since young, so his physique was strong. However, Yunsheng had never come into contact with a Dharma soul entering her body. For a moment, she only felt that her entire body was engulfed by the Dharma soul. Her body was like an overinflated balloon that could explode at any time. Yi Baiming also knew this point, which was why he wanted to go forward to save Yunsheng. But it was already too late. Just when Yunsheng thought that her body was going to explode and die, the Shun-Nong medical bracelet on her hand emitted a gentle light. Wherever the light passed, it quickly calmed down the restless Dharma soul in Yunsheng's body. Yunsheng only felt that a spring breeze blew through her body. The Dharma soul quickly merged into her blood vessels. Her body felt as if it had been cleansed and became much lighter. After a while, when the Dharma soul in Yunsheng's body completely calmed down, she stared blankly for a long time before saying, "I ate your Dharma soul, half of the Dharma soul." After realizing that Yunsheng was safe and sound, Yi Baiming finally relaxed and adjusted his breathing. Yunsheng realized that she had just openly robbed half of Yi Baiming Dharma soul. The other half of the magic soul that great Magus Yang had spent so much effort to obtain was actually intercepted by her halfway. "You took half of my Dharma soul for free. Don't tell me you don't even have the slightest bit of gratitude? You were planning to take advantage of the situation. I didn't expect you to be more shrewd than Yang Shua." Yi Baiming's devilish face leaned over and whispered into Yunsheng's ear. "Nonsense. I won't take your Dharma soul for free. How much do you want?" Yunsheng was forced to retreat step by step. She hurriedly signaled to her two magical beasts with her eyes. Who would have thought that the two little fellows would only bully the kind and fear the wicked? Seeing that the other party was an all-element magician, they stood to the side without moving. "Five-element Dharma soul. How much do you think it's worth? 100,000 Empire purple gold coins? Or?" Yi Baiming pretended to be deep in thought. "A pair of eyes. Yi Baiming, I took half of your Dharma soul. I'll use a pair of eyes in exchange." Yunsheng was forced into a corner. She rolled her eyes and suddenly saw Yang Shua's corpse lying on the ground. "You can heal my eyes. Little wildcat, I don't believe that you can heal my eyes. You have to know that before Yang Shua, even the imperial doctors couldn't heal my eyes." Yi Baiming only wanted to tease Yunsheng, who knew that this little wildcat would actually say that she could heal his eyes. "Your eyes were blind since birth. The doctors of the boundless world naturally couldn't save you." Yunsheng had already determined that Yi Baiming's eyes must be treated with a cornea transplant. The most important thing for a cornea transplant was to have a pair of living corneas that could be transplanted. With the current medical conditions of the boundless world, it was very difficult to collect a suitable pair of corneas for Yi Baiming. But now, Yang Shua, who had just died, was the best donor. "How confident are you?" Yi Baiming had seen Yunsheng's medical skills. Her medical skills were indeed different from the ancient medical skills of the boundless world. Should he believe her? "If you believe me, you will be able to see the light of day again. If you don't believe me, you can only be a blind man. You are a genius in both magic and martial arts. But because you are blind, your talents have never been fully unleashed. Yi Baiming, don't you want to take back everything that originally belonged to you?" Yunsheng questioned sternly. Yunsheng was very smart. She remembered what Yang Shua said earlier. With Yi Baiming's magnanimity and his knowledge of the country's laws, he definitely wasn't from an ordinary family. He must have his reasons for being reduced to the banana leaf village. The two of them could be said to have gone through thick and thin together. Yun Sheng had also accidentally stolen half of his Dharma soul. Out of guilt, Yun Sheng decided to help Yi Baiming with the cornea transplant. If you fail, Yi Baiming's face didn't show any emotions. I won't fail, Yun Sheng said confidently. This was the little wildcat he knew. At this time, her face must be full of arrogance, and her eyes were shining with confidence. Yi Baiming's heart felt like it was being scratched by claws. He really wanted to see the little wildcat's appearance with his own eyes. If you can cure my eyes, not only will I not pursue the matter of you stealing my Dharma soul, I can also give you a big gift. Yi Baiming was half joking and half serious. With the Dharma soul and the ability to summon magical beasts, you'll be a true summoner. Every summoner should have their own retinue. Yun Sheng, if you cure my eyes, I, Yi Baiming, am willing to swear in the name of my mother to become your retinue. My vow will never change. The youth's magnetic voice teased Yun Sheng's eardrums. Retinue? What was that? Yun Sheng didn't know that summoners were also in the most danger when they were chanting. Therefore, they often had their own loyal retinue by their side. A retinue wasn't a servant. Their nature was more like a summoner's partner. They advanced and retreated together, were inseparable, and helped each other when needed. Most retinues were warriors, but a summoner didn't necessarily have a retinue. I don't want you to be my retinue. I already have beasts. Yun Sheng's heart beat violently for no reason. Her face and ears were red. With your two little beasts, I don't know how long it will take for them to grow up. Carry out the treatment you said. If it succeeds, I will follow you even to the ends of the earth. Yi Baiming stopped joking and indicated that Yun Sheng could start the treatment. Yun Sheng's little face fell. She glared fiercely at the two little beasts that didn't live up to her expectations. There's not much time left. We have to find a suitable place to do the surgery in 2 hours. There must be enough light there. Don't forget to bring Great Magician Yang's corpse. He is today's protagonist. Yun Sheng quickly regained her composure. She first let Bo Bo return to the magical beast space. Then, she let Xiao Hei scout ahead. She and Yi Baiming carried Yang Shua's corpse out of the cave to find a suitable place for the surgery. Chapter 40. After going around in circles, Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming finally returned to the Yun family home. After all, there was no place in the entire village that was suitable for surgery. The Dharma Temple was originally a very suitable place, but Yun Sheng was worried that Great Magus Yang would disappear for no reason. If someone saw her going in and out of the Dharma Temple again, it would cause more trouble. Yun Sheng thought of her own straw hut. She had performed a two-headed dog separation surgery there before. There were basic bronze mirrors, candles, and lighting equipment in the room. In addition to the cornea transplant, they had to ensure that they had time, so they could not find a suitable place. When Yun Sheng returned home, she did not see her father. She thought that her father had gone out in the middle of the night to look for her. Quick, give me the body. Climb onto the bed and wait for me, Yun Sheng urged Yi Baiming. After she finished speaking, she felt that something was wrong. Little wildcat, are you a woman or not? Aren't you afraid at all? Yi Baiming's face was full of black lines. What's there to be afraid of? In my eyes, the only difference between him and you is whether or not he's breathing. Yun Sheng found alcohol and saline to disinfect the body. She took out some Datura lotus liquid and fed it to Yi Baiming. What is this? Yi Baiming smelled the medicine and became alert. It's medicine that will make you unconscious temporarily. It won't have any side effects. Yun Sheng was too lazy to explain further. When dealing with a delinquent youth who refused to take medicine, it was better to use force than to persuade him. She secretly used the needles. Yi Baiming only felt his body go numb. It was almost exactly the same as the time at the hillside. Yun Sheng, how dare you? He succumbed to Yun Sheng twice in a row. Yi Baiming only felt his tongue tied. You're not allowed to. Before Yi Baiming could say the word open, he fainted. Yunsheng estimated the time needed for the surgery. In order to prevent Yi Biming from waking up halfway like last time, she injected a few more needles into Yi Biming's body. She waited until the general anesthesia took effect. Yunsheng began to remove the cornea from Yang Shua's body and washed it with the saline solution she had made herself. Then, she removed Yi Biming's necrotic cornea. Although Yang Shua was a vicious person, his corneas were very healthy. When removing Yi Biming's cornea, Yunsheng checked it out of habit. However, after the examination, she suddenly realized that Yi Biming's cornea was not congenitally damaged as she had expected. Instead, it was because his cornea was covered with a layer of light mist. Yunsheng tried to use a scalpel to cut open the layer of glowing mist, but she realized that the scalpel couldn't cut it open. Yunsheng touched the layer of glowing mist with her hand. The Dharma soul in her body trembled. This is magical elements? Yunsheng realized that the layer of glowing mist that caused Yi Biming to be blind was also a magical element. It looked like it was a light-type magical element. Yunsheng was shocked. Actually, she wanted to ask why Yi Biming's Dharma soul was five-colored. Other than the normal fire, earth, wind, and water elements, what was the black Dharma soul? A hurried voice came from behind her. When Yin Songhai realized that Yunsheng had left home in the middle of the night and hadn't returned, he hurriedly went to the Dharma temple. Unexpectedly, the temple was already empty. Yin Songhai only found an unconscious old pharmacist. He looked around the village but didn't find Yunsheng. But when he saw the lights of his house on the hill, he hurriedly rushed back. Fortunately, Yin Songhai came back late. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain Yunsheng's surgery. Father, Yunsheng hurriedly hid the 2 pieces of cornea on her body. But Yi Biming, who was lying on the bed, and Yang Shua, who was already dead, could no longer be hidden. Yun Songhai's gaze was like an eagle's. He immediately saw Yi Biming lying on the bed. After clearly seeing Yi Biming's appearance, a trace of light flashed through Yun Songhai's eyes. Sheng who is he? His name is Yi Biming. He is the disciple of the Dharma Temple Yang. No, that's not right. Yang Shual wanted to steal his Dharma soul. His Dharma soul is a 5-colored Dharma soul. Yunsheng thought for a while and recounted what happened earlier. She even told him about how she accidentally stole the other party's 5-elemental Dharma soul. It's him, 5-elemental Dharma soul. His appearance is almost exactly the same as that person. After hearing the whole story, Yin Songhai's expressionless face finally changed. He looked at Yunsheng with a complicated expression. Since it has already happened, there is no point in blaming you. But Sheng, do you know that you have caused a big disaster? Beside Yin Songhai, a huge amount of fire elements surged. Affected by the fluctuation of the magic element, the magic element in Yunsheng's body also became restless. A 5-colored Dharma soul appeared above her head. After seeing that black Dharma soul, Yin Songhai sucked in a breath of cold air. Sheng, promise Father that after today, you will not reveal that you have a 5-elemental Dharma soul in front of anyone. Before you become an official magician, you will not reveal the fact that you have multiple Dharma souls. Before you reach the strength of a sky magician, you must not reveal your black Dharma soul in front of anyone. Yunsheng had never seen Yin Songhai reveal such a solemn expression. She nodded. Father, that black Dharma soul, is it a dark Dharma soul? Yunsheng was not an ordinary child. Since it was not one of the 4 major Dharma soul elements, it must be a secondary Dharma soul element. On the continent, having a mutated secondary Dharma soul element was a joyous thing. But her father did not allow her to casually use it in front of others. There was only one answer, and that was the dark Dharma soul element that was not accepted by the mainstream magicians on the continent. That's right, dark Dharma soul element is also known as the element of destruction. The youth on your bed has an illustrious identity. At that time, because his mother had dark Dharma soul under him, he is also a person with a bitter life. Although he was abandoned by his family, his talent in magic cannot be coveted by others. You stole a part of his Dharma's soul. If this matter is spread out, you will definitely be hunted down. Yun Songhai decided to leave with Yun Sheng tonight. Yun Sheng did not expect her father to make such a hasty decision. There is no time to lose. Pack up. Before daybreak, we will immediately leave Banana Leaf Village. Before that, I have to go out again. Pack up your belongings and wait for me to come back. Yun Songhai grabbed Yang Shua's corpse and disappeared into the night. Yun Sheng looked at the still unconscious Yi Baiming, and an indescribable feeling appeared in her heart. Chapter 41. It was dawn. The anesthetic effect of the datura juice on Yi Baiming's body had dissipated. It was still dark in front of him. Yi Baiming smiled bitterly. It was indeed wishful thinking to recover his sight. But soon, he realized that there were spots of light in the darkness. This was something that had never happened in the past 10 years. He sat up and stretched out his hand in front of his eyes. He waved it, and there was a blurry light in front of him. Yi Baiming was ecstatic. He ignored his weak body and struggled to get down from the couch. He wanted to settle the score with Yun Sheng. That little wild cat had plotted against him again. This time, he remembered very clearly that he had fainted after being hit by a strange type of internal energy. There was no one in the house. With his sharp ears, Yi Baiming did not find any traces of living people around. Even Xiao Quan, who had been following Yun Sheng, was not around. Yi Baiming had an ominous feeling. He touched the couch and realized that there were a few lines of words carved on the wooden board. The handwriting was very messy. It must have been carved in a hurry. Night Fox, I'm leaving. Father and I left with Xiao He. Your eyes have been cured. For the next 2 days, your vision will still be a little blurry. You can only see some shadows at first. That's a good sign. You'll be able to recover completely in about 7 days. Remember, don't be exposed to wind or fire. Don't lose your temper. I took half of your Dharma's soul, but I also return a pair of eyes to you. We don't owe each other anything. Never again. Never again. Yi Baiming could imagine that little wild cat hurriedly packing up and escaping with the money. Although his vision had recovered, he seemed to have lost the most important thing. He ran out of the Yun family like the wind and ran towards the highest hill at the entrance of the village. The wind whistled in his ears, and the morning dew wet his sideburns. After climbing up the hill, Yi Baiming could only see a blurry forest and a winding path. After that, he could no longer see clearly. There was a bitter taste in his mouth. He knew that Yun Sheng had left a long time ago. He didn't even have a chance to see her face clearly. Yi Baiming returned to the Yun family in low spirits. He smashed open the bed and dug out the wooden plank with Yun Sheng's parting words carved on it. He walked in the direction of the temple in the village. A few villagers walked past him and discussed loudly. Last night, there was a big fire in the Dharma temple. I heard that the fire was very big. It burned the great sorcerer and his disciple to death. Only the old pharmacist who was lucky enough to escape death was left. Great Magus Yang's corpse, which had been burned beyond recognition, was also dug up. Among them was the corpse of a youth. Isn't that so? It was really a big fire. The temple was burned to ruins. It was too scary. The villagers were discussing when they suddenly noticed Yi Baiming. They shouted as if they had seen a ghost. Aren't you great Magus Yang's disciple? Didn't you die? A cool breeze blew past, and the youth who had been standing in front of the villagers suddenly disappeared. The group of villagers was so scared that they ran away. Within a day, the entire village was spreading the news that the village was haunted. After that day, there was no more temple in Banana Leaf Village. It wasn't until a few months later that people from the temple came to rebuild it. Apart from the village chief's family, no one else noticed that the Yun father and daughter had disappeared. Yun Sheng and her father left Banana Leaf Village in a hurry. The Yun family didn't have anything valuable. The father and daughter brought a few dozen silver coins and rushed through the night. After arriving at Taishang town, Yun Songhai spent 2 silver coins to buy an old horse. After buying some dry food and water in town, they headed northwest. On the way, Yun Songhai told Yun Sheng some things about the Yun family. These were things that Yin Songhai had never mentioned before. Speaking of Yin Songhai's family, Yujing's Yun family could be considered famous in Shengjing. Yin Songhai's father was called Yun Ba. He was the famous martial saint of Zhou State. Yun Ba's wife died in his middle age, and he had one daughter and two sons. Yin Songhai was the oldest in the family and was the eldest son of the first wife. The reason why our Yun family is famous in the Great Zhou country is because of our ancestors. There were several powerful martial artists who helped the founding monarch of the Great Zhou country and made great contributions on the battlefield. When your grandfather came, he became a martial saint that was rarely seen in 500 years. Your second uncle and I also cultivated martial arts when we were young. Yin Sheng didn't understand. But father, you are a powerful magician. Yes, I changed my cultivation to magic. It can be said that I let down your grandfather's expectations. He often blamed me for this. Yin Songhai didn't ask how his daughter knew about him. A prodigal son turning over a new leaf is more precious than gold. As long as father is willing to return to the Yun family, grandfather will definitely forgive you. Yin Sheng pretended to speak in an innocent tone. In her opinion, there was no overnight hatred between father and son. When they left Banana Leaf Village, the Dharma temple in the village was set ablaze. Yang Shua's corpse and a corpse found in a wild grave on the mountain were thrown into the fire. That fire was no ordinary fire. Ordinary water couldn't extinguish it at all. Banana Leaf Village was remote. By the time the people from the Dharma temple arrived, the father and daughter would have already reached the Jade capital. Under the protection of the Yun family, the father and daughter could sleep peacefully. Sheng father has to make something clear to you. This time, you will be returning to the Yun family alone. Father is only sending you back. I don't plan on acknowledging my ancestors, Yin Songhai said firmly. Why? Father, even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. Even if you had a falling out with grandfather back then, so many years have passed. It's time to bury the hatchet. In the past few days, as the father and daughter got closer to the Jade capital, Yin Sheng would often wake up in the middle of the night to find her father standing alone under the moon, looking in the direction of the Jade capital. Your grandfather once said that if I married your mother, he would never acknowledge me as his son. Although your mother has already passed away, she will always live in my heart. She will always be my wife. For her, I will never take another step into the Yun family, Yin Songhai said firmly. The father and son of the Yun family were both stubborn. Neither of them would back down. Therefore, the father and son had never contacted each other all these years. Seeing his daughter's dissatisfied face, Yin Songhai said, Sheng, do you want to learn magic? The father and daughter only cared about hurrying along. After Yin Sheng obtained a Dharma soul, it meant that she could use 5 types of magic elements. Apart from the dark element that Yin Songhai had forbidden, she could use at least 4 other types of magic elements. Yes. Yin Sheng finally revealed a smile. All right, father will teach you the most basic fire elemental magic, the fireball technique. As Yin Songhai spoke, a bright ball of fire element appeared in his hand. Chapter 42. The biggest difference between magic apprentices and sorcerers was that sorcerers could convert magical elements into magical attacks. Yin Sheng had yet to forge her own magic scepter. Previously, Yin Sheng had obtained a magic scepter from Yang Sha. Unfortunately, that scepter could only be used by archmages, and its magical attributes were not compatible with Yin Sheng's. Fortunately, when using beginner-level magic, one did not necessarily need a magic scepter. As long as one was proficient enough and chanted properly, one could also launch magical attacks. Yin Songhai was a fire magician, but he also knew a lot about other types of magic. This was something that Yin Sheng had only found out recently. The higher the level of the magician, the shorter the chanting time, but the faster the recovery of magical elements. Yin Songhai's teaching began with the fire magic that he was most proficient in. At this time, the father and daughter had just arrived outside a secluded forest. There were no villages or residences nearby that they could stay in. Yin Songhai decided to spend the night in the wilderness. Yin Songhai's lips moved slightly, and a beautiful fireball fell onto the fire like a meteor. The fire burned fiercely, and the chill of the night was immediately dispelled. "That's amazing!" Yun Sheng clapped and cheered. But in the next moment, Yun Songhai's words made her unable to smile. "This fire is mine. If you want to keep warm, go make a fire yourself." Yun Sheng foolishly picked up a few pieces of dry wood and tried hard to recall Yun Songhai's chanting. She tried hard to meditate, and red magical elements gathered in her hands. But when she tried to condense the fire magical elements into a ball and shoot it out, the elements immediately collapsed and turned into a wisp of green smoke. As the night deepened, Yun Songhai was roasting dry rations over a bonfire. The aroma of the hot rations wafted into her nose. Yun Sheng's heart itched unbearably, but as strong as she was, she would not easily beg for mercy from Yun Songhai, even if the other party was her father. He repeated it several times, but there was still no effect. Yun Sheng was hungry, so she simply sat in the dark and meditated. As night fell, Yun Sheng's mind kept replaying Yun Songhai's actions. Not far away, the bonfire that was emitting a warm aura was dancing. After an unknown amount of time, Yun Sheng only felt a ball of heat on her fingertips. Following her consciousness, the fire magical elements turned into a fist-sized fireball and jumped on the pile of firewood with a poof. The fire began to burn. Yun Songhai nodded in satisfaction. Yun Sheng's ability to comprehend magic was much better than he had expected. Even he, who was known as the genius of the Yun family, took an entire day to comprehend the most basic fireball spell. In the next few days, the father and daughter walked and stopped. Yun Sheng mastered the fireball technique and also learned the most basic earth element technique, Earth Spike. These two were also the two primary magic that Yun Sheng could comprehend at this stage without using a magic staff. Qi City is in front of us. It's a medium-sized city, much more prosperous than Taishang Town. We have been camping outside the city for a few days, and our supplies have long been used up. Let's go into the city to buy some water and food, and rest for a night before leaving. Yun Songhai saw that his daughter had suffered a lot along the way, but she didn't even complain. He was gratified and felt that he had wronged her too much. Yun Sheng naturally agreed. The father and daughter dismounted from their horses and entered Qi City. The father and daughter rushed all the way and didn't wash up. They looked unkempt, no different from beggars. Fortunately, both of them had an unruly temperament and didn't care about the pointing and whispering of the people in the city. After buying dry food and water on the way to find an inn to stay, Yun Sheng and Yun Songhai passed by a magic tool shop. This was the first time that Yun Sheng had seen a shop related to magic tools. At the door, there were many magic tools hanging, among which various kinds of magic scepters were the most eye-catching. Yun Sheng had learned to use fire and earth magic, but she had never used a magic scepter to cast magic. When she saw a magic scepter, she couldn't help but take a few more glances at it. His daughter's small movements fell into Yun Songhai's eyes, and there was a little more affection in his eyes. Sheng, you should also have your own magic scepter. However, you will only be qualified to wear a magic scepter after you obtain the title of magician. There is a temple in Qi City. You can go and take the magician's examination first. After passing the examination, Father will buy you a magic scepter as a reward. Yun Songhai said and asked the passers-by about the location of the temple in Qi City. As a temple in a medium-sized city, the temple in Qi City was much bigger than the one in a small mountain village like Jiaoyi Village. It occupied more than 3 acres of land. In addition to the magic enlightenment and basic magic treatment functions that ordinary temples had, the temple in Qi City had an additional function compared to the temple in Jiaoyi Village. That was to appraise the level of a magician and give out the corresponding magic allowance. However, the person who received the magic allowance had to be a magician who had joined the temple. Stop! Why are you two standing sneakily outside the temple? Don't you know how you are dressed? If you want to see a doctor, go and line up. Yun Songhai had just planned to enter the temple with Yun Sheng when they were stopped by a magician's apprentice. That person saw that Yun Sheng and her father's clothes were shabby and their unkempt hair and dirty faces, and his face was full of disdain. He thought that the two of them were beggars who wanted to fish in troubled waters and enter the temple to steal tributes. I am here to take the magic examination, Yun Sheng said, and was about to walk into the temple. Bah, magic examination? Which one of you is a magician's apprentice? Him or you? You don't even have hair, and you have shifty eyes. Aren't you afraid of dirtying the ground of the temple? The magician's apprentice spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at the father and daughter, wanting to chase them out. Suddenly, a fireball flew out and set his hair on fire. The magician's apprentice was so frightened that he stomped his feet and hit the flames. Yin Songhai looked at his daughter's mischievous appearance and smiled dotingly. He led Yun Sheng into the temple. There were more magicians stationed in the temple in Qi City than in Jiaoyi village. There was a total of 1 archmage and 2 magicians who were in charge of the daily work. Their attitude was much better than that of the unreasonable magician's apprentice. It was said that Yun Sheng was here to take the magic examination, so the archmage in charge was very rare. How old are you this year? Are you sure you are here to take the magic examination and not a magician's apprentice? Most children of her age were still magician's apprentices. I'm 6 years old. I'm sure I'm here to take the magic examination, Yun Sheng replied very confidently. The archmage didn't ask any more questions. He took out a magic testing crystal and said, "You should be taking the magic initiation test too. The examination for a magician is roughly the same as that for a magician's apprentice. However, in order to pass the examination for a magician, you must use the power of the elements and light up the magic crystal for at least half a quarter of an hour." With that, the archmage took out an hourglass used to measure time and indicated that Yun Sheng could start the magic examination. Chapter 43. Yun Sheng had participated in the magic test 3 times when she was in the Jiaya Temple. However, it was different from this time. Every time she took a magic test, she would return in defeat. However, things would be different for Yun Sheng today. Before entering the temple, Yun Songhai had reminded Yun Sheng that she only needed to use one type of elemental power to light up the magic crystal. Before she returned to the Jade capital and received the protection of her family, Yun Sheng had to hide her talent well. Even if she hid the dark element, as long as the people in the temple discovered that Yun Sheng had 4 types of magic souls, they would definitely try to recruit Yun Sheng. Yun Songhai did not want his daughter to fall into the control of any organization before she grew up. He wanted to let Yun Sheng do what she really wanted to do. After learning fire and earth magic for a few days, Yun Sheng's control over the magic elements had become much stronger. She also gradually got used to having a powerful magic soul in her body. She took the magic crystal from the great magician of Qi Cheng and injected the fire element in her body into the magic crystal. The moment the fire element was injected, the dim magic crystal turned red like a piece of iron that had been heated up. It flashed with a bright red light. The bright light indicated that the fire element in Yun Sheng's body was very abundant. As the sand in the hourglass flowed out bit by bit, Yun Sheng pretended to withdraw some of the fire element. The magic crystal dimmed slightly, but this was enough to make the great magician very satisfied. "Congratulations, young lady. You have officially become a sorcerer." The great magician of Qi Cheng kindly handed a sorcerer's badge with the symbol of a magic scepter carved on it to Yun Sheng. The great magician then asked, "Are you interested in joining the temple and becoming a sorcerer in the temple?" On the Boundless Continent, the temple was a borderless organization that transcended countries. The Zhao State, and the Hunters' Union were known as the 3 poles of the continent. Magicians could choose to join the national army or join the temple after being certified by the temple. However, some magicians who preferred freedom would choose to become freelance magicians. In the eyes of the Archmage of Qi City, although Yun Sheng was only a single-element magician, she was only 6 years old. She was quite talented. If they could recruit her into the temple, she might be able to nurture a future star for the temple. Just as Yun Sheng was thinking about how to reply, Yun Songhai, who was standing to the side, had already continued. Many thanks for this great master's appreciation. Sheng is still young, so I don't want her to become a full-time magician of the temple. You have to consider this carefully. If you join the temple, you will receive a monthly allowance of 5 silver coins. With this young lady's age, if she works hard, she might become a member of the temple's prodigy battalion in the future. Then, you'll have the chance to meet the genius of the temple, our Xia Ximing. The great magician did not give up and tried to persuade Yunsheng and her father. I'll listen to my father and join the temple if I have the chance in the future. Yunsheng was interested in the free allowance of 5 silver coins. As for the prodigy battalion and Xia Ximing, she was not interested in them at all. The father and daughter had spent a lot of money on their journey. Her father still had to buy a magic staff for her later. They did not know if they would have enough money to reach the Jade Capital. Yin Songhai came from a good family. Although he had a rough life, he had a wife who knew how to make money. Later on, he had a stingy daughter. He had never worried about money. Poor little Yunsheng. She had to count how much money she had in her pocket every day. Seeing that he could not persuade the father and daughter, the great magician had no choice but to send them out of the temple. One of the sorcerers did not understand. Great magician, she's just a sorcerer of one element. Why do you have to lower yourself and persuade her to join the temple? It was no wonder that the accompanying magicians were dissatisfied. Although it was rare to see a 6-year-old magician, it was not rare to the point of being as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. For the temple, which was famous and had branches all over the continent, there were all kinds of geniuses. Moreover, in terms of geniuses, Xia Ximing had become a sorcerer at the age of 4. After that, he would successfully advance every other year. He was a true genius. What do you know? The great magician rolled his eyes. Let me ask you, what do those children who become sorcerers at the age of 6 or 7 have in common? What can they have in common? Isn't it just outstanding talent? The sorcerer was puzzled. Geniuses were born to be worshipped. People like them, who could only become sorcerers after decades of hard work, could only be envious. What outstanding talent! It should be said that they have outstanding backgrounds. Every genius young sorcerer must have a strong family to rely on. When they were born, they hired the best mentors to be their initiators. When they were a little older, they were sent to the best magic academies in various countries to study. In the process of growing up, they had all kinds of expensive magic potions and magic crystals to replenish their magic elements. It could be said that they had everything they needed. A child born under such conditions, not to mention a human, even a pig could become a magic genius. Look at that girl again. What about her? Her clothes are ragged, and her father is a village man who doesn't know anything about magic. Comparing the two, who is the real genius? The elderly great magician sighed and walked back to the temple in Qi City in disappointment. At this time, the village man that the great magician had mentioned was wandering the streets with his daughter, trying to find a magic scepter for Yunsheng. Qi City was indeed a medium-sized city. There were at least 7 or 8 magic tool shops here. Yunsheng was dazzled, but when she saw the price of those magic tools, she couldn't help but click her tongue. Those magic tools were all priced in silver coins. It was really expensive. Father, Sheng doesn't have to have a magic scepter. After all, I don't need a magic scepter to cast beginner and intermediate magic. Yunsheng was reluctant to part with the sorcerer's badge that she had just received. However, after she left the temple, she didn't wear the badge on her body. Instead, she put it away. Yin Songhai saw this and was very satisfied. His daughter was very low-key. She was neither arrogant nor discouraged. Perhaps the past 6 years of living in a mountain village was also a kind of training for her. No, I promised you, so I must do it. There's a special magic scepter shop in front. Yin Songhai and Yunsheng walked into a shop called Suo. There were several magic tool shops in Qi City. This shop called Suo was inconspicuous among them. It even looked a little shabby. However, for some reason, Yin Songhai took a fancy to it at first glance and insisted on walking in with Yunsheng. Chapter 44. Welcome to Salo, this adorable young lady. The puppy in your hands is very special. A sharp voice that sounded like a chisel rubbing against a stone floated from the counter. A stern-looking old lady with a bun on her head was sitting behind the counter. She was holding a fat, lazy cat in her arms. The cat's body was huge, while the old lady's body was thin and small. When the two were put together, it was as if the old lady was a cat with a human head. She was lying there lazily, looking at everything around her with her gray eyes. The old lady was looking at Xiaohei in Yunsheng's arms with great interest. Xiaohei seemed to dislike the old lady and barked unhappily. Upon hearing the barking, the cat in the old lady's arms also narrowed its eyes and barked at Xiaohei a few times. For a moment, the smell of gunpowder filled the shop. "Madam, I would like to buy a magic scepter for my daughter," Yin Songhai asked with a smile. Only then did that old granny raise her eyelids, giving Yin Songhai another glance. But it was only a glance. "What attribute do you want the magic scepter? How old is the beast? Do you need the corresponding magical beast soul stone immediately?" The old lady's voice was still very harsh. Yin Sheng did not speak. She believed that her father, Yin Songhai, would choose a suitable magic scepter for her, but she was more worried about whether her father had enough silver coins to buy a magic scepter. A magic scepter made from 50-year-old beast bones. Magic attribute: none. It also doesn't need to be embedded with a magical beast soul stone. Yun Songhai almost blurted out. Presumably, when he walked into the shop, he had already thought of what kind of magic scepter he wanted. It was understandable that no magical beast soul stone would be inlaid. After all, for most poor mages, they could not afford expensive soul stones. Most of them would choose to enter the magical beast gathering area and hunt for magical beasts that match the attributes of the magic scepter. After obtaining the magical beast soul stone, they would then inlay the scepter. But a magic scepter with the attribute of none was weird. A magic scepter without any attributes and without a soul stone inlaid meant that when a mage used a magic scepter, no matter what kind of magic they used, they would not receive any magic enhancement. Then, what was the difference between using a magic scepter and not using a magic scepter? Even the old lady who raised the cat had never met such a request from a customer. "Are you sure you want to buy a magic scepter without any magical attributes? Could it be that this little girl is a multi-elemental magician?" The granny looked at Yun Sheng with her greenish-gray eyes. "As expected of the famous scepter maker, Madame Shoro. Only in your shop can I buy a suitable magic scepter for Sheng'er," Yun Songhai said loudly. As far as Yun Sheng knew, a magic scepter could only be embedded with a magic soul stone of one type. But among the high-level magicians, there was a saying that was completely different from the common knowledge. A magic scepter could be inlaid with magic soul stones of different attributes, but the prerequisite was that the bones of the magical beast that made the magic scepter did not have any attributes. This way, when the magic scepter was made, there would not be any magical repulsion due to the different attributes of the magic soul stones. This granny was actually a scepter maker? When Yun Sheng heard this, her face was also full of shock. Madame Shoro did not expect to meet someone who could recognize her in such an inconspicuous city. She suddenly remembered something, and a glint flashed across her old eyes. "I remember now. You were the young man who accompanied that girl to my shop 13 years ago to choose a magic scepter." 13 years ago. At that time, Yun Sheng was not even born yet. The girl who came to Shoro Magic Shop with Yun Songhai should be Yun Sheng's mother, Hu Jiusheng. Madame Shoro was over 60 years old. She started making magic scepters when she was 10 years old, and it had been 50 years since then. The reason why she did not become one of the most famous weapon makers on the continent was because her magic cultivation was very average. She was also born a commoner and did not attend any of the famous magic academies on the continent. She was also only a wood elemental great magician. Wood elemental magic was also one of the secondary attributes of magic. It was different from the famous secondary light magic and the taboo dark magic on the continent. Wood elemental magicians did not have strong offensive abilities and their defensive abilities were also very average. Hence, they were not mainstream in the world of magicians. But fortune was caused by misfortune. Due to Madame Shoro's early experience, she devoted her life to making magic scepters for commoner magicians. Hence, she did not become a hall scepter master. But because of this, the magic scepters she made were very popular among commoner magicians because of their good workmanship and reasonable price. Especially those young magicians who had just become magicians. They were willing to travel thousands of miles to buy a magic scepter made by Madame Shoro as their first magic scepter. So, it's the daughter of an old friend. If my memory is not wrong, your wife is also a summoner. Madame Shoro noticed that Yin Songhai's expression changed when he mentioned the incident from 13 years ago. Madame Shoro did not continue speaking and lowered her head to size up Yin Sheng. With this look, she realized that although the little girl in front of her was dressed in simple clothes, her face was exquisite and her pair of bright eyes were especially eye-catching. The little girl was completely focused on the magic scepters and did not seem to hear the conversation between the two. Yin Songhai had his reasons for choosing 50-year-old magical beast bones. Even if it had been made into a magic scepter, the bones of magical beasts would still have a vicious aura, especially those magic scepters that had been cruelly killed and stripped of their bones. If used improperly, it could even harm its owner. Usually, a magician's first magic scepter was just a transitional magic scepter. After becoming a more advanced magician, they could choose to replace the magic scepter. With Yin Sheng's current age, it was impossible for her to control a magic scepter that was over 50 years old. But, considering that she would have to use this magic scepter for the next few years, Yin Songhai specified that he wanted a magic scepter that was at most 50 years old. Bones of magical beasts without attributes. That will be difficult. Madame Shoro's face was also troubled. She glanced at Xiao Hei in Yin Sheng's arms. There is a ready-made one. The magical beast in the little girl's hands seems to have no attributes. Xiao Hei's black fur stood up when she heard that. In Madame Shoro's arms, the fat cat shook its whiskers provocatively. Xiao Hei is my beast. I would rather not have the magic scepter than touch Xiao Hei. Yin Sheng hugged Xiao Hei tightly. She looked as if she was really afraid that Madame Shoro would reach out her withered hands and grab Xiao Hei at any moment. Yin Songhai found it funny when he saw that. Most of the time, Yin Sheng was calm to the point that she didn't seem like a normal child. This point even made Yin Songhai, who was her father, vexed for quite a while. His daughter only seemed like a 6-year-old girl at times like this. Chapter 45. While her father, Yin Songhai, was talking to Madame Shoro, Yin Sheng was sizing up Madame Shoro's shop with interest. It was a small shop with a cramped interior and a lot of things. Yin Sheng's impression was that a pile of things had been stuffed into a matchbox. Unlike other magic tool shops that were exquisite and spacious, this one was filled with all kinds of miscellaneous items. Yin Sheng even saw a few brooms. She couldn't help but think of the witches who flew all over the sky on their flying brooms. In the entire shop, there was only a small aisle that allowed one to walk sideways. Yin Sheng had to walk sideways carefully to avoid knocking over things. Beside the counter, there were dozens of magic scepters inserted into the ground messily. A few of them were covered in dust. But Yin Sheng also noticed the uniqueness of the shop. On the snow-white walls, there were some diagrams of the structure of the magic scepter. Among them, there was an explanation of the knowledge of the magic scepter. Yin Sheng's knowledge of the magic scepter was limited. In her impression, there were only 3 people who had a magic scepter. Her father, Yin Songhai, the sorcerer Grandpa Village Chief, and the great sorcerer, Yang Sha. As for Yi Baiming, although he was also a sorcerer, it was said that his magic scepter had been broken, so she had never seen him use any magic scepter. The diagrams of the magic scepter on the wall answered Yin Sheng's doubts very well. According to the diagrams, a sorcerer's magic scepter was very important. Not only could it help the sorcerer use magic more smoothly, some magic scepters that were embedded with soul stones of special attributes could also enhance magic to a certain extent. Moreover, the higher the level of the magic scepter, the better the enhancement and acceleration of magic. A magic scepter was mainly made up of two parts. One was the magical beast bone used to make the body of the scepter. The older the magical beast bone, the stronger and more compatible it was with magic, but the difficulty of making it was also higher. Apart from the magical beast bone, the other important part of the magic scepter was the magical beast soul stone. Yun Sheng had heard that the magical beast soul stone was the most important part of a magical beast. It was even more precious than the magical beast bone. Take a high-level magical beast as an example. If it was a large magical beast, it might have several bones that could be used to make the body of a magic staff. However, there could only be one magical beast soul stone. A magic scepter could be embedded with a maximum of 8 soul stones to form a complete soul stone chain. According to the order of the soul stones, there were 10-year soul stones, 50-year soul stones, 100-year soul stones, 500-year soul stones, 1,000-year soul stones, 5,000-year soul stones, 10,000-year soul stones, and above 10,000-year soul stones. In an ordinary magic scepter shop, the magic scepters that could be purchased were usually soul stones below 500 years old. Magic scepters that were embedded with magical beast soul stones of around 1,000 years old could only be obtained in some large auctions. Putting aside the value of a magic scepter, whether a magic scepter could be fully unleashed had a lot to do with the magician himself. Normally, a fire-type magician would buy a magic scepter embedded with fire-type magical beast bones or a magic scepter embedded with a fire-type magical beast soul stone. Only then could they maximize the effect of their fire-type spells. However, this logic did not apply to Yin Sheng. Because of her 5 elemental magic souls, she was already a rare all-elemental magician. As such, the magic scepter that Yun Sheng was looking for had even more stringent requirements in terms of attributes. From Madame Sualuo's words, it was not difficult for Yun Sheng to realize that a non-elemental magic scepter was not easy to find. Yin Songhai had also considered this point, which was why he had chosen Madame Sualuo's shop. He knew that if even Madame Sualuo did not have such a magic scepter, other shops would definitely not have one. Just like magicians, most magical beasts had attributes. Magical beasts without attributes were really hard to find. You don't have such a magic scepter? If you don't have one that is 50 years old, 40 years old will do too. Yun Songhai settled for the next best thing. As a magician, he knew how rare magical beasts with non-elemental attributes were. The known non-elemental magical beasts on the continent, such as the Mirage Beast and Nebula Beast, as well as the top magical beasts such as dragons and phoenixes, were all hard to come by. I don't have one that is 40 years old either. However, I do have a non-elemental enigmatic scepter with an unknown age. It has been in my shop for decades. Because I don't know its age, I have never sold it. If you are brave enough, you could try to see if it is compatible with this magic scepter. Madame Sualuo thought of something. The so-called enigmatic scepter was a magical beast bone scepter that could not be identified due to some unknown reasons, such as the type of beast unknown. On the Boundless Continent, the age of a magical beast bone was mostly determined by measuring the amount of magical elements in the bone. However, for a non-elemental magical beast, there was no magical element in its bone. This meant that it was very difficult to determine the age of the bone. Yin Sheng's eyes lit up when she heard this. The Flame Emperor of Shinong not only tasted all kinds of herbs in the ancient times, he also treated many domestic animals and animals. Their Yin family had also inherited the legacy of the Flame Emperor of Shinong. They were proficient in all kinds of animal diseases. They could determine the age of a beast by touching the bone, the density of the bone, and the length of the bone. This, Sheng, do you want to choose a single elemental magic scepter and use it first? Yin Songhai hesitated. He was unwilling to let Yin Sheng take this risk. He was considering if he should let Yin Sheng choose a single elemental magic scepter and use it for a while. After all, Yin Sheng was the most outstanding at using fire elemental offensive magic. A magic scepter was not something that could be used casually. If the age of a magic scepter was not fixed, Sheng'er would not be able to use it after 1 or 2 years. However, if the age of the beast was high, not only would Sheng'er not be able to control it, she might even be devoured by the magic scepter. A magic scepter of unknown origin was too dangerous. Father, Sheng'er wants to try that enigmatic bone wand. Even if the magic scepter is not suitable, we can make up for it with magical bee soul stones in the future. Yin Sheng did not hesitate at all. She would rather go without than have something substandard. What she wanted was an all-elemental magic scepter. Madame Suo Luo nodded in satisfaction. She was a determined child. At her age, this was rare. Yin Sheng's fearless attitude was very similar to her mother, Hu Jiuxing. Yin Songhai sighed inwardly. Back then, when Hu Jiuxing was choosing a magic scepter, she was also determined to choose the most suitable one. For this, the two of them traveled almost half of Zhou State before finally finding a suitable magic scepter in Madame Suo Luo's shop in Qi City. Madame Suo Luo scratched the neck of the fat cat on her body. The fat cat wobbled as it stood up, dragging its fat on the ground. Although the fat cat was very fat, it was very agile. With a whoosh, it jumped onto the shelf and took down a scepter-shaped jade box from the highest point. If a magic scepter was not used for a long time, it had to be stored in a jade box. Otherwise, the magical elements in the scepter would be lost. Actually, this magic scepter wasn't made by me personally. It's also the only magic scepter in the entire shop that wasn't made by me. It was sold to me by a destitute mage, and the soul stone on it had already been removed. Little girl, you can try and see if you can control this magic scepter. If you can't, you can choose another one. Madame Suo Luo opened the jade box. Chapter 46. The moment the jade box was opened, Yun Sheng and her father's gazes immediately focused on the magic scepter in the box. After seeing the magic scepter, the left side of the father and daughter's mouth twitched unconsciously. The father and daughter's actions were exactly the same. Xiaohei glanced at it and rolled her eyes. She continued to lie in Yun Sheng's arms and stare at that fat cat. Cat fur. Inside the exquisite jade box was a magic scepter that was the length of an arm and covered in cat fur. Haha, it's my fault. No one asked about this thing in the shop, so I left it on the top shelf. I just had to clean it up. Madame Suo Luo laughed awkwardly. She quickly chanted a cleaning spell, and the cat fur on the surface of the magic scepter disappeared immediately. The true appearance of the magic scepter was finally revealed. It was a slender magic scepter. Compared to the magic scepters that were half the height of a person that great magician Yang and Grandpa Village Chief used, this one was more like a small wooden stick that children used to play house. Looking at the appearance of the magic scepter, it was only as thick as the bone of a 10-year-old magical beast. However, the person who sold it was a mage with a high level of cultivation. It was no wonder that even a famous scepter maker like Madame Suo Luo could not identify it. Yun Sheng took the magic scepter. The moment she touched it, she felt that it was a little heavy. It looks like the bone of a small magical beast. Why is it so heavy? Yun Sheng thought to herself confidently. From a structure, it was almost exactly the same as the leg bone of a cat. Based on the weight of the magic scepter in her hand, Yun Sheng estimated that this magic scepter should be over 50 years old. The correct age should be between 80 to 99 years old. Logically speaking, this magic scepter had already exceeded the maximum age of a magical beast that Yun Sheng could control. However, Yun Sheng did not intend to give up on this bewitching bone scepter. She intended to give it a try. Madame Suo Luo, Father, Sheng wants to try. Yun Sheng looked earnestly at her father, Yun Songhai, and Madame Suo Luo. She did not tell the two elders the true age of this bewitching bone. Then let's give it a try. But remember, if you are unable to control it, when I tell you to withdraw your hand, you must immediately withdraw your hand. There are still many well-made magic scepters here. There will definitely be one that is suitable for you. Yin Songhai was very clear about his daughter's personality. She was the kind of person who would not give up until she hit a wall. Yin Sheng nodded. The process of taming a magic scepter was very similar to taking part in the magic assessment. All one had to do was to inject their own magical elements in a magic scepter. If the magic scepter was able to respond, it would mean success. However, if the magic scepter did not accept the magician's response and emitted a repulsive force, it would mean failure. The failure of the magic scepter's sensing could be serious or minor. The most serious consequence would be the damage to one's magic soul, which would affect one's future magic cultivation. That was why Yin Sanhai planned to stop Yin Sheng immediately if the sensing failed. Yin Sheng held the magic scepter. Just like in Qi City, she first injected the fire magical elements into the magic scepter. That's it. Yin Sheng felt that as soon as her magical elements entered the magic scepter, they were all swallowed up like a whirlwind. Could it be that the fire magical elements were not working? Yin Sheng thought for a moment, then injected the earth magical elements in her body into the magic scepter. Still, there was nothing. It was like a small stone thrown into an ancient well of unknown depth. It only caused a ripple and then disappeared. Yin Sheng's expression became serious. She tried the wind magical elements again. She also injected the light green wind magical elements into the magic scepter. The situation did not improve at all. Water magical elements. It was the same. All 4 magical elements were used once, but none of them could resonate with the magic scepter. Yin Sheng's hand that was holding the magic scepter was already covered in a thin layer of sweat. Madame Sualuo also noticed a change in Yin Sheng's expression, but she did not find it strange. In fact, when this scepter was first sold, there were a few mages who tried to sense this magic scepter. A magic scepter with the Nun attribute could be said to be the most special existence among all the magic scepters. It could be used by multi-elemental mages, but it could also be used by single-elemental mages. But after those mages tried to sense this enigmatic bone scepter, they all had the same thought. No matter which element they used, they could not sense it. It was obviously a tough bone that could not be swayed by force or persuasion. Cheng-er, if you can't, don't force yourself. Yin Sanhai saw that Yin Sheng was struggling and could not help but persuade her. Yin Sheng had only become an all-elemental mage a few days ago. Her ability to use magical elements still needed to be strengthened. Father, I want to try again. Yin Sheng was not discouraged. She could survive 3 failed attempts at magic initiation. She could even do something as unbelievable as a magical soul transplant. What else could she not do? Yin Sheng closed her eyes. The 5-elemental magical soul in her body was like a 5-colored cloud, quietly exuding magical elements. What would happen if all 5 types of magical elements were to be included in it? A bold idea popped up in Yin Sheng's mind. She was someone who would do as she said. With a thought, the red, green, yellow, blue, and the mysterious black dark magic elements all flowed towards the magic element like flowing water. Suddenly, the magic scepter started to vibrate. It was like a struggling magical beast, desperately trying to break free from Yin Sheng's hand. Magic rejection. Yin Sanhai was shocked and quickly stopped her. Cheng-er, let go. Little girl, let go of the enigmatic bone scepter immediately. Madame Sualuo also ordered Yin Sheng to let go immediately. Although they did not know what had happened, the consequences of magic rejection were too serious. But Yin Sheng did not listen to the two of them and immediately let go. Even though the magic scepter in her hand was violently rejecting her, causing her hand to feel pain as if it was about to be torn off. Very quickly, the repulsive force in all directions caused wounds to appear on her hand. Blood flowed out, and it was a ghastly sight. Yin Sanhai's eyes were fierce. His hand slowly reached into his robes, wanting to pull out his magic scepter, just as the magical elements in Yin Sheng's body were going berserk. Ding! That restless magic scepter suddenly calmed down. In the Sualuo shop, in a sea of colorful light, the most beautiful magic movement was played. That was, Yin Sanhai took out his hand again, and a smile appeared on his face. Madame Sualuo's eyes widened. Fat Cat in her hand, and Xiaohei in Yunsheng's arms were also stunned by this scene. After being a scepter for so long, she had never seen such a situation. Chapter 47. Amidst the colorful light, heavenly music floated in the air. A magic fairy the size of a butterfly appeared. It had a shiny body, pointed ears, and an unimaginably beautiful face. It had a pair of wings on its back. Magic fairies were as magical beasts in the boundless continent. Legend had it that they were open-minded and loved freedom. They lived by absorbing moonlight and dew. They were the most intelligent creatures and lived in all kinds of forests and lakes. But if they heard beautiful music or the purest magic, they would appear. Their appearance meant blessings and luck. Yunsheng was also attracted by this beautiful and passionate little creature. The beautiful little fellow whose age and gender could not be determined kept turning around Yunsheng. It had wavy hair, crystal-like eyes, and butterfly-like wings. After the music on the magic scepter disappeared, it left a fairy's kiss on Yunsheng's magic scepter. Then, it disappeared along with the colorful light. At the same time, Yunsheng also felt that the magic scepter in her hand had become lighter and lighter. With a slight movement of her consciousness, a fireball shot out. "Oh my God, it's a fairy's blessing. Little girl, not only did you tame the enigmatic scepter, you also received a fairy's blessing. Let me see what kind of blessing this magic scepter received." Madame Shoro smiled so widely that her eyes narrowed into a line. It should be known that very few people could form a magic movement or even summon a magic fairy when they sensed a magic scepter. The fact that this was happening in her magic grocery store was an honor in itself. He recalled that someone had once asked the most revered mage of the boundless continent. For some reason, that mage had offended the Law Temple, and in the process of being hunted down, he had managed to defeat the 7 most powerful law overlords of the Law Temple at the time. After that, someone asked this magician how he had defeated so many powerful magicians. That magician just smiled and said, "Fairy's blessing," because that magician had received 3 fairy blessings. For a mage, the maximum number of magic scepters that could be embedded into a magic scepter was no more than 8 soul stones. But a magic scepter blessed by an elf was equivalent to having an extra magical beast soul stone. As for how many times a magic scepter could receive elven blessings, no one knew yet. The elven blessing was more flexible than the magical beast soul stone. It had almost no restrictions on the mage's level. However, the elves' blessings were much harsher than the magical beast soul stones. After all, the elves were not friendly to humans. Only a magician with a magic scepter with a magic compatibility of more than 90% would have a chance of attracting an elf. In all these years, Madame Shoro had only seen the elven blessing twice. After inspecting the magic scepter, Madame Shoro was pleasantly surprised to find a light green elven brand on Yunsheng's magic scepter. It was a wind blessing, which meant that the magic scepter had received the blessing of the wind spirit. Congratulations, little girl. This blessing of the wind spirit can increase your magic by 30%. Madame Suo Luo patted Yunsheng's head. She liked this strong little girl from the bottom of her heart. Just now, in such a critical situation, even an experienced mage would find it difficult to resist the repulsion of magic. However, Yunsheng had managed to endure it. This little girl would definitely become someone great in the future. 30% magic increase. Yunsheng did not seem to be very satisfied with this effect. Haha, Sheng, you're indeed the daughter of your mother and I. Yin Songhai was also very excited. He was so nervous that his heart almost jumped out. But in just an instant, the dramatic change made him go from hell to heaven. He spread out his big hands and carried his daughter up, raising her high above his head. Yunsheng almost vomited blood. She was a female miracle doctor who had lived for more than 20 years in her previous life. But now, she was being carried and played like a child. What a disgrace. Seeing that his daughter's smile was about to freeze, Yun Songhai put Yunsheng down. He said happily, "Shenger, don't be greedy. The blessing of the wind spirit is the rarest among all the blessings of the elves. This is because the wind spirit is more erratic and unpredictable compared to other elves. A 30% increase in magic speed meant that in the future, when you used magic, you would be able to use any kind of magic 30% faster than others. Not only that, when you learn group magic, you can also use the corresponding magic increase on your companions. Yun Sheng instantly had a feeling that when a person achieved the Tao, even his chickens and dogs would ascend to heaven. Now that he put it that way, she seemed to have picked up a huge bargain. Unfortunately, even though she had received the acknowledgement of this magic scepter, Yun Sheng still could not confirm which magical beast this enchanting bone scepter belonged to. That's great. This magic scepter has finally found a suitable owner. Madame Sorrow smiled. Since the little girl and the enchanting bone scepter are so fated, and you and your father are both my regular customers, I will give you a discount. 8 gold coins. Gold coins. Yun Sheng almost smashed the magic scepter in her hand. This was already a discount. This was too much. 8 gold coins meant 80 silver coins and 800 copper coins. If it was in the past, it would be enough for Yun Sheng and her father to sell hemostasis flowers for many months. Yun Sheng's heart was bleeding. She knew very well that Yun Songhai did not have 8 gold coins in his wallet. Looking at Yun Songhai's expression, he did not seem to realize how high the price was. No, if this went on, she and her father would have to stay in Sorrow to serve the old lady and that fat cat. Madame Sorrow, can this magic scepter be cheaper? Look at how old it is, and it has a moldy smell. There's not even a single soul stone on it. Yun Sheng gritted her teeth. It was indeed important to have a woman who could take care of the family. Little girl, Madame Sorrow is famous for being honest with her prices. I did not charge you a single cent more for this enchanting bone scepter. There was a soul stone on it, but the magician who sold it was too poor. He dug out all the soul stones on it and sold them. When I bought it, it was already 8 gold coins. Madame Sorrow was also anxious. Although she was a commoner staff maker, she could not lose money. But we don't have that much money. Yun Sheng could only be honest. Sheng, we have money. Yun Songhai interrupted from the side. Father, men shouldn't interrupt when women are speaking. Yun Sheng was nearly angered to the point of fainting by her father, Yun Songhai. At such an important moment of bargaining, how could he say he had money? No, they had money. Where did they get the money? Yun Sheng was puzzled. Yun Songhai took out some bottles and jars. Madame Sorrow, take a look. How many silver coins can these magic potions be sold for? Chapter 48. Yun Sheng carried the enigmatic bone scepter out of the magic provision store as she wished. As for the problem of the 8 gold coins, it had already been solved with dozens of bottles of magic potions. Yun Sheng did not expect her father to be a big bad wolf who looked harmless on the outside, but was actually a scheming person on the inside. He actually did not tell her beforehand that when he left Banana Leaf Village, he did not forget to take away all the valuable magic potions in the temple when he burned it down. In Yun Songhai's words, Yang Shual was not a good person no matter what. It would be a waste not to take his things. Other than the 8 gold coins used to buy the enigmatic bone scepter, the father and daughter had an additional 3 gold coins in their pouches. This was not a small windfall. With these gold coins, they would be able to reach the Jade Capital successfully. Yun Sheng's face was full of smiles. She was so happy that she even forgot that Yun Songhai had entered a restaurant and ordered a table of dishes. Seeing his daughter's happy face, Yun Songhai was also amused. His daughter was good at everything, and she was also smart. It was just that she was too calculative when it came to money. Let's not go to the Jade Capital first. Your enigmatic bone scepter still lacks a magic soul stone. Before going to the Jade Capital, let's go to the Yu Wu Mountain Range to find you a magical bee soul stone that is between 20 to 50 years old. Unlike purchasing an enigmatic bone scepter, a magical bee soul stone could only be used after obtaining it. Otherwise, if the soul stone was not properly preserved, it would lose its effectiveness and become a useless stone. On the boundless land, Most of the mages would hunt for soul stones by themselves. However, there were also some aristocratic family members who relied on their family's power to hunt some high-level magical beasts to obtain soul stones. Yin Songhai's plan was to buy an enigmatic bone scepter for Yun Sheng. However, since Yun Sheng had already chosen to become a mage, she had to rely on her own abilities to obtain her first magical beast soul stone. Yun Sheng did not reveal much surprise when she learned that she had to kill a magical beast with her own hands. After all, when she was in Banana Leaf Village, she had also hunted magical beasts like the willow green snake and even the golden rhinoceros boar in the forest. But Yin Sheng had greatly underestimated the magical beasts in the Dark Moon Mountain Range. What she didn't know was that the lowest level magical beasts in the Dark Moon Mountain Range were about the same level as the golden rhino boar. Low-level magical beasts like the willow snake would not be able to survive in the Dark Moon Mountain Range. The father and daughter stayed in Chi City for the night. Then, they left Chi City at the crack of dawn the next day. Then, they headed for the Crow Moon Mountain Range, which was more than 30 miles away from Chi City. The Yuwu Mountain Range was the closest magical beast mountain range to Chi City. It was also a famous magical beast mountain range in the Zhou state. Since ancient times, human magicians and warriors had constantly hunted magical beasts in order to obtain greater strength. During this period of time, the slaughtered demonic beasts rose up in revolt. They were led by the powerful 100,000-year-old demonic beast king and launched an attack on the greedy humans. In order to survive, the strong humans were forced to unite. They opened up cities, territories, and built countries. After countless bloody battles, the strong humans sealed the 8 most powerful demonic beast kings and killed countless demonic generals and demonic soldiers. The surviving demonic beasts fled into the deep mountains, forests, lakes, valleys, and even other unknown spaces. In order to protect the safety of the common people, every country and city would station troops near the gathering places of the magical beasts. The Dark Moon Mountain Range was one such gathering place of the magical beasts. Only human magicians, warriors, and summoners could enter the gathering places of the magical beasts with a warrant from the Zhou State, Temple, or even the Hunters Guild. After walking for about a day and a night, Yun Sheng finally saw a crescent-shaped mountain range. The Dark Moon Mountain Range was an ancient forest that covered an area of thousands of acres. There were all kinds of herbs and some mid-level magical beasts growing here. Before they got close to the mountain range, Yun Sheng saw a market. She did not expect that there would be a market in such a desolate forest. This is the Dark Moon Market. It is a place for hunters, magicians, and some doctors to gather herbs in the forest to sell and collect all kinds of resources. Before we enter the Dark Moon Mountain Range, we have to buy some things. After we enter the forest, we have to stay in the forest until we find a suitable soul stone for you. Yin Songhai bought some antidotes, insect repellent, a few flints, and about 20 caddies of wine. When she saw the wine, Yun Sheng pursed her lips. She was implying that her father was still thinking about wine, even at a time like this. Yin Songhai smiled helplessly, as if he was mocking himself and explaining, "You know, father can't live without wine." Yin Sheng made up her mind. Once she killed the magical beasts and obtained a suitable magical soul stone, she would return to the Jade Capital and help her father kick his alcohol addiction so that he could become an outstanding sorcerer again. Yin Songhai also had a storage ring on him. He put the wine into the storage ring, then brought Yun Sheng to the entrance of the Dark Moon Mountain Range. On the way, a group of hunters happened to pass by Yun Sheng and her father. It was a group of 7 to 8 male martial artists and 2 female magicians. These people were dressed differently from the hunters that came and went. Every one of them was fully equipped, so they were probably not from the hunting team. What caught Yin Sheng's attention was that one of the 2 female magicians was about the same age, about 8 or 9 years old. In her hand, she was wearing a magician's medal on her luxurious robe, and she was showing off a 30-year-old magic scepter. The magic scepter was not embedded with any magical soul stone. It seemed like she was also here to find her first magical soul stone. The other people in the group were all martial grandmasters, and the leader was actually a martial supremacy. As for the middle-aged female magician in the group, she was wearing an eye-catching archmage medal. Her magic scepter was embedded with 2 blue magical soul stones. She was probably an archmage who was proficient in water magic. Such a group might not be much in a place like the Jade Capital, but suddenly appearing in a place like the Dark Moon Mountain Range was already considered a luxurious group. Needless to say, they must be a trial team from a small family to help hunt the magical beasts. Along the way, the hunters all avoided them from afar, afraid that they would provoke them. Yun Songhai did not have any reaction. He was chatting and laughing with his daughter, Yun Sheng, along the way. Yun Sheng had been in the Boundless Land for more than 6 years, and this was the first time she was so quiet with Yun Songhai. The father and daughter were so harmonious that the female magician could not help but look over. She took a few glances at Yun Sheng and her father. Seeing their shabby appearance, she pinched her nose coquettishly and said in disgust, "Stinky, stinky. Uncle Chi Wu, didn't you say that the Dark Moon Mountain Range is the place with the most magical beasts? How can even beggars enter the Dark Moon Mountain Range?" Chapter 49. Young Miss, we agreed not to cause any trouble along the way. Quickly apologized to the two of you. The revered martial artist in the lead nodded at Yun Songhai to express his goodwill. His eyesight wasn't bad. He could tell that although the father and daughter were dressed simply, they weren't ordinary people. The little girl was very rude and unreasonable. She didn't pay any attention to them and pulled the female great magician forward. The revered martial artist could only helplessly shake his head and walk towards Yun Songhai. "Big brother, I'm sorry. Our young miss is a bit unruly, but her nature is still good. You also want to go to Yuwu Mountain Range? I see that you have a child with you. Why don't you come with us?" It could be seen that the little girl had an unruly temperament. These martial artists must have suffered a lot along the way. However, for a 7 or 8-year-old girl to be able to become a magician, her talent was pretty good. It was no wonder that she was unruly by nature. Yun Sheng didn't want to travel with that kind of girl. Unexpectedly, Yun Songhai unexpectedly agreed to his invitation. Yun Sheng was flabbergasted. She didn't know what Yun Songhai's intentions were. "Uncle Ji, I don't want to travel with her. Look at her. She doesn't even have a decent magic staff." When she heard that she had to travel with Yun Sheng and the others, the little girl stomped her feet in anger. The female great magician also had a worried expression. She invited the revered martial artist to the side and respectfully said, "Senior Ji, why did you invite an unidentified person to travel with us? You also know that young Mrs. Identity is sensitive. It wouldn't be good if she was targeted by someone." Maid Mu, when this official came out, I received her ladyship's instructions. This time, the search for magical bee soul stones is secondary, and the main goal is to train young Mississippi otherwise, with young Mrs. Temperament. If she enters the Magic Academy in the future, she will definitely be ostracized. The revered martial artist sighed. Along the way, his deputy generals had a lot of complaints about young Mississippi. If it wasn't for her identity, they would have already quit. He had only reluctantly accepted this escort mission because the Empress had once saved his life. This Wu Zun had put in a lot of effort. He saw that Yun Sheng was similar to the little miss. She looked smart and quick-witted, and they were both new magicians. Perhaps the little miss could change her domineering temper by getting along with her. The female official, surnamed Mu, could only nod and go over to explain to the little girl. The little girl glared fiercely at Yun Sheng and went to the side alone to get angry. The female official seemed to have a good temper. She walked in front of Yun Sheng and Yun Songhai and said, "The two of you, I am Mu Shuiwei. This is my family's young miss, Huang Ling. How should I address the two of you? I'm Yun Songhai, and this is my daughter, Yun Sheng. Please take care of us along the way." Yun Songhai adopted an indifferent attitude towards outsiders. After the two of them joined Huang Linger's team, the group quickly passed through the tree-lined path. A checkpoint appeared in front of them. Chi Wu Zun took out a token and waved it in front of several guards. The guards hurriedly saluted. "Greetings, Lord. I have received orders from the eastern capital to bring people into the Yu Wu mountain range for training." Lord Qi pointed to several people behind him. Yunsheng finally understood that her father must have known that there was a checkpoint outside the Yu Wu mountain range. That was why he had mixed into this team. With Lord Qi's token, the group smoothly entered the Yu Wu mountain range. Yunsheng and the others entered the Yu Wu mountain range. About an hour later, a fast horse galloped over. A guard of Qi City jumped off the horse and said while panting, "Quickly close the Yu Wu mountain range and prohibit anyone from entering." Last night, a vicious murder occurred in the outskirts of Qi City. A magical beast ranked 45th on the sea-level wanted list broke into the Yu Wu mountain range. Wanted magical beast? As soon as they heard the name of the wanted magical beast, the faces of several guards suddenly changed. They immediately closed the entrance of the Yu Wu mountain range and set up a notice board outside the Yu Wu mountain range. After the notice board was posted, the city guards also posted a reward for the sea-level wanted magical beast. In a short period of time, the hunters and magicians near the Yu Wu mountain range all received the news. However, those who entered the Yu Wu mountain range a few days earlier were unaware of it. The sea-level wanted magical beast was too frightening. The guards of Qi City did not dare to enter the Yu Wu mountain range. Wanted magical beast was a special name for those ferocious beasts in the boundless continent. Magical beasts were divided into good and evil. For example, magical beasts that lived in the Yu Wu mountain range all year round would not take the initiative to leave the mountain range. Generally, before they were frightened, they would not take the initiative to attack humans. However, wanted magical beasts were different. Most of them were powerful and ruthless. Moreover, they were bloodthirsty. They would break into towns and villages and take the initiative to attack domestic animals and even residents. Therefore, there was a special magical beast wanted list in the boundless continent. It listed all kinds of magical beasts that escaped after committing crimes. According to the magical beast level, the magical beast wanted list was divided into 5 lists from S level to D level. Each list had 1 to 100 magical beasts. The magical beasts that could be on the list either had amazing combat skills or were proficient in magic. The magical beasts on the sea-level list were at least rank 5 or 6 magical beasts. They were equivalent to the existence of martial venerables and master magicians. If there was a wanted list, there would naturally be a reward. The original bounty for a C-class monster ranked 45th was as high as 100 gold coins. Last night, the passerby it killed happened to be a rich man in Qi City. The family of the rich man offered an additional 50 gold coins as a reward for killing it. With the two added together, the bounty for this sea-level magical beast was as high as 150 gold coins. With such a great reward, there would be brave men. Although the officials strictly prohibited people from entering the Yu Wu mountain range, later that day, some local hunters sneaked into the Yu Wu mountain range one after another to search for the whereabouts of the sea-level magical beast. At this time, Yunsheng and her father had followed Huang Ling and the rest into the middle of the Yu Wu mountain range. The sky gradually darkened. Huang Ling had walked for a day. She was also a magician, so her physical strength was weak. She loved to rest very much. After Qi Wuzuan and Yin Songhai discussed, they decided to set up camp beside a small river and rest for the night. When distributing the tents, Qi Wuzuan considered the difference between safety and gender, so he let Yunsheng and Huang Ling stay in the same tent. "What? You want me to sleep in the same tent with this dirty girl?" When Huang Ling heard this, she immediately exploded. "Who are you calling a dirty girl? Apologize to Sheng." When Yin Songhai heard this, his face darkened. He looked at Huang Ling with a fierce and terrifying gaze. Huang Ling was so scared that she shivered. She immediately pulled back the female great magician, surnamed Mu. That female archmagus, surnamed Mu, could only mediate the situation, wanting to settle the matter peacefully. Who would have thought that Yin Songhai wouldn't budge? He said word by word, "Apologize." The female great magician, surnamed Mu, was also a little unhappy. She had a noble status. This martial artist was neither a magician nor a man. Why did he have to threaten her and her little miss? She humphed and pulled out her magic staff. The magic staff was covered with a faint blue light of water magic. Chapter 50. Stupid. People who stayed in the palace for a long time didn't even know how to read people's expressions. This was the Yuwu mountain range, not the eastern capital. When Chi Wu saw this, he didn't step forward to stop them. He wanted to teach Huang Ling, and the others a lesson. Mu Shueiyue had been practicing water magic since she was young. She thought that Yin Songhai was just a brute and that she could use magic to intimidate him. The magic scepter in her hand was an 80-year-old whalebone. The magic she released was fast and stable. With a flash of blue light, a whale rose from the water. This conflict was all because of Huang Ling, but she didn't show any signs of repentance. Instead, she kept shouting, "Aunt Mu, teach him a lesson." Ungrateful, lowly commoner. Yin Songhai's body didn't move. Suddenly, a lump of fire ignited on the surface of the river. The entire surface of the water instantly became a pot of boiling hot water. Before that water whale even began its attack, it was already thoroughly burned into steam. Mu Shueiyue's expression turned pale. A magician. The other party was also a magician, and his strength was at least one level higher than hers. Water could subdue fire. That was nature, but the other party's fire didn't fear her water at all. What a domineering fire. Yin Songhai didn't even make a move. She didn't even see the other party pull out the magic scepter, and her whale was destroyed. Although Huang Ling was young, she still knew how to read people's faces. When the whale was suddenly destroyed, Aunt Mu was even more shocked. She suddenly understood that the down-and-out father and daughter weren't simple. "I'm sorry. I won't say it next time." Huang Ling bit her lip and reluctantly apologized to Yun Sheng. "Father, you're awesome." Yun Sheng flew over and hugged Yin Songhai in satisfaction. As expected of her father, she gave him a compliment. But when she hugged Yin Songhai, Yun Sheng found that his body was cold, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. "Father." Yun Sheng was surprised. Yin Songhai patted his daughter's head and took out a bottle of wine. After drinking it, his body warmed up a little. After this small conflict, Yun Sheng, Huang Linger, and Mu Shueiyue stayed in the same tent. The two girls didn't like each other. At night, in the Yuwu mountain range, there were magical beasts roaming around from time to time. Chi Wu and Yun Songhai discussed and exchanged patrols at night. At night, when it was time to sleep, Yun Sheng fell asleep first. Huang Linger thought that she had fallen asleep and quietly said to Mu Shueiyue, "Aunt Mu, these two people are really annoying. Why don't we secretly ditch them and go on our own?" There weren't many magical beasts in the outer regions of the Dark Moon Mountain Range, but after entering the middle regions, magical beasts of the third rank appeared one after another. Huang Ling-er's goal was to find magical beast soul stones. On the Boundless Continent, there was no lack of magical beast mountain ranges that were of a higher level than the Raven Moon Mountain Range. However, for a newbie who had just become a spellcaster, the magical beasts in the Raven Moon Mountain Range were the most suitable place to obtain their first magical soul stone. Little miss, don't worry. If you really meet with danger, Lord Qi will definitely help. Although Yun Sheng's father is powerful, his body doesn't seem to be in good condition. He can't use magic often. After Mu Shueiyue suffered during the day, she secretly paid attention to Yin Songhai and found that something was wrong with him. After Yin Sheng heard this, she felt a little uncomfortable. Outside the tent, the bonfire had already been extinguished. Magical beasts were different from ordinary wild beasts. Although some magical beasts were afraid of open fire, to fire-type magical beasts, fire was the most attractive thing to them. Therefore, Yin Songhai and company kept watch outside the tent and didn't light a fire. After midnight, it was Yin Songhai's turn to keep watch outside. The night in the mountains was especially cold. Yin Songhai's physique was even colder than the average person's stomach. He took out a wine jug, and just as he was about to pour a mouthful of wine into his mouth, a hand reached over and snatched the wine jug away. "Big brother Yin Songhai, you don't mind asking for some wine, right?" Chi Wu, who was supposed to be resting in the tent, casually sat down and threw a thick animal skin blanket to Yin Songhai. When he was young, he had stayed in a military camp and kept watch outside many times. He knew that on such a cold night, a jug of wine and an animal skin blanket were the most effective. Seeing that Yin Songhai didn't object, Chi Wu readily drank a mouthful. "I say, big brother Yin, I want to ask you about someone. I heard that there is a genius spellcaster in the Yun mansion of Zhou State. His surname is also Yun. Do you know him?" In the darkness, with a whoosh, a 5-color magic scepter was aimed at Chi Wu. If he said one more word, a fatal flame that could melt metal and destroy bones would emerge from the magic scepter and burn a big hole in his chest. Chi Wu was already prepared. He wasn't frightened and took another sip of wine. "Don't panic. I don't mean any harm. Whether you're the real Yin Songhai or not is not important to me. I'm just curious. Why did the man who once made the 4 great vassal states of the mainland change their expressions and made the Zhou state rise again become like this today? He even has to use wine to maintain his magic power." Chi Wu sighed, a beauty in his twilight years and a hero at the end of his life. This was a pity of the world. Chi Wu and Yin Songhai were about the same age, but Yin Songhai and he served different masters. It was all because Yin Songhai's reputation was too prominent. Even though he disappeared without a trace afterwards, after Chi Wu recalled, he remembered him. After Chi Wu learned of Yin Songhai's strength, he was also very surprised. Why would he endure the humiliation of the young miss and travel with them? But after watching the battle between Yin Songhai and Mu Shuiwei, and after Yin Songhai kept drinking along the way, he also discovered that Yin Songhai's body was very weak, as if he had suffered a serious internal injury. His magic power couldn't be used for a long time. The more powerful magic he used, the more his magic power dissipated. This is not something you should be asking about. I also did not ask why the Eastern capital's little princess would appear here. Yin Songhai restrained his hostility and rudely took back the wine in Chi Wu's hand. Chi Wu shrugged. "If you don't want to say, then forget it. I have something to discuss with you. It's about the magical beast Soul Stone." The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Yinsheng woke up early. For a magician, the morning and evening were the best time to meditate. In the Yuwu mountain range, all kinds of magic power were very lush. Yinsheng chose a secluded place not far from the tent and sat down to meditate. After she obtained a 5-elemental magic spirit, her magic power absorption increased by leaps and bounds. In just half an hour, she felt that her tiredness was swept away and she was full of energy. When she came back from her meditation, the others had already woken up. After eating some dry rations, Chi Wu called Huang Linger over. Yin Songhai also called Yinsheng over. "Young miss, this subordinate has something to announce. We have already entered the central region of the Yuwu mountain range. This subordinate thinks that young miss can enter the central region with Miss Yinsheng and hunt suitable magical beasts." Chi Wu didn't forget the Empress's instructions before they left. Everything had to be done to train Huang Linger. Chapter 51. On the other side, Yin Songhai also informed Yinsheng of this matter. This was what Chi Wu had discussed with Yin Songhai last night. He planned to let Yinsheng and Huang Ling help each other find suitable magical beasts. After hearing this news, the two girls' reactions were poles apart. Huang Ling was dumbfounded. Hunting magical beasts? From birth until now, the magical beasts she had seen were at most pet magical beasts kept in the royal cage. When had she ever killed a magical beast alone? Without the protection of Uncle Ling and Aunt Mu, how could she possibly hunt a magical beast? When Huang Ling came back to her senses, she immediately threw a tantrum and sat on the ground, crying incessantly. "Aunt Mu, I don't want to enter the mountain range alone. There are so many magical beasts here. I will be eaten. Little miss, I have already discussed this matter with Maid Moo. You have to go even if you don't want to. Otherwise, I will directly throw you into the depths of the Yu Wu mountain range. Chi Wu glared, scaring Huang Ling so much that she immediately stopped crying. Although she was unruly, she was not stupid at all. On the contrary, Huang Ling was very clever. No matter how she threw a tantrum along the way, once she really angered Chi Wu, she immediately became like a little white rabbit and did not move at all. On the other hand, Yinsheng's reaction was calm. The two girls stood together unwillingly. Both of your sorcerers, in order to cooperate more tacitly, introduce yourselves first, including your magic attributes and corresponding skills. In terms of age, Yinsheng was younger than Huang Ling. Logically speaking, Huang Ling should take care of Yinsheng. But according to the current situation, it was hard to say who would take care of who. I'll go first. Huang Ling was unwilling to let this dirty-looking girl steal her limelight. She raised her head like a proud little peacock. Sorcerer, Huang Ling, 7.5 years old this year. I am a wind and thunder dual-element sorcerer. She was actually a dual-element sorcerer, and a rare dual-element sorcerer of wind and thunder. No wonder she was so proud. The attributes of a mage were mainly divided into 4 main attributes, but there were also various secondary magic attributes. The main magic attribute and the magic attribute in this life also had the so-called contradictory attribute and auxiliary attribute. For example, the water and fire attributes were the typical contradictory attributes. When cultivating them, the result would be twice the effort for half the result. Huang Ling's magic attribute was wind, and her secondary attribute was thunder. With wind and thunder combined, the two complemented each other. Cultivating could be considered to be twice the result with half the effort. Magician, Yinsheng, 6 years old this year. My major is fire, and I know some ancient medical skills. Yinsheng only reported one attribute, just as Yin Songhai had said. She wasn't familiar with Huang Ling, so there was no need for her to reveal all of her trump cards. How unsophisticated. You're a sorcerer, yet you still use ancient medical skills. Huang Ling pursed her lips, looking down on Yinsheng. You're so young, but you actually know ancient medical skills. How amazing. Chi Wu's face was full of praise. He was a warrior. Compared to those arrogant potion masters, he believed in healers more. With Yinsheng's age, the magical elements that she could control were very limited. Using healing magic would only weaken her magical powers. The Yu mountain range they were in was rich in all kinds of herbs. It was a good place to use ancient medical skills. Seeing that Uncle Chi, who rarely praised others, was actually praising this unsophisticated girl, Huang Ling's face was full of dissatisfaction. Mu Shueiyue was afraid that the two of them would get into a conflict again, so she hurriedly urged them to enter the Yu Wu mountain range. Before leaving, Mu Shueiyue repeatedly reminded them that they were only allowed to move within a radius of 30 miles. They were not to enter the depths of the Yu Wu mountain range. It's getting late. There are 2 fire arrows here. Remember, you can only fire them when you're in a critical situation. We will reach you within a quarter of an hour. For the next 3 days, you must eat and sleep together. The two of you must advance and retreat together. Little miss, you can't throw a tantrum. Listen to Yinsheng for everything. Chi Wu's words made Huang Ling so angry that her face turned red. She snorted and walked forward, ignoring Yinsheng. Yinsheng bid farewell to Yin Songhai. Father, I want to bring Xiao He into the mountain. Yin Songhai did not object. Yinsheng carried Xiao He and disappeared into the lush vegetation with Huang Ling. Mu Shueiyue was still a little worried. Lord Qi, why don't we follow behind them? They're still young. If they encounter a powerful magical beast, they won't be able to fire the fire arrows in time. Chi Wu, on the other hand, wasn't worried. He felt that Mu Shueiyue was making a fuss over nothing. That won't happen. Both of them are offensive-type mages. Their combined magic power is enough to repel a 4th-rank magical beast. Only a fifth-rank magical beast would pose a threat to them. I've asked around. There are usually third and fourth-rank magical beasts living in the middle of the Yu Wu mountain range. They want a 50-year-old magical beast soul stone. If they can get their first soul stone, it will be very beneficial for their future. After Yun Sheng walked for a while, Huang Ling was already standing in front of her, angrily waiting for her. When she saw her approaching, Huang Ling put her hands on her hips and acted like a big sister. You're called Yun Sheng, right? I don't care what Uncle Chi said just now. I'm older than you and have more magic attributes than you. You must listen to me. Yun Sheng did not even have the strength to roll her eyes. She carried Xiao He and walked forward. Huang Ling saw that she was being treated like air and was annoyed. She pulled out her magic staff. Stop right there. I wanted to teach you a lesson last time. Now that your lowly father is not here, see how I'll deal with you. I'll return those words to you. Yin Sheng grinned. A bone needle shot out from her hand and hit Huang Ling-er's wrist. Huang Ling felt her wrist go numb. Before she knew it, the magic staff in her hand had already fallen to the ground. She reached out to pick it up. Who knew that Xiao He, who was in Yun Sheng's arms, was very clever and took her magic staff with its mouth. Yun Sheng's eyes were sharp and her hands were fast. Her fist was already aimed at Huang Ling's stomach. Yun Sheng was different from ordinary magicians. She had opened 2 mysterious meridians. In addition, she had eaten some magical beast meat earlier, so her physique was much better. Although she looked thin and weak, her fists were not weak at all. Her fists smashed down like raindrops. She did not use a trace of magic and threw Huang Ling to the ground. Yin Sheng had already tossed aside the fire beacon arrow that was meant to ask for help. With a shout, Xiao He did not hesitate and rushed forward. The woman and the beast fought. Yin Sheng was still shouting, Xiao He, there's no need to talk. Hit her. Hit her body. Don't hit her face. Who asked you to call my father a lowly commoner? Who asked you to call me a dirty girl? How dare you ask me to call you big sister? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? When I was fighting in kindergarten, you were still an egg. Chapter 52. After the fight, Huang Ling was beaten up by Yun Sheng from head to toe, except for her face, which was still fine. She had never been beaten up like this before. When she was in the palace, her mother and brother could not even bear to slap her. Who knew that she would be bullied by a commoner and a dog today? And Yun Sheng hit her very cleverly. Just by looking at her skin, one would not be able to tell that she was beaten up. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? Huang Ling glared at Yun Sheng hatefully. She was also a tough person. After being beaten up by Yun Sheng, she refused to cry out in pain or run back to complain. Even if she hated Yun Sheng to death, with her proud personality, she was not willing to turn back. Who you are has nothing to do with me. Even if you're the Queen Mother of the Jade Emperor, I will still beat you up. Next time, if you don't take care of your stinky mouth, I will sew it shut too. Yun Sheng waved the bone needle in her hand threateningly and made Xiao He throw the magic scepter and fire beacon arrow back to her. After being beaten up by Yun Sheng, Huang Ling knew that she was no match for her and was even more unwilling to follow her. Yun Sheng's fierce beating just now made Huang Ling mistakenly think that she was a cultivator of both magic and martial arts. She did not dare to rashly take revenge and ran away after taking back the magic scepter and fire beacon arrow. The two of them did not even listen to Qi Wu's words about advancing and retreating together. Yin Sheng did not plan to follow Huang Ling. Huang Ling's unruly behavior reminded Yun Sheng of her scumbag boyfriend's girlfriend in her previous life. She hated people who used their power to bully others. After venting her anger, Yun Sheng was in a good mood. Because she was with the group earlier, her hands were tied and she could not perform. Now that she was alone, she was not in a hurry to find magical beasts. Instead, she looked for all kinds of herbs in the forest. When she followed Yin Songhai into Yuwu Market, Yin Sheng also noticed that there were more types of herbs and ancient medicines here than in Banana Leaf Village. Not only were there hemostatic agents, but there were also some qi-gathering elixirs and meditation water. Not only were these medicines much more expensive than hemostatic agents, but they were also relatively simple to make. As for Yun Sheng, she did not practice any battle techniques, so the qi-gathering elixir was not suitable for her. However, the meditation water was rather tempting to her. Everyone knew that the source of magic for mages was meditation. Take Yun Sheng as an example. With her current magic power, she could use up to 5 fireballs and 4 earth spikes. After using it, her magic power would be depleted. She would need about 2 hours of meditation to recover all her magic power. This was already considered fast, thanks to the high concentration that Yun Sheng had practiced when she was a doctor. For other mages of the same level, it would take at least an entire day to recover their mana. But with the meditation water, the recovery time could be reduced by at least 50%, and one could recover their magic power within an hour. This was very useful for the mages in the Yuwu Mountains. Yin Sheng had heard that the ingredients for the meditation water, the withered butterfly vine, and the Yuwu fruit, were mainly produced in the Yuwu Mountains. She planned to use the local ingredients so that she could have some extra harvest when she left the Yuwu Mountains. Not long after entering the central region of the mountains, Yun Sheng discovered one of the medicinal plants she was looking for, the withered butterfly vine. The color of this vine was almost exactly the same as the withered leaves, but it was not easy to harvest this vine because it was the favorite food of a magical beast in the Yuwu Mountains called the withered butterfly. The withered butterfly was a second-level magical beast of the secondary wood class. It was considered the lowest level of existence in the Yuwu Mountains, but there was a reason why it could survive and reproduce in large numbers. They were agile and liked to move around in groups. The appearance of a withered butterfly would often attract hundreds of its companions. The withered butterfly had a large amount of poisonous powder on its body. Once it touched a wound, its entire body would fester. When Yun Sheng found the withered butterfly vine, a large group of withered butterflies were resting on a small section of the vine. Yun Sheng pulled out her magic staff and softly chanted. A bright fireball hit the withered butterfly. The withered butterfly was afraid of fire, so when it was hit by Yun Sheng's fireball, it was sent flying. Yun Sheng took the opportunity to order Xiao He to bring the withered butterfly vine over. The woman and the beast did the same thing in the Yuwu Mountains, and they successfully harvested a dozen withered butterfly vines. We have enough withered butterfly vines. Next is the Yuwu fruit. According to the farmers in the market, the Yuwu fruit should grow in the northeast of the mountains, near the depths of the forest. Yin Sheng still remembered that Mu Shueiyue had warned them not to go too deep into mountains. She also understood her own strength and decided not to go too deep after harvesting the Yuwu fruit. Along the way, Yin Sheng also met a few magical beasts, but she didn't find a magical beast soul stone that suited her. Yin Sheng had an all-elemental magic soul, and her magic staff didn't have any attributes. This meant that she could choose her first magical beast soul stone. According to Yin Songhai, it would be best for Yun Sheng to choose a fire elemental or earth elemental magical beast soul stone. This way, when she used these 2 types of magic, the effects would be doubled. I heard that the meditation water needs to be refined with fire in the later stages. Since that's the case, I'll choose a fire elemental magical beast soul stone. Yin Sheng made her choice in her heart. Next, she would go find her first fire elemental magical beast soul stone. After parting ways with Yun Sheng, Huang Ling also began to look for magical beast soul stones. Damn Yun Sheng, I must find a magical beast soul stone first. When I have one, the first thing I'll do is teach you a lesson. Huang Ling was a wind and thunder elemental sorcerer. Logically speaking, she only needed to find a magical beast with either wind or thunder elemental attributes. Originally, such a magical beast wasn't difficult to find, but the problem was that Huang Ling had a little secret in her heart. She had heard the chief lecturer in the palace say that there was a type of magical beast on the mainland. They were like human dual elemental sorcerers, having dual or even multiple magical attributes. That type of magical beast was called a mutant magical beast. If she could have a mutant magical beast soul stone, it would be an extremely eye-catching thing. But after searching for a day, Huang Ling still didn't find a suitable magical beast with both wind and thunder elemental attributes. Zizi, with a flash of lightning, Huang Ling killed another lightning fox rat. It's still only thunder elemental. Huang Ling was depressed as she kicked the palm-sized magical beast soul stone away. Looking at the sky, the moon was already above the treetops. She rubbed her stomach. She was so hungry that her stomach was sticking to it. Coincidentally, there was a flickering fire in front of her. From time to time, there would be a burst of food aroma drifting over. In the Crow Moon mountain range, there were also some hunters. At night, they would camp in the mountain range. Dong Wang Ling thought for a while. She was alone now, and she didn't know how to cook or set up a tent. She might as well go and take a look. Maybe she could stay in the other party's camp for the night. Thinking of this, Huang Ling walked towards the direction of the fire. Chapter 53. Huang Ling's luck was not bad. She really did encounter a group of 5 or 6 hunters. However, these hunters were not ordinary hunters. They were a group of bounty hunters. There were many types of hunters. There were hunters who specialized in taking on missions from the Hunters Guild. There were also bounty hunters who only recognized money and not people. There were also hunters who were only loyal to the royal family or aristocratic families. The news that a magical beast on the C-rank wanted list had broken into the Yuwu mountain range had spread throughout the surrounding counties within a few days. Among them, the most active were the bounty hunters. There were already 8 or 9 bounty hunters in the vicinity that had entered the Yuwu mountain range. When Huang Ling walked over, several people were discussing the matter of encircling and suppressing the magical beast. That magical beast seems to be very difficult to deal with. The latest news says that it might be a peak rank 5 mutated dual attribute magical beast. The one who spoke was the leader of the bounty hunters called Green Wolf, a bald, brawny man. Big Brother, a peak rank 5 magical beast, and a mutated one at that. Its strength is too strong. With just a few of us, we're no match for it. I also heard that the people from Scorpion Tail encountered that magical beast early this morning. In the end, more than half of the people in the first team were killed or injured. In the end, the magical beast even escaped into the depths of the mountain range. The only female warrior in the team revealed a worried expression. This bounty hunter team had been making a living in the vicinity of Chi City. In their team, they were all warriors for men and 1 woman. Most of them were martial grandmasters. Scorpion Tail was a bounty hunter of the same rank as them. However, there was a medical warrior in Scorpion Tail who was good at using poison. Even Scorpion Tail had suffered heavy losses. How much better could Green Wolf be? The information you received is incomplete. I spent 5 silver coins to obtain first-hand information. Scorpion Tail's people did not kill that magical beast, but that beast was also defeated. It was poisoned and was forced into a corner. Only then did it escape into the depths of the mountain range. The bald hunter's eyes shone with a dark light. Due to the deaths of several hunting teams, the bounty for this magical beast had risen to 200 gold coins. This was not even including the value of the magical beast itself. Magical beasts at the peak of the 5th rank were considered mid-tier among the magical beasts on the continent. Its flesh and fur, as well as the rarest mutated magical beast soul stone, could be sold for a lot of money. Mutant magical beast. When Huang Linger heard this, her heart skipped a beat. Who is it? The bald hunter was alerted. Excuse me, are the mutated magical beasts you're talking about wind and lightning magical beasts? Huang Ling couldn't wait to jump out. She really didn't waste any effort. A mutated magical beast. She actually encountered a mutated magical beast. She had finally found her first magical beast soul stone. The few hunters thought that there were magic beasts lying in ambush around them. They were shocked when they saw a little girl who looked like she was carved from jade walking out from the dark forest. This little girl was actually all alone in this remote forest. She was still holding a magic scepter in her hand. However, the magic scepter had yet to be inlaid with a magical beast soul stone. Little girl, what are you doing here alone? The only female hunter among the hunters walked over. They were all people who made a living on the continent all year round. They still had the basic eyesight. Although Huang Linger's clothes were stained with dust, they were all made of high-quality materials. The magic scepter in her hand was also the bone of a magical beast that was more than 50 years old. There was also a noble air in her actions and speech. She must be from an extraordinary family. However, since her family background was not bad, why did she go out alone without any guards? This didn't make sense. However, since she was a descendant of an aristocratic family, the bounty hunters were still very willing to make friends with her. Who knew if she would be their employer in the future? I'm here for a trial. I need a wind and lightning magical beast soul stone. The mutated magical beast you were talking about just now is what I'm looking for. If I'm not wrong, you should be bounty hunters. If you can help me catch that magical beast, I'll give you 1,000 gold coins. Huang Linger was very generous. She quoted a sky-high price at once. Wow, I didn't expect Huang Linger to be so rich. Not far away, Yun Sheng, who had climbed up a tree and was looking in all directions, clicked her tongue and sighed. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. She was still worrying about the travel expenses to the Jade Capital, and Huang Linger actually directly offered a sky-high reward. It turned out that after the sky turned dark, Yun Sheng thought that there were many magical beasts in the forest, and it was not convenient for her to light a bonfire directly. Thus, she simply climbed up the tree. After scattering some beast-repellent powder nearby, she prepared to make do with spending the night on the tree. Unexpectedly, just as she climbed up the tree, she saw Huang Linger sneakily walking in the direction of the bonfire in front. Stupidity is really incurable. Yun Sheng cursed in her heart. She really doesn't know what's good for her. What kind of people are bounty hunters? They are all people who recognize money and not fate. Was there a need to guess the result of exposing a huge sum of money in front of such people? On the other side, Huang Linger had no idea that when she dropped 1,000 gold coins, the eyes of the 5 hunters lit up. They looked at Huang Linger as if they had seen a little white rabbit. The 5 of them looked at each other and understood each other tacitly. Regardless of whether they could catch the magical beast or not, as long as they caught her and threatened her to write a letter to her family for a large sum of money, the magical beast would belong to them, and the ransom would also belong to them. Such a thing that fell from the sky was really something that could only be encountered by chance. Huang Linger was also very pleased with herself. Since Uncle Ji did not help her hunt for the soul stone, she would find someone to hunt for it herself. Anyway, he would not know how she got the soul stone. Little girl, I see that you are hungry. Come and eat something first to warm yourself up. Are you a sorcerer? What's your name? Where do you live? Since we're going into the mountain to hunt, we will bring you along. That female mercenary put on a kind expression and coaxed Huang Linger to come forward, passing her some food. Huang Linger took the food and ate it. That night, Huang Linger stayed with that female mercenary. The next morning, the bounty hunters cleaned up the traces of camping and brought Huang Linger into the depths of the mountain. After the bounty hunters left, Yun Sheng also slid down from the tree. Should we follow or not? Looking at the bottomless depths of the mountain, Yun Sheng had an ominous feeling. Xiao He, should we follow or not? Yun Sheng could not make up her mind and pulled Xiao He to be her shield. If you follow, say yes. If you don't, say no. Xiao He tilted her head and did not respond for a long time. Since silence means approval, then we will reluctantly follow and take a look. Yun Sheng and Xiao He followed the bounty hunters and entered the depths of the mountain. Once again, Yun Sheng and Huang Linger forgot Qi Wu and the others' instructions. Chapter 54. In the depths of the Yu Wu mountain range, there were all kinds of tall trees. Under the shade of the trees, there was a smell of rotting leaves. We've been walking for a long time. Why haven't we seen the mutant magical beast yet? Huang Ling, and the bounty hunters walked all the way. As they gradually entered the depths of the mountain range, the sun gradually disappeared and the surroundings were gloomy. The more Huang Ling walked, the more she felt that something was wrong. Soon, that mutant magical beast is very cunning. It must be hiding in the deepest part of the mountain range. Little girl, you said you came from the eastern capital? The hunters have been trying to get information from Huang Ling along the way. This little girl looked innocent, but when they asked about her family background, her mouth was tightly shut like a clam. Gradually, the hunters lost their patience. They took Huang Ling to a secluded place and stopped. What are you doing? Huang Ling was alert. She pulled out her magic scepter. What are we doing? Little girl, you want to hunt a mutant magical beast? Stop dreaming. Besides, that mutant magical beast is not a wind or thunder-type mutant magical beast. I think you'd better obediently hand over your belongings and listen to us. Write a letter to your family. The bald hunter revealed his true colors. The few of them sneered and pounced on Huang Ling like eagles catching chicks. A purple lightning bolt struck down and struck the bald hunter's feet. Damn sorcerer. The bald hunter was a great martial master. He was good at fighting and dodged the purple lightning bolt. Who would have thought that Huang Ling would seize the opportunity and cast a wind-light body technique on herself? She took a step forward like an agile little beast and quickly entered the forest. They were now in the depths of the Yu Wu mountain range. The terrain was uneven and the branches, leaves, and roots of the ancient trees were all over the ground. It was easy to get caught. This terrain was a good place to hide. Huang Ling relied on her light body and the help of wind magic. For a while, the 5 hunters could not catch up with her. Damn girl, you're courting death, the female warrior shouted. She took off the longbow on her body, her eyes filled with hostility. The bowstring in her hand was pulled taut, and the arrow flashed with a cold light as it pierced through the forest. Huang Linger heard the sound of arrows behind her. In a moment of desperation, she used wind magic to dodge the arrows. However, she had used her magic repeatedly and didn't have enough energy. She only managed to push the arrows away by a few inches. The sharp arrowhead drilled into her shoulder. She cried out in pain and fell to the ground. The magic scepter in her hand also rolled out. Several martial artists nimbly leaped over the thicket and landed in front of her. Huang Linger grabbed her magic scepter with all her might. The bald martial artist stepped on her wrist and spat on her body. Who asked you to run, little brat? Why haven't you spoken yet? Which family are you from? That bald martial artist was no less than 100 kilograms. When he stepped on Huang Linger's wrist, she felt as if her hand was about to break. Huang Linger whimpered. She gritted her teeth and refused to answer. You're still stubborn. Let's chop off one of her hands first. When the time comes, we'll send her hand and the letter back. Then, your family will send money over, the hunters said with a sinister smile. Yun Sheng and Xiao He were hiding in the bushes not far away. Seeing that Huang Linger refused to beg for mercy, Yun Sheng had a whole new level of respect for her. Although this person was a little unruly, she was also a tough person. There were 5 opponents. Among them, the woman with the longbow was the weakest. The bald hunter was the strongest. He should be around the peak of martial grandmaster. Yun Sheng estimated in her heart that she had a chance of saving Huang Linger. At this moment, Xiao He, who was in Yun Sheng's arms, moved. Its black fur stood on end. Its short legs arched, and it bared its teeth in the distance. Boss, did you hear something? A few martial artists were about to chop off Huang Linger's hand when there was a shuffling sound behind them. The 5 of them looked back. What they saw was terrible. 100 meters away from them stood a bulky bull beast with electricity all over its body. Its size was twice as big as the golden rhino boar that Yun Sheng had seen before. It looked like a small moving fortress. It had the head of a bull, but the body of a lion. Under its back, there was a poisonous spot. The spot emitted an unpleasant smell, and the injury was still spreading. It seemed that the spot was where the other bounty hunters had poisoned it earlier. It's a wanted demonic beast. It turned out that the bounty hunters had unknowingly entered the range of this wanted demonic beast's activities. A few days ago, this big guy named Fire Lion was injured by the scorpion tail poison. It had been hiding in the depths of the mountains. Demonic beasts were bloodthirsty. When Huang Linger was shot, the smell of blood had attracted it out. Don't panic, it's seriously injured. Old 5, stay behind and look after this little girl. Old 2, Old 3, Old 4, let's go together. The bald hunter immediately decided to kill this wanted demonic beast. This was a rare opportunity. If they were lucky, their green wolf hunters could become famous in one battle. The few martial masters all released their do chi. The bald hunter took the lead. He jumped high, and a sharp dagger appeared in his hand. The other 3 hunters also took out their weapons. The 4 of them surrounded the injured demonic beast in 4 directions. The fire lion bull roared and spat out a flame from its mouth. Even if a 5th-level demonic beast was seriously injured, its fighting power was not to be underestimated. Huang Linger was injured. Blood flowed from her back. As time passed, she felt her body turn cold. Suddenly, the huntress beside her let out a short cry and fell straight to the ground. Then, Huang Linger felt a chill on her back. It seemed that someone had poured a hemostatic agent on her. The hemostatic agent was surprisingly effective. As soon as the agent was applied, the blood on her back stopped. Luckily, it didn't hit the heart. Count yourself lucky. Yin Sheng's voice hovered behind her. It's you. I don't want you to save me. Huang Linger did not expect that the person who saved her would be Yin Sheng. Help, boss, save me. The shrill cry for help made the 2 of them look forward. In front of them was a sea of blood. Yin Sheng and Huang Linger saw with their own eyes that a hunter was torn into 2 by the fire lion bull. When the other 3 hunters saw this, they were all terrified. They did not expect that the fire lion bull, who was seriously injured, could release fighting energy that was more ferocious than usual. Go quickly. Yin Sheng did not dare to look anymore. She helped Huang Linger, who was scared silly, up and planned to escape. Behind them, there were 2 more screams. Needless to say, another 2 hunters were killed. The sea-level wanted demonic beast was indeed worthy of its reputation. You too, don't think about escaping. The bald hunter, who was the only one alive, saw that the fire lion bull was extremely fierce and knew that he was no match for it. He looked around and found Yin Sheng and Huang Linger, who were preparing to escape. They were using these 2 girls as cushions. The bald hunter's eyes shone brightly as he caught up with the 2 girls. He grabbed Yin Sheng with one hand and Huang Linger with the other. Chapter 55. Trying to use them as scapegoats? Wishful thinking. Yin Sheng flipped her hand, and without looking at the bone needles, she threw them behind her. Almost at the same time, she chanted the fireball spell. Huang Linger saw her chanting at a high speed, and it was twice as fast as when she used magic. She was secretly surprised that Yin Sheng's magic recitation was so fast. The bone needles were already flying towards the bald soldier. The soldier did not take the bone needle seriously at all. With a wave of his hand, he used his do energy to block the bone needles in front of him. At this moment, a fireball flew out and hit the bald soldier in the face. The latter screamed and held his face. Coincidentally, the fire lion bull had caught up with them. The bull's hoof kicked the soldier's chest, and there was a terrible sound of bones breaking. In a short while, the soldier was trampled into a meat paste. Let's go. Yin Sheng saw that the fire lion bull was coming at her aggressively, so she pulled Huang Linger and wanted to run. Huang Linger's face was pale, and she could not move. Seeing that the fire lion bull had caught up with them, Huang Linger suddenly raised her magic wand and pointed it at Yin Sheng. A green light flashed and landed on Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng only felt that her body suddenly became lighter. Light body spell. Huang Linger actually used her precious wind magic on Yin Sheng at the moment of life and death. Go. I'm the one who dragged you down. Run. Huang Linger knew that she was injured, and she also knew that Yin Sheng's chances of survival were even slimmer with her. Today's disaster was caused by her. If she had not been greedy and wanted the mutated magical beast soul stone, she would not have been tricked by the bounty hunters and would not have bumped into the fire lion bull. Moo! Just as the two girls were on the verge of death, the fire lion bull roared angrily, and its huge body went over their heads, blocking their way. Both of them could not escape. The fire lion bull was a ferocious beast. It had killed 4 hunters in a row, so its body and head were filled with hostility. Its bell-sized eyes were filled with murderous intent. Compared to its fortress-like body, the thin and small Yun Sheng and Huang Ling seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. However, the strange thing was that after the fire lion bull blocked their path, it did not charge head-on, nor did it launch an even fiercer battle skill attack. Its gaze moved back and forth between Yun Sheng and Huang Ling, before finally landing on Huang Ling's shoulder socket that had healed. On Huang Ling's shoulder, the wound caused by the arrow had quickly stopped bleeding after being treated by Yun Sheng's hemostatic agent. A layer of scar had formed over it. The fire lion bull was a wanted magical beast. It was much more cunning than ordinary magical beasts. It had been poisoned for the past few days and was unable to heal itself. It was tormented by the poison day and night. Earlier, when Yun Sheng went forward to treat Huang Ling and pulled out the arrow to stop the bleeding, the fire lion bull had seen everything. It naturally thought that Yun Sheng knew how to heal. Seeing that the fire lion bull did not make a move for a long time, Yun Sheng and Huang Ling gradually calmed down. The fire lion bull suddenly raised its hooves and waved at Yun Sheng. "You want me to go over?" Yun Sheng was a summoner and had the beast language ring. She was especially sensitive to the emotional fluctuations of magical beasts. She and Huang Ling looked at each other. The fire lion bull pointed at its belly and then pointed at Huang Ling. The two girls were both exceptionally intelligent people. They immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that the fire lion bull wanted to ask Yun Sheng to heal its poison. Yun Sheng thought for a moment and walked towards the fire lion bull. "Are you crazy? Heal it? That's a wanted magical beast." Huang Ling was frightened. "If we don't heal it, we will all die. Why don't we try?" Yun Sheng comforted. Did they really think that she was willing to heal a wanted magical beast? If she didn't heal it, they would definitely be trampled into meat paste like those hunters. They would never be able to leave the Wu mountain range alive. Yun Sheng walked towards the fire lion bull. The fire lion bull had a vigilant expression. She slowly squatted down. Just as Yun Sheng squatted down, one of the fire lion bull's hooves stepped on her back. Needless to say, if she did anything wrong, the fire lion bull's hooves, which could crush a martial grandmaster's sternum, would not hesitate to step on her. Yun Sheng did not want to become a meat patty. Yun Sheng was under a lot of pressure. She adjusted her breathing and told herself to calm down. After seeing the fire lion bull's wound, Yun Sheng's attention was fully focused. What a powerful poison. Yun Sheng sniffed the rotten flesh around the fire lion bull's wound and identified the poison. It was a corrosive neurotoxin. Just a small amount was enough to kill an adult bull. Luckily, the fire lion bull was a magical beast and had a strong constitution. That was why it could suppress the poison for so long. Yun Sheng took out her bone needle and pricked it. Bang! She felt a heavy blow on her shoulder. Huang Ling screamed from the side. Yun Sheng's entire body sank to the ground, and her face was pressed hard into the soil. "Greetings to your 18 generations of ancestors." Yun Sheng felt as if her sternum had been crushed. The Shinong medical bracelet in her hand quickly repaired her broken shoulder bone, barely preventing her from fainting. After hearing Yun Sheng's angry roar, the fire lion bull seemed to have realized that Yun Sheng did not have any ill intentions. After she pricked it with the needle, the pain that had troubled it for many days seemed to have eased a lot. It retracted its hooves, but its eyes were still fixed on Yun Sheng's every move. Yun Sheng endured the pain in her body and took out the scalpel. Unfortunately, she had used up most of the mandala juice she had extracted. The needle, just now, was unable to completely anesthetize the fire lion bull. with a bone needle on it. The fire lion bull was a little more accepting of Yun Sheng's strange medical tools. Yun Sheng helped it cut off a few pieces of rotten flesh around it. The fire lion bull gradually let down its guard. Huang Linger also looked at the current environment. She realized that the ancient medical skills Yun Sheng used were very special. It was different from a doctor she had seen before. Just as she was wondering what kind of medical skills Yun Sheng had, she suddenly realized that Yun Sheng was winking at her. Huang Linger's heart skipped a beat. She quietly raised the magic scepter in her hand. "Xiaohei!" Yun Sheng suddenly shouted. The scalpel in her hand that was originally cutting off the poisonous flesh was aimed at the fire lion bull's heart. She stabbed it fiercely, and the handle of the scalpel completely sank into the fire lion bull's body. Almost at the same time, Xiaohei looked up to the sky and roared. The surroundings immediately darkened. The fire lion bull roared in pain. Its surroundings were pitch black, and it could not see anything. It ran around crazily, trying to find the two sinister girls. In the pitch-black darkness, several fireballs and lightning flashes shot out like a storm. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The smell of burnt flesh filled the forest. In the darkness, Huang Linger trembled. She secretly prayed in her heart, "You must be fine. Yin Sheng, you must be fine." It was not until the surroundings returned to normal and the sky gradually brightened that Huang Linger opened her eyes in fear. Not far away, the evil fire lion bull had already died of blood loss. Yin Sheng leaned against a tree not far away. Her face was pale. It was really dangerous just now. Thinking about it now, she was still a little scared. Huang Linger stood up shakily. She walked in front of Yin Sheng and suddenly hugged her, crying loudly. Chapter 56. Why did you save me? You clearly hate me. Huang Ling wiped her eyes after she felt better from crying. Yin Sheng really wanted to reply that it was because she was rich. She actually wanted to ask if the bounty that Huang Ling had promised to those bounty hunters still counted. However, seeing the little girl crying like a red-eyed rabbit, she couldn't bring herself to ask, so she simply smiled. Huang Ling who was infected by Yun Sheng's smile, also smiled embarrassedly. The two of them could be considered to have forgotten their enmity with a smile. That fire lion bull was already dead. The two of them actually worked together, and by a free combination of factors, they managed to kill a wanted magical beast. After experiencing this life and death calamity, the two girls could be considered to have established a revolutionary friendship. That fire lion bull is a mutated beast. Let's go and take a look to see what attribute the spirit stone in its body is. We are here to look for spirit stones. Yun Sheng rested for a while and recovered some of her strength. Only then did the two of them remember the purpose of entering the Yu Wu mountain range. Unexpectedly, when they went to look at the fire lion bull again, they found that the huge fire lion bull was actually circling around Xiaohei, secretly nibbling on it from time to time. They found that Xiaohei's stomach was so round that it almost touched the ground. That fire lion bull's body was at least 10 times bigger than Xiaohei. This is your little dog? It's so powerful, it actually dared to eat the fire lion bull. Huang Ling had also noticed the little dog that Yun Sheng had been holding in her hands. Because Xiaohei's appearance was really worlds apart from an ordinary fierce beast, Huang Ling didn't associate Xiaohei with a beast at all. She remembered the scene when the sky suddenly turned dark. In her memory, that little dog let out a wolf-like howl. A little dog that could make the sky change color in an instant and plunge the surroundings into darkness? Without Yin Sheng's words, Huang Ling also knew that this was a beast, and an extremely rare one at that. Are you a summoner? Finding out that Yun Sheng was a summoner was much more shocking than finding out that Yun Sheng's medical skills were brilliant. Huang Linger stammered. She suddenly realized that she had always thought that she was a genius because she had dual magic powers. However, compared to the girl in front of her who was 1 year younger than her, she was simply too weak. Yun Sheng's expression changed slightly. She didn't want to tell anyone that she was a summoner, but now Huang Linger knew. She frowned inwardly. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone that you have such a powerful beast. Huang Ling I had long heard that summoners were a special existence among magicians. Yun Sheng had such a powerful beast, but she was still young. If someone found out, it was very likely that someone would snatch her beast. As if to prove that she wouldn't tell Yun Sheng's secret, Huang Ling tilted her head and thought for a while. Then she patted her chest and pretended to speak like an adult. I'll also tell you a secret. Actually, my name is not Huang Ling I'm Dong Huang Ling The current king of Dongdu is my elder brother. She originally thought that after revealing her identity, Yin Sheng would hurriedly kneel down and kowtow like the others. But Yin Sheng didn't have any reaction at all. She only replied with an "Oh." What Eastern Emperor and Western Emperor? To her, it wasn't as important as the soul stone on the fire lion bowl in front of her. Since Dong Huang Ling had promised that she wouldn't tell anyone that she was a summoner, she didn't intend to pursue the matter. Just when the two of them were talking, Xiaohei had already jumped down from Yun Sheng's arms. It used its chubby dog legs to dig under the fire lion bull's body. A stone-like thing fell out from the fire lion bull's body. Soul stone. Yun Sheng grabbed onto Xiaohei's neck and moved its chubby body away. Xiaohei let out a howl in dissatisfaction. Its pair of black eyes were filled with greed. It obviously knew that the soul stone was the essence of a demonic beast. Yin Sheng felt that it was funny. She scolded with a smile. When did you become so greedy? Don't worry. The demonic beast meat on its body is enough for you to eat. Yin Sheng gave Xiaohei a warning look. Xiaohei could only tuck its tail between its legs and gnaw on a piece of demonic beast bone. Yin Sheng inspected the magical beast soul stone and discovered that it was a lightning-type magical beast soul stone. It was a pity that it wasn't suitable for her. Yin Sheng didn't mind it and threw the soul stone to Dong Huang Ling. Meditate immediately and let the magic scepter absorb the soul stone. Yin Sheng didn't hide anything. You're giving the soul stone to me? This is a 5th level soul stone. If you give it to me, what will happen to your soul stone? Dong Huang Ling had a surprised look on her face. This was a 5th level demonic beast soul stone, something that could only be found by chance. It's not suitable for me. I'd rather go without than have something substandard. Hurry up. If you're late, the soul stone's magic power will be depleted. Once the soul stone left the body, if one didn't have a special preservation tool, the magic power stored in the soul stone would disappear very quickly. This was the first time Yun Sheng hunted a demonic beast by herself, and she wasn't fully prepared. Thus, she could only give the soul stone to Dong Huang Ling. Yun Sheng continued to search the stomach of the fire lion bull. Not only did demonic beasts have flesh and blood, their internal organs were also good stuff. Compared to the soul stones bought from the magic equipment store, the soul stone that just left the body had the strongest magic power. After being absorbed by the magic scepter, the soul stone would also have the highest magic compatibility. Dong Huang Ling naturally knew this point. Thus, she didn't stand on ceremony. She placed the soul stone in front of her and placed the magic scepter on her lap. Then, she sat down cross-legged and chanted softly. Yun Sheng searched the body of the fire lion bull for a while and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. She took out another item from the stomach of the fire lion bull. One of the items was actually a soul stone. This was really strange. It was already very good for a demonic beast to have one soul stone. She didn't expect that this fire lion bull would actually have 2 soul stones. No wonder the hunters called this fire lion bull a mutated demonic beast. It turned out that its mutation wasn't because of its mutated soul stone. Instead, compared to other demonic beasts, it had an extra soul stone. From Yin Sheng's point of view, this was still understandable. After all, Yin Sheng was a doctor. She had also seen some patients who had 2 hearts. After carefully inspecting the attributes of the soul stone, Yin Sheng was pleasantly surprised to find that it was a fire attribute soul stone. And this soul stone that she just took out was slightly bigger than the one that Dong Huang Ling had. The soul stone was filled with violent fire attribute magic power. On top of the soul stone, there was also a trace of radiance. Just by holding it in her hand, Yunsheng felt as if the soul stone was alive. It was trembling nonstop, just like a heart. There seems to be something special about the soul stone. Without further ado, I will also start fusing with the soul stone. Yunsheng ordered Xiao He to guard the surroundings. Ever since the fire lion bull started living in this area, the demonic beasts in the Dark Moon Mountain range didn't dare to casually come close to this area. This also provided an excellent environment for Yunsheng and Dongwang Ling to fuse with the soul stone. Chapter 57. It has been 3 days since Yunsheng and Dongwang Ling entered the mountain range. Around dusk, the sun was slowly setting. Qi Wu and the others were still waiting for Yunsheng and Dongwang Ling to return. Mu Shuiwei was pacing back and forth with an anxious expression. Why isn't she out yet? It has already been 3 days and 3 nights. With their speed, they should have already traversed through the entire central region of the mountain range. Why isn't Little Miss back yet? Don't worry, we haven't seen any signal from the fire beacon arrow for the past 3 days. It seems that the two of them didn't encounter any danger. It might also be possible that the two of them have already found a suitable demonic beast and started to fuse with the soul stone. Qi Wu was much calmer than Mu Shuiwei. Yun Songhai, who was at the side, also had a calm expression. Oh no, it would have been fine if Mu Shuiwei didn't mention the fusion of soul stones. The moment Mu Shuiwei mentioned the fusion of soul stones, she jumped up as if she was electrocuted. Great Magus Mu, can you not be so flustered? A warrior grumbled. This is really bad. When Little Miss entered the forest, I only reminded her to pay attention to her safety. I forgot to tell her that with her strength, she can only fuse with a soul stone that is 60 years old and below. Mu Shuiwei was worried that Little Miss would randomly fuse with a soul stone after killing a demonic beast. Fusing with a soul stone is also very particular. However, most of the newbies who had just become a mage didn't notice this point. They only knew that fusing with a soul stone of a demonic beast of the same attribute is enough. However, they didn't know that fusing with a soul stone is very particular. To a newbie mage, a soul stone of a suitable age means a stronger magic power. If they were to fuse with a soul stone of a lower age, it would affect their magic cultivation in the future. However, if they were to fuse with a soul stone of the highest age, then the mage's magic soul might be broken by the powerful demonic beast's magic power. The more attributes a mage possesses, the more magic power they can fuse with. For example, a mage can only fuse with a soul stone that is 50 years old at most. Dongwang Ling is a dual elemental mage. Thus, she can fuse with a soul stone of a demonic beast by 10 years, and so on. As long as it was a magical beast of 3 or 4 elements, most of them could fulfill this requirement. Sigh, you women just love to worry for nothing. Qi Wu was unconcerned. If it's more than 60 years old, then it's at least a level 4 or level 5 magical beast. Do you think that 2 new mages who just learned magic can hunt a level 5 magical beast? Besides, there might not be any level 5 magical beasts in the Dark Moon Mountain range. What do you think, Brother Yin? Yin Songhai did not answer. The sun had already reached the other side of the mountain. Based on his understanding of his daughter, Yunsheng, she should have returned on time as promised. Could it be that something had really happened to him since he hadn't returned yet? At this moment, Yunsheng and Dongwang Linger were still fusing with the fiery lion bull's soul stone that they had just obtained. The two of them did not realize that they were currently facing the most urgent crisis in their short lives. The 2 soul stones of the fiery lion bull were indeed not ordinary. In terms of age, the lightning elemental soul stone, as the secondary soul stone of the fiery lion bull, was close to 90 years old. As for Yunsheng's fire elemental soul stone, it was even more terrifying. As the primary soul stone, it was close to 130 years old. No matter if it was Mu Shuiwei or Yun Songhai, neither of them had warned them beforehand that they could not fuse with the soul stones beyond the age limit. After all, They had all taken it for granted that Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger would not be able to kill a level from magical beast with their abilities. Fire and lightning were the two major attributes that were extremely strong and fierce. When Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger were chanting, the magical power of the soul stones was drawn out. They turned into two magic pythons that coiled around the empty magic scepters. One was red and the other was purple. Xiaohei, who was lying at the side, opened her eyes wide as she looked at the two streams of magical power that were sucking in and out of the magic scepters. They left the magic scepters behind and coiled around Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were completely wrapped up by the red and purple magic snakes. The two girls felt suffocated. A majestic magical power was continuously tearing their bodies apart. At this very moment, the two of them had already discovered that the age of the two soul stones might have exceeded the limit that the two of them could endure. However, they were already in a difficult situation. If they were to stop meditating now, the two magic pythons would definitely devour their magical souls without any hesitation. If that were to happen, even if the two of them were to successfully escape, they would become cripples when they woke up. Becoming a magical trash? This thought only stayed in the minds of the two girls for a short moment before it was firmly rejected by the two of them. At the same time, they sped up their chanting. In their small bodies, the magical souls that were suppressed to death were once again active. A green and purple light flickered. Above Dongwang Linger's head, a magical soul appeared. However, her magical soul wasn't like the cloud-shaped one that Yun Sheng saw earlier. Dongwang Linger's magical soul had a strange shape. It was like an ancient musical instrument. As Dongwang Linger's chanting sped up, the musical instrument let out a loud boom, releasing a majestic demonic sound. The spirit snake immediately dissipated. The ancient bell gradually shrunk and finally disappeared into Dongwang Linger's body. On Dongwang Linger's magic scepter, a purple light flashed. That was the sign that the fusion of the magical beast soul stone was about to be completed. Looking at Yun Sheng's side, her situation was even more critical than Dongwang Linger's. After all, the age of her fire-type magical beast soul stone was much higher. At the moment when the five-colored magical soul appeared, the crimson magic spirit snake opened its huge mouth, wanting to swallow the multicolored magic soul cloud in one gulp. However, when it saw the cold black color within the five-colored magical soul cloud, fear appeared in the eyes of the magic spirit snake, which didn't have human intelligence. As if it had seen the most terrifying thing, the magic spirit snake dodged and drilled into Yun Sheng's magic scepter. On the surface of the magic scepter, a fiery red color appeared. Magic fusion complete. Almost at the same time, Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger opened their eyes. The two of them looked at each other and blurted out at the same time, "I succeeded." The two of them leaped up and held onto their magic scepters. Dongwang Ling chanted a wind-type magic spell. Below her, a gentle breeze swept over. Dongwang Ling, Er's clothes fluttered in the wind, and like a leaf, her body was immediately lifted up. Levitation technique. Yun Sheng did not show any signs of weakness. She slid the magic scepter in her hand, and a few extremely fierce flames danced in the air like cannonballs. With a boom, the surrounding trees were instantly destroyed and turned into a raging sea of fire. A 90-year-old lightning-type soul stone. A 130-year-old fire-type soul stone. After successfully fusing with a soul stone that had exceeded the maximum age that they could fuse with, Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger's strength both achieved a breakthrough. However, when Yun Sheng fused with the magic soul stone, she also comprehended a new type of fire-type magic from the soul stone, flame burst. Chapter 58. Just as Yun Songhai and the others who were waiting in the middle of Yuwu mountain range were burning with anxiety and were planning to enter the mountain range to look for Yun Sheng and Luo Shuiwei, two long-awaited figures walked out under the moonlight. Seeing that the two of them were safe and sound and only looked a little tired, Mu Shueiyue heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that you're back. It doesn't matter if you didn't find the soul stone. Actually, not many magicians get their first soul stone by themselves. Mu Shueiyue was a little resentful towards Qi Wu. What training, Little Miss? Little Miss was covered in blood, and she had lost a lot of weight. These 3 days were probably the toughest days of her life. Yin Songhai also saw his daughter, but unlike Mu Shueiyue, he noticed something in his daughter's eyes. Compared to 3 days ago, when they entered Yuwu mountain range, his daughter seemed to have grown a little. As for Qi Wu, he was dumbfounded. The two of you, his eyes weren't playing tricks on him, right? The little miss was actually holding hands with Yunsheng as they walked out. Moreover, when Mu Shueiyue handed the water and rations to the little miss, she actually gave them to Yunsheng first. Heavens, is this still the unruly and willful little miss that I know? Who said that we didn't find the soul stone? Look at our magic scepter. Dongwang Linger proudly showed her magic scepter. On top of the magic scepter, there was an additional purple soul stone. When they saw the purple soul stone, Qi Wu and Mu Shueiyue were shocked. That was a lightning-type soul stone. Furthermore, it was a soul stone that was at least 80 to 90 years old. Little miss, how can you fuse with such an old soul stone? It's too dangerous. Mu Shueiyue was so shocked that she almost stopped breathing. Even if she wanted to fuse with such an old soul stone, she would need the help of a magician of a higher rank. Thinking of how Little Miss managed to fuse with such an old soul stone, Mu Shueiyue was so scared that her hands and feet turned cold. So what? Dongwang Linger was unconvinced. She pointed at Yunsheng and said, Yunsheng is more powerful than me. She fused with a fire-type soul stone. That soul stone is at least 100 years old, and she is still fine. What? 100 years old soul stone? What kind of little monsters were they? Ordinary magicians would fuse with 10 or 20-year-old soul stones for their first magic soul stone. After becoming an archmagus, they would start fusing with 50 to 100-year-old soul stones. They actually jumped over it on the first try. Mu Shueiyue suddenly felt that she was half a head shorter. It had to be known that her first soul stone was 20 years old. Even her second soul stone was only 85 years old. All the warriors present, including Mu Shueiyue and even Yin Songhai, who had always been incomparably calm, could not help but change their expressions. Yin Songhai grabbed Yunsheng and looked at her daughter from head to toe. Father, I'm fine. Actually, the magic fusion isn't as dangerous as you make it out to be. Ling and I are fine, aren't we? Yunsheng took out her magic scepter for him to inspect upon seeing the worry on her father's face. Fire magic scepter. Magic compatibility, 80%. Lightning magic scepter. Magic compatibility, 70%. After Yun Songhai inspected the two magic scepters, he discovered that the fusion rate between the two magic scepters and the soul stones was very good. Generally speaking, as long as the fusion rate between the magic scepter and the soul stone exceeded 50%, it would be considered good. The higher the fusion rate between the magic scepter and the soul stone, the smoother it would be when fusing with the second magic soul stone. Furthermore, what was even more gratifying was that after the two children obtained such old soul stones, their ability to use magic had increased. Without any external interference, the two of them were able to fuse with the soul stones so perfectly just by relying on their own magic power. No matter if it was because the two of them were lucky or because the two of them were really talented, it was already very commendable. Even so, Yunsheng and Dongwang Ling were still taught a lesson by their respective elders. After the lesson, Yunsheng and Dongwang Ling glanced at each other. That gaze, in the eyes of the elders, was extremely strange. Mu Shueiyue was a woman, and her thoughts were more meticulous. She suddenly thought of a question. Where did the two of you get your soul stones from? A 130-year soul stone and a 90-year soul stone. Didn't that mean we were just about to talk about this? We encountered a rank 5 mutated demonic beast and it seemed to be a wanted demonic beast. When we found it, it was already dying. There were a few hunters beside it, and it looked like both sides were injured. That demonic beast was poisoned, and the two of us waited beside it for 2 days and 2 nights before it finally died. We took the opportunity to dig out the soul stone from its body. The 2 girls recounted vividly. The 2 of them had already practiced this speech 8 to 10 times on the way back, and it was very vivid. When a demonic beast, Mu Shuiwe only felt her vision turn white, and in the next second, she fainted from the shock. In the end, the Fire Lion Bull was still carried out by Chi Wu and a few other warriors. The Fire Lion Bull's enormous body and sturdy bones made Chi Wu and the others gasp in shock. This rank 5 wanted demonic beast was very strong, but its body was poisoned, and it even suffered a fatal blow at its chest. There were indeed a few hunters around it who had already died. In addition to what Yun Sheng and Mu Shuiwe said, it was reasonable. The lords believed the 2 men's words. When Chi Wu and the others carried the demonic beast's bones out, they found out that this demonic beast was indeed a wanted demonic beast, and a C-class one at that. The few of them handed the demonic beast's bones to the local guards and received a considerable reward. Yin Songhai and Chi Wu each received half of the reward. This Mount Yiwu trial could be said to be a blessing in disguise. Not only did the 2 of them become great magicians, Yun Sheng and Dongwang Linger also became good friends. The moment of separation still came. After Dongwang Linger obtained her first demonic beast soul stone, she was about to return to the eastern capital. Yin Sheng, you are my first friend. Dongwang Linger looked at Yun Sheng reluctantly. Linger, you're also my first friend. Although the 2 of them didn't get along well in the beginning, after experiencing life and death and knowing each other's secrets, they were already honest with each other. In the carriage, Mu Shuiwe was already urging Dongwang Linger, who said that only men's friendship was forged with fists. Women's friendship could also be forged with fists. Will we have a chance to meet again? Dongwang Linger wiped the corner of her eyes. She really couldn't bear to part with Yin Sheng. If fate allows, we will meet again. Yin Sheng waved her hand as she watched Dongwang Linger get on the carriage. The carriage moved forward, and when they turned into a fork, Dongwang Linger suddenly popped her head out. Yin Sheng, I will be going to the Magic Academy in the Eastern Capital. If there is a chance, let's meet again in the Eastern Capital. Chapter 59. Seeing that Yun Sheng was watching Dongwang Linger and the others leave, Yin Songhai's gaze turned slightly heavy. Sheng, you're already 6 years old. In another 2 years, you will be entering the Magic Academy. Dongwang Linger's words reminded Yin Songhai that Yun Sheng couldn't stay by his side all the time. She had to learn magic systematically. When Yin Songhai initially planned to bring Yun Sheng out of Banana Leaf Village, he only wanted to send Yun Sheng back to the Yun family so that she could learn medicine. But now, Yun Sheng already possessed the rarely seen 5-colored magic soul. She also obtained her first type of fire elemental magic. With such talent, it would be a waste for her to only learn medicine. Father, what is a magic academy? If I must enter a magic academy, why don't I go to the East Capital Magic Academy that Linger mentioned? Through Dongwang Linger, Yun Sheng opened up a whole new world. That world was something that Yun Sheng had never come into contact with when she was in Banana Leaf Village. Through Yin Songhai's explanation, Yun Sheng knew what a magic academy was. In the boundless world, children who could sense the elements of magic could choose to enter the elementary magic academy in the country once they reached the age of 6. Of course, the children could also directly join the local temple and enter the magic training system that was directly under the temple. In the Magic Academy, the magic apprentices would be systematically taught all kinds of magic knowledge. According to their ranks, the magic academies in the continent were divided into elementary magic academies, intermediate magic academies, and advanced magic academies. The elementary magic academies only accepted magic apprentices. The intermediate magic academies only accepted magic apprentices and above. As for the advanced magic academies, they were also known as the continent's magic elite camp. Only the magicians recommended by the various magic academies and temples could enter. There is a magic academy in Jade Capital. As for the magic academy in the East Capital, Sheng, you are very sensible. Father thinks that there are some things that I should tell you earlier. Dongwang Linger's identity isn't simple. You two can be friends now, but in the future, if you were to join the Magic Academy and become a member of Zhou State's Magic Academy, your relationship with her would most likely become hostile. With regards to Dongwang Linger's identity, Yin Songhai somewhat knew about it. He was from the Eastern Capital and had several experts protecting him. Dongwang was young but had a noble aura. He must be from the Imperial Palace. I already know. Ling said that her brother is the Emperor of Dongdu. Yin Sheng was not surprised. She came from modern times. In her opinion, status was not important. Most importantly, she and Dongwang Ling were each other's first friends. She is indeed someone from the Dongwang Huang clan. Sheng, do you still remember what father told you about the few powerful countries in the boundless continent? Yin Songhai hugged his daughter and placed her on his lap. Like a true loving father, he began to talk about the stormy past of the boundless world. The 5 powerful countries are Later Qin, Penglai, Immortal Abode, Zhou State, and Tangyuan. Yin Sheng had a photographic memory. When she was in Banana Leaf Village, she did not know much about the history of the continent. However, she still heard about it from Yin Songhai. Through Yin Songhai's narration, Yin Sheng knew that the 5 powerful countries were once 1,000 years ago. They were all part of the Dongwang dynasty. At that time, the Dongwang dynasty was powerful and unparalleled in the boundless continent. However, since the death of the greatest monarch in the history of the continent, Dongwang Liming, 1,000 years ago, the Dongwang dynasty declined day by day. Finally, more than 900 years ago, the 5 great countries led the way and split up. In the Dongwang dynasty, the most powerful forces were the magicians, warriors, and a summoner. They split up and formed the new structure of the continent. Because the 5 powerful countries were similar in strength, they secretly discussed to keep the Dongwang dynasty as a puppet in the eastern capital. In the past few hundred years, the direct descendants of the royal family had been assassinated and poisoned. The previous emperor of the Dongwang dynasty only lived to 35 years old and passed away early. Furthermore, the rulers of the various countries also restricted the direct descendants of the Dongwang dynasty from learning magic and combat skills. This is also why Huang Ling, as a noble princess, only dared to bring a few bodyguards and maids with average strength to secretly come to such an unremarkable place like the Moon Crow Mountain Range to search for Devil Bee Soul Stones. Yin Songhai didn't want to restrict Yun Sheng's circle of friends. Dongwang Ling was still young, and she still retained the pride of the royal family. She also did not know that the royal power would become the heaviest shackle on her in the future. She also did not know that it was impossible to learn powerful magic in the Eastern Capital's Magic Academy. Yin Songhai also knew that as a citizen of Zhou State, if Yun Sheng returned to the Yun family, she might one day stand on the opposite side of Dongwang Linger. Yun Sheng lowered her head and thought seriously, "Father, even if this is the case, she is still my friend. I will never stand on the opposite side of my friends." Yin Songhai looked at his daughter's determined eyes, as if he saw his ex-wife in her. "Silly child, you'll know when you grow up a bit. You must be tired these days. Now that we're a bit more well off, I'll go rent a carriage in the city and head to Jade Capital." Yun Songhai rented a carriage in the city. He didn't hire a coachman, and instead drove the carriage himself. The carriage was much more comfortable than riding a horse. Yun Sheng took out the moon crow fruit and withered butterfly vine that she collected from the Moon Crow Mountain Range and started to concoct meditation water. Before Yun Sheng learned how to use magic, she did not know the importance of meditation water. But now that she learned the flame critical strike, she realized that she did not have enough magic power. "With my current physical strength, using the flame critical strike once will almost deplete all the magic power in my body. Under the state of meditation, my recovery is too slow. No wonder I need meditation water. Yun Sheng then started to concoct meditation water. The concoction of meditation water required the use of magic flames. Yun Sheng took out a moon crow fruit and pinched it in her hand. The outer shell of the moon crow fruit was very similar to that of a pine nut. It had a hard outer shell, and only fire could melt its outer shell. The fruit juice wrapped in the hard outer shell could be used to concoct meditation water. Yun Sheng circulated the fire magic power in her body. After fusing with the soul stone, her control over magic became more acute. Blazing fire elements enveloped the fruit. After the hard outer shell melted, a white fruit was revealed. Yun Sheng also refined the withered butterfly vine. Yun Sheng realized that by using fire elements to process medicine, the medicinal properties of the herbs were better preserved. A bottle of meditation water was successfully concocted. The father and daughter continued forward, getting closer and closer to Yujing City. But in the unknown front, there was a restless danger waiting for the father and daughter. None of them could imagine what kind of changes this danger would bring to Yun Sheng. Chapter 60. Unknowingly, Yun Sheng and Yun Songhai had already entered the central region of Zhou State. In the central region of Zhou State, there was a vast and soft sandstone plain. This region lacked the lush vegetation of Banana Leaf Village. It was windy but not rainy, and the weather was very dry. On windy days, the sand and stones would hit the carriage's frame, making a creaking sound. On this day, Yin Songhai stopped the horse and looked up at the sky, frowning without saying a word. Yun Sheng noticed that the carriage had stopped and lifted the curtain. For some reason, the sunlight in this area was very dim and weak. Looking at the sky, it was dim and gloomy. It was very similar to the smoggy city in the north where Yun Sheng had lived in her previous life. It was very difficult to see the color of the sky. Father, Yun Sheng keenly noticed that Yun Songhai's expression was very serious. In a wasteland in front of them, there was a small group of people that looked like a centipede moving forward. Father, who are those people? Yun Sheng's eyesight was very good. She even saw the true appearance of the centipede before Yun Songhai. It was a group of refugees made up of the old, weak, women, and children. Everyone's face was yellow and thin, and their clothes were shabby. It's refugees. Yun Songhai also saw the appearance of the group. Yun Songhai had been to the central region of Zhou State in his early years. In his memory, this place was not so desolate. Why would such a large group of refugees suddenly appear? The group of refugees had already reached the front of the carriage. Sister, do you have water? A 4 or 5-year-old child walked over and pitifully grabbed the curtain of the carriage. His lips were already cracked like the bark of an old tree. The Yin father and daughter had not brought enough water and dry food along the way. If they took it out rashly, it would only lead to a fight. The few men in the group had an ominous look in their eyes and rushed out like vicious dogs. They looked like they wanted to snatch the luggage of Yun Sheng and the others. Almost in an instant, a wall of fire rose from the ground. The wall of fire was indestructible and shot out fierce flames. The men who intended to commit murder were frightened. They were all inexplicably terrified. A magician, it was a magician. Sir Magician, the men fell to their knees with a few thuds. Honorable Sir Magician, please save us. Yun Songhai hid the magic scepter in his hand under his clothes. His face was full of vigilance. He was not a kind man. To him, his daughter's safety was more important than anything else. Yin Songhai's firewall was fierce and scorching, causing the surrounding temperature to rise by a lot in an instant. The men saw that Yun Songhai was indifferent and stood up in disappointment. They pulled the begging children and helped the dying old man and slowly moved forward. They had long been accustomed to the indifference of passers-by. Along the way, they had begged countless passers-by, but when they heard that name, Their expressions changed greatly. "Wait a minute," Yin Songhai suddenly said. He caught a glimpse of the family emblem embroidered on the luggage of an old man at the front of the group. The emblem was a symbol in the shape of an auspicious cloud. The villagers still had some misgivings about Yin Songhai. Yin Songhai removed the wall of fire. At this time, at the back of the group, a young and weak child could not bear the fatigue of the journey and fainted. No matter how his relatives beside him called out, there was no response. Seeing this, Yunsheng quickly stepped forward. "Father, he has a heat stroke. If he is not treated in time, he will die," Yunsheng said and ordered the men to carry the child to the carriage. The area within a radius of a few miles was barren. Only the carriage could serve as a temporary shelter. Yunsheng immediately opened a bag of water for the child, sprinkled some salt in the water, and fed the child a few mouthfuls. Heat stroke could be serious or minor. If it was not treated in time, people would die, especially the weak children and the elderly. Yunsheng took out a bone needle and poked a few needles on the child's forehead. After some black blood was removed, the child's complexion became slightly better. While Yunsheng was treating the child, Yin Songhai had already started chatting with an elder in the group. "Sir, if I'm not wrong, this area is the territory of the Marshal Saint General's residence. You should be the general's subordinates. Leaving your territory without permission is a capital offense. Why did you leave your territory for no reason?" In the boundless land, meritorious officials and the royal family would be rewarded after achieving military merits. The land that was given was the territory, and the people who lived in the territory for generations were the subordinates. The subordinates were equivalent to the private property of the lord. Without the lord's orders, they could not leave without permission, nor could they move their family. Honorable Sir Magician, it is not that we are not afraid of death, but we have a home that we cannot return to. Our village originally had more than 2,000 people. Ever since that strange cloud came to our village, only these people are left. The elder who was talking to Yin Songhai was the village chief of the village. He sighed and told Yin Songhai that he was indeed a subordinate of the Marshal Saint General's residence. Their village had been living well nearby. About half a month ago, a red cloud floated over the village. The villagers did not pay attention to it first and only thought that it was a strange cloud. However, as the days passed, strange things happened in the village ever since that cloud appeared. First, the livestock in the village died one after another. Then, the well water dried up. Finally, even the crops in the village died. The scariest thing was that the cloud in the sky kept getting bigger. At this moment, our entire village was shrouded by that cloud. Every once in a while, a strange gust of wind would rise from the cloud and suck in dozens of villagers. By the time the villagers realized that something was wrong, more than half of the villagers had already been sucked in by the strange cloud. A strange cloud that could suck people in? Yin Songhai's expression was grave. Something like this happened? You didn't report it to the general's residence? The territory was equivalent to the personal property of the lord. Therefore, any incident that happened must be reported to the lord first. The lord would then send the experts of the family to inspect. We did. We sent them 10 days ago. The villagers who sent the letter have not returned yet. Seeing that the villagers are getting fewer and fewer day by day, I could only risk the death penalty and bring the villagers to a nearby village. The village chief could not help but cry. "Sheng you stay here with the villagers. I will go ahead and take a look." Yin Songhai told Yunsheng to stay where she was. He left the carriage for Yunsheng and went ahead to explore the village. The Marshal Saint General's residence? Yunsheng could not help but look at the villagers. Yunsheng realized that these people were most likely the subordinates of the Yun family. No wonder her father acted abnormally and intervened in this matter. A strange cloud that could suck people in? Was a monster or an unknown magical beast? What kind of monster was it? She was worried about her father and wanted to go and take a look. They heard the neighing of horses and the screams of women. Everyone looked back and saw a moon-white carriage rushing over at lightning speed. Pulling the carriage were two exceptionally beautiful Gaul horses. Their necks were tall and their hair was dense. Their entire body was white, and not a single strand of hair could be found from head to toe. Driving the carriage were two twins. They were dressed in gorgeous magic robes and looked very delicate. At first glance, one could tell that they were of extraordinary birth. A pregnant village woman was frightened and fell in front of the carriage. Chapter 61. The woman fell to the ground. Her body was wet, and her amniotic fluid had broken. However, it turned red again after a while. That woman was the mother of the child who suffered from heat stroke earlier. Her husband was sucked into the strange cloud 10 days ago, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The woman endured the pain and fled with the villagers with her young child. Earlier, her child had fainted for no reason. Although Yun Sheng had saved him, she had been frightened and her fetus had been affected. Xiaohei, follow them and find father. If there is any situation, tell me immediately. Yin Sheng had no choice but to let Xiaohei go to find Yin Songhai first. Water. Village chief, order people to find some clean water from the nearest water source and thicker blankets. No, we have to find a place where she can give birth and order people to boil a pot of water. Yin Sheng looked at the horse carriage. Although they were not the ones who hit the person, the horse carriage was frightened after all. The two twins in the horse carriage looked indifferent and also got down from the carriage to greet them. The person in the horse carriage was also silent. It was covered tightly with the best quality snow mist silk satin, and they could not tell whether it was a man or a woman sitting inside. Everyone, stop the horse carriage. Yin Sheng saw that the woman was sweating profusely and was in a hurry to give birth. The woman could not be exposed to the wind and could only give birth in a horse carriage. That horse carriage was suitable. It was a matter of life and death. When the villagers heard this, they all mustered up their courage and rushed forward, wanting to stop the horse carriage. Unruly people, you don't know what's good for you. The one on the left of the two twins in the horse carriage saw a group of refugees in shabby clothes suddenly appear in front of them, and his delicate little face was filled with disgust. The magic scepter in his hand flashed with a green light, and a biting cold wind blade rose from the ground and slashed at the refugees who were blocking the road. The one on the right waved his whip and urged the horse carriage to leave. Bang! The dust in front of them surged, and a sharp spike rose from the ground and collided with the wind blade. Seeing that the other party had made a move, Yin Sheng did not back down and immediately drank a bottle of meditation potion. Bang, bang, bang. Just like a sharpshooter shooting bullets, a series of spikes rose from the ground. The two horses pulling the carriage were frightened and neighed, and had no choice but to stop. Who? How dare you obstruct the Dharma Temple's carriage? When the boy on the left saw that his wind magic had been countered, he was so angry that he jumped down from the carriage. The boy on the right had a cautious expression as he scanned the crowd. The villagers gathered around them, and the village chief walked forward. Little brothers, are you from the Dharma Temple? There's a woman in our village who is about to give birth. I hope that your carriage can shelter her from the wind and sand. When he heard that he had to borrow a carriage to give birth, the little magician from the temple was shocked. What? No, the one in the carriage is our Lord Siming. We have urgent matters to attend to, so please move aside. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The other little magician looked much colder, but he also stood in front of the carriage. He quickly waved the magic scepter in his hand, and several icicles blocked the villagers who were swarming over. In the carriage, a white-robed young man, sitting cross-legged in meditation, heard the commotion outside. He opened his eyes. Outside the carriage window, there was an argument going on. A bloody hand pulled open the curtains. Hey, who are you? The little magician, driving the carriage, only just realized that a reckless girl had gone around the back of the carriage and climbed into it. The girl was young, but she was very agile. In just a few moments, she had climbed into the carriage, which was more than twice her height. Get down. Your carriage has been requisitioned. Yin Sheng did not care about the threat. She climbed into the carriage. This person must be obsessed with cleanliness. There was not a speck of dust on the carriage. The table and the tea set were all wiped clean. This was Yun Sheng's first reaction when she entered the carriage. This person must be obsessed with white. The entire carriage was a world of white. It was whiter than any hospital Yun Sheng had visited in her previous life. This was Yun Sheng's second reaction when she entered the carriage. This person, Yun Sheng's third reaction was, it was too unfair. How could someone look like this? The carriage was not big, but it was still spacious. Under the weak sunlight, a near-perfect face was reflected in Yun Sheng's eyes. The creator was so amazing. He had actually put the world's most standard and beautiful accessories on the same jade-like, flawless face. This is my carriage. Not only the face, but even the voice was as pleasant as spring water. However, the owner of the voice had a strange expression. His amber eyes were a little mischievous. Outside the carriage, the pregnant woman's cries could be heard again. She must not be seduced by a man. Yun Sheng pulled open the curtains and kicked the young man sitting in the carriage out. In their eyes, the high and mighty lord was kicked out like a ball. Lord Ming. The two children's faces changed in shock as they rushed forward. The young man in the carriage did not expect that a little girl would have such strength. The moment he was kicked out of the carriage, his body swayed, and he stood up steadily. God knew that their Lord Ming was born with mysophobia. Not only did that dirty refugee sneak into the carriage, but he also dared to treat their lord like this. The young man brushed off the dust on his body. His handsome eyes fell on the pregnant woman and the little girl in the carriage. The pregnant woman was already exhausted. Because of the delay just now, her body was covered in blood. She was already exhausted and on the verge of death. The little girl who snatched the carriage stood on the carriage and pulled open the curtains. She instructed the villagers to carry the pregnant woman into the carriage. She nimbly chose two strong village women to get into the carriage. After a while, the curtains of the carriage were pulled down. The young man shook his head as if he did not agree with the little girl's actions. Although it was just a quick glance, he could see that there was something wrong with the position of the woman's fetus. She probably would not be able to give birth. Lord Ming, there's the aura of the beast blood cloud nearby, the less talkative of the two children said in a low voice. In the carriage, a woman got out anxiously. Village chief, it's not good. I'm afraid we can't keep it. The child is stuck and can't be born. When the village chief heard this, his old face turned ashen. He did not know what to do. The more talkative of the two children curled his lips. Who told you to snatch our carriage? Now, 2 lives are lost. The other child glanced at the young man. The young man did not speak. He wanted to see how that domineering little girl would solve this thorny problem. Miss, you can't do this. You'll kill someone. The other village woman in the carriage cried out in shock. The young man could not help but step forward and pull open the curtains. Chapter 62. The young man had just pulled open the curtains when another person was kicked out of the carriage. It was the village woman who had cried out in alarm just now. You come up and help. Yun Sheng saw that the woman was making a ruckus and simply chased her out. She couldn't help with the delivery alone. The young man didn't speak much and was from the Dharma temple. He must be proficient in treatment and should be able to help by the side. Seeing that the young man was still hesitating, Yun Sheng ignored the blood on her hand and pulled him up. Hey, Lord! The talkative one of the two children almost fainted from anxiety. How could they, the Siming, see such filthy things? Oh my God, that damned refugee. Once the young man got on the carriage, he saw Yun Sheng put her hand under the pregnant woman's body as if she was searching for something. Don't just stand there. Hold her hands and feet down and don't let her struggle. Yun Sheng was already covered in sweat. Her little hand kept searching for the place where the child was stuck. Based on her touch, she could feel that the child's neck was entangled by the umbilical cord. The young man could only brace himself and bear with the stench on his body as he held the pregnant woman's hands and feet down. After a while, the child was finally pulled out. However, the child's face was already pale. It was obvious that he had been suffocating for too long and it stopped breathing. "Child, my child," the pregnant woman weakly called out from the side. "It's too late," the young man said regretfully. He shook his head and couldn't help but take another look at the girl. Only then did he realize that she was only a child of 6 or 7 years old. However, what was with her serious gaze and her skillful hand gestures just now? Yun Sheng carried the baby and placed her hand on the baby's naked body. The baby's wet skin was cold and smooth, and his body temperature was dropping bit by bit. There was no breathing and no heartbeat. According to the standards of the boundless land, he was already a dead baby. She fell into silence. "He will come back to life." Yun Sheng suddenly looked up and glared at the young man. Yun Sheng didn't hesitate. Using her index and middle fingers, she pried open the baby's mouth. Then, she pressed her hand gently on the baby's forehead and held his chin. She gently blew twice and then pressed on his chest in an orderly manner. "Come to life." With every pulse, Yun Sheng's crisp voice accompanied her movements as she pressed the baby's chest again and again. "Come to life. Your mother is waiting for you." Her hands were red from the pressure, but her eyes were firm and resolute. After a quarter of an hour, the baby's discolored body gradually regained its red color. His curled-up limbs also slowly softened. Yun Sheng picked up the baby and slapped its butt twice. Finally, wah wah, cries could be heard from inside the carriage. Outside the car, the villagers all wept with joy when they heard the cries. A new life added a glimmer of hope to this village that had suffered so much. It also added a glimmer of hope to a broken family. Outside the carriage, the two boys were surprised. Could it be that Si-Ming had helped them? But before the great Si-Ming left, he had clearly warned the young Si-Ming that no matter what, he couldn't help anyone to change their fate. The two boys had been with the young man for 5 to 6 years now, so they knew a thing or two about physiognomy. The woman just now had a deathly aura on her face, and her forehead was dark. She looked like she was about to die. If it wasn't for Si-Ming's help, she wouldn't have been able to come back to life. "Don't just look. Take off your coat." The girl in the carriage and Si-Ming alighted together. What made the two boys' eyes almost pop out of the window was that the domineering girl actually shamelessly asked Si-Ming to take off his coat to use as a bandage for the baby. A trace of struggle flashed across Si-Ming's handsome face, but he eventually took off his coat and handed it to the girl. When she handed over the coat, the girl's fingers touched the young man's fingers gently. Surprise flashed across the young man's eyes for a moment, but it was only for a moment. He quickly concealed the surprise in his eyes. "Village chief, here's some red ginseng, guiyao, and rock sugar. After you find a place to settle down, cook them for the pregnant woman to drink. She's bleeding a little. The children and the pregnant woman shouldn't be exposed to the wind these few days. Take the carriage and rush to the front. After half a day, you should be able to see other villages." Yun Sheng reeked of sweat. She didn't ask who the real owner of the carriage was, but directly arranged for the village chief to lead the villagers to the next village. "Hey, do you have any shame? This is our carriage. Did our Si-Ming agree to lend you the carriage?" Seeing Yun Sheng acting so matter-of-factly, the talkative boy couldn't stand it any longer. With his hands on his hips, he pointed at Yun Sheng and scolded. "How much is my face worth? Is it more important than my life? You want me to sell it to you?" Yun Sheng glared. "Besides, are you still willing to take the carriage?" The two boys were speechless at the same time. The carriage that the pregnant woman had stayed in was stained with blood and sweat. With their Si-Ming's misophobia, they would definitely not want it. The young man in white shook his head. It was obvious that he didn't want the carriage anymore. "I knew it." Yun Sheng had a knowing look. She packed her luggage and walked forward. Xiaohei had already left for a while, but there was still no news. She didn't know how her father was doing. "Wait a minute." The talkative boy magician couldn't help but call out to Yun Sheng. "There's a beast blood cloud in front. Do you want to die?" "Beast blood cloud? Are you talking about the strange cloud that eats people? My father has already gone ahead to check it out." Yun Sheng didn't care and continued to walk forward. Several icicles suddenly appeared in front of her. Among the boy magicians, the taciturn boy made a move. Don't be reckless. Your father is going to check it out? How can something like a beast blood cloud be checked by third-rate magicians like you? At this moment, I'm afraid he has already become a meal for the beast blood cloud. The talkative boy magician gloated. He saw that Yunsheng was dressed simply. Although she knew magic, she didn't even have a basic magician's badge. He guessed that she was just a magician's apprentice who had just learned beginner magic not long ago. Miss, the beast blood cloud is giving birth to a high-level magical beast demon fetus. It's extremely dangerous. It's better if you don't go further. The young man in white suddenly opened his mouth and said. The two boys were stunned. Si Ming actually took the initiative to strike up a conversation with someone. Si Ming was famous for being warm on the outside but cold on the inside. They had followed him for 5 to 6 years, and the number of times they had heard him speak could be counted with 2 hands. But today, he actually took the initiative to strike up a conversation with this girl. Yunsheng could also see that these people were not ordinary. She suddenly realized that her father might really be in danger. Who are you people? At this moment, a loud beast roar came from the front. The ground in front of them shook, and a huge magical beast energy rose from the ground like a tornado. The whole ground shook as if it had experienced a tsunami earthquake. Father. An ominous premonition arose in Yunsheng's heart. She didn't ask any more questions. With a stomp of her feet, she shot forward like an arrow. The young man ordered. He and the 2 other magicians followed closely behind Yunsheng and rushed to the village in front of them. Chapter 63. 2 hours ago, Yin Songhai left Yunsheng behind and rushed to Jade Boat Village. Why didn't the residents of Yun send anyone over? 10 days was enough for them to bring the news to the Jade capital. Yunsheng did not know what the strange cloud that the villagers were talking about was, but Yin Songhai knew. Dutian Beast Blood Cloud. Only the beast blood cloud that floated out of the Dutian blood world would devour all life around it. The beast blood cloud was a terrifying existence that made all the powerful people in the boundless land tremble in fear for the past 1,000 years. Legend had it that at the easternmost part of the boundless land, at the peak of the East Sea, there was a man-made seal of the Cloud Sea. Sealed within the seal was a beast blood cloud sea. That beast blood cloud sea was known as the Dutian beast blood cloud world. That cloud sea was formed from the blood, flesh, evil spirits, and souls of countless demonic beasts that were slaughtered in the boundless land. Although the seal existed, a crack would appear in the seal every 10 years. The blood cloud in the Dutian beast blood cloud sea would take the opportunity to enter the boundless land through the crack. After the blood cloud entered the land, it would absorb the magical elements and devour living beings. Over time, it would gain spiritual energy and turn into a demonic fetus. Once the fetus matured, it would break out of the clouds and become a high-level demonic beast. The demonic beasts bred in the beast blood cloud were different from the normal demonic beasts in the land. They were gifted, and some could even use terrifying sorcery. The village that the villagers were in had encountered the beast blood cloud. When the various countries in the land discovered the existence of the beast blood cloud, they would usually kill it before it hatched and broke out of the clouds. However, Jade Boat Village was remote, and the villagers could not get the news to the Jade capital in time. If this dragged on, the beast blood cloud might break out of the clouds when it matured. By then, even the nearby cities would be in trouble, let alone the villagers who were fleeing for their lives. Yun Songhai was a member of the Yun family. Although he betrayed the family for his wife, he could not bear to see the people of the family become homeless. In front of them, a huge blood cloud was crawling on the sand like a ferocious beast with red eyes. That was where the village used to be. The color is as beautiful as blood, and the sound of heartbeats and fetuses can be heard from far away. This beast blood cloud will break through the clouds in at most half a day. Yun Songhai saw the lump of blood cloud expand and completely cover the entire village, and his face sunk like water. Before he could get close to the blood cloud, a small tornado rolled out from the cloud. Yun Songhai quickly chanted, and a dazzling fire arrow hit the hurricane. The hurricane dissipated, and the fire arrow disappeared with it. The sky was completely red. The beast blood cloud looked like a cloud. However, Yin Songhai knew that the blood cloud was protected by powerful magical elements. If he wanted to split the cloud and kill the demon fetus in the blood cloud, he would have to use at least high-level magic. From the wind attack and the description of the villagers, although the beast blood cloud has not hatched, but in the beast blood cloud, there must be a powerful magical beast with wind attributes. Yun Songhai clenched his magic staff. A bone-chilling chill once again surged through his body. If he used high-level magic again, the poison in his body would most likely his daughter's young face constantly hovered in his mind. Yin Songhai slowly put down the magic staff in his hand. Woo! A sound like the sound of the wind came from the beast blood cloud. The magical beast in the beast blood cloud is about to hatch. Yin Songhai no longer hesitated. His tall and thin body, like a javelin, plunged into the blood cloud. Not far away, Xiaohei rushed over. Seeing Yun Songhai plunging into the beast blood cloud, she also followed closely behind, leaping into the beast blood cloud. 2 hours later, on the barren plains, Yun Sheng, the young man in white, and the other two hurried over. On the horizon, a blood-red mushroom cloud rose. From afar, it looked like a blood-red Ganoderma. A crack constantly grew in the cloud, and in the cloud, there was a ferocious magical beast that looked like a worm or maggot. Half of the magical beast's body had already left the beast blood cloud. Its body was covered with incubation fluid and looked as tall as a small building. Around it, there were no villages, plants, or any living creatures. It's a wind maggot. After seeing the appearance of the magical beast, the two young magicians said in unison. They looked at the girl with pity in their eyes. Wind maggot beast, a magical beast of the 8th rank. It has the wind magic of the wind vortex, and its swallowing power is astonishing. The girl's father must have been swallowed by this magical beast. Father! Yun Sheng looked around, but there was no sign of Yun Songhai. Don't be rash. The young man grabbed Yun Sheng, and the two young magicians were shocked again. Young Master Ming actually ignored her misophobia and grabbed the dirty girl? Get out of my way. Yun Sheng shook off the young man, who knew that although the young man looked thin and weak, his strength was astonishing. His hand was like an iron bar, firmly holding Yun Sheng in place. A huge fireball rose from the blood cloud, like an eye-catching firework in the dark night. Upon closer inspection, it was not a fireball, but a person. In the middle of the beast blood cloud, there was a person floating in the air. That person stood in the air, and a pair of fire elemental wings condensed behind him. He was covered in blood, but the magic scepter in his hand was still flashing with a dazzling light. Five top-grade fire elemental soul stones. Heavens, it's a sky magician. The two young magicians were shocked again. They did not expect that there would be a sky magician in the middle of this remote country, who said that Zhou State's power was declining day by day, and that it had fallen to the bottom of the 5 countries. Then what was this sky magician all about? Yin Sheng stared blankly at Yin Songhai, her father, who was in the sky. She seemed to have returned to the night when she transmigrated. That man covered in blood had single-handedly killed dozens of black-clothed men. The beast blood cloud was restless, ready to surge over at any time. Next to Yun Sheng, the young man in white was shocked. He held a magic scepter in his hand, and there were also 5 fire elemental soul stones on it. In the name of holiness, protect my body, holy shield. As if the sun had suddenly risen from the horizon, Yun Sheng only felt a pure white and transparent magic element flowing around her body, and in an instant, a crescent-shaped shield of light was erected in front of the 4 of them. Light magic? He was a light magician? That was true light magic. And in just a few seconds of chanting, he cast an almost perfect shield of light. Are you shocked? You stupid magician, this is the famous young arbiter of fate, Lord Xiaowenxiu, the young magician said proudly. Arbiter of fate? She seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. She did not have time to think about where she had heard this name before. Outside the holy shield of light, there was a violent fluctuation. Yun Songhai raised his magic scepter high. In the beast blood cloud, half of the wind maggot's body had already crawled out. Boom, boom, boom. A series of flames like heavenly lightning and earthly fire lit up the entire sky. In an instant, countless fireballs flapped their wings like locusts, like a meteor shower, lighting up the entire sky. Chapter 64. Fire Esoteric Spell, Sea of Netherworld Flames. At that moment, even the holy shield was shaken. After a buzzing sound, a few cracks appeared on the shield. Everyone present was a mage, and there were a few mages from the temple. But from their expressions, they had never seen such a powerful fire spell. In other words, they had never seen anyone who could release so many powerful fire spells in one breath. Generally speaking, the more powerful a mage was, the more powerful their spells would be. But even so, it was difficult for them to release so many fireballs at once like the sky mage in front of them. It was truly rare. Sea of Netherworld Flames was a type of spell that could destroy the world by activating the magical elements in an instant. It was 100 times more powerful than a normal fire spell, and it consumed a lot more mana. Under its effect, the beast blood cloud was roasted dry, and the wind maggot beast was cut into several pieces by the powerful fire spell and thrown to the ground. Too powerful. The young magician was dumbfounded, his mouth unable to close. Hey, I say, is he your father? Are you sure you're not adopted? They had seen the girl's magic before, and it seemed to be the most common earth spike magic. This kind of magic was something that all the apprentices in the temple knew. They had only been careless earlier, which was why they had fallen for her trick. But her father was actually a powerful sky magician. The twin mages did not know that Yun Sheng had only been practicing magic for a short period of 10 days. Yun Songhai, who was floating in the air, kept his fire element wings. He turned around and saw his daughter Yun Sheng and smiled. Yun Sheng did not smile. Her gaze fell on the wind maggot beast body, and she suddenly shouted, "Father, be careful." When a voice sounded, the wind maggot beast body that had been severed into several pieces began to tremble. It suddenly came alive and flew up, shooting towards Yun Songhai's chest like several sharp arrows. No! Yun Sheng didn't even think about it, as she instantly shot out a fiery explosion. Whoosh! An arrow that was radiating light flew through the air. Almost at the same time, an agile shadow moved even faster than the arrow. It bit down on the wind maggot beast body that was still alive even though it was dead. 3 different directions. A holy light arrow, the nimble Xiao He, and a shockingly powerful blazing explosion. Dual elemental magician. His reaction speed was actually faster than everyone else's. The white-robed youth looked at Yun Sheng, but she had already flown towards Yun Songhai. Yun Songhai's chest was pierced by the broken body of the last rank wind maggot beast, and blood flowed out. Sheng, our father. Yun Songhai smiled bitterly. He could feel the life force in his body slipping away bit by bit. Father, don't speak. Sheng, it will help you stop the bleeding. Yun Sheng trembled as she took out the bone needle. However, her fingers couldn't hold the needle as they trembled uncontrollably. The wind maggot beast's last attack was infused with its last bit of strength. Yun Songhai's lungs and even his heart had been pierced. There was no other way. Even if she stopped the bleeding, there was no way to save her father. There were footsteps behind her. Yun Sheng's eyes were filled with tears. However, she gritted her teeth and tried her best to steady her trembling hands, not letting her tears fall. At that moment, the girl's strong and forbearing look pierced the youth's eyes. The white-robed youth watched from the side and felt a slight pain in his heart. He couldn't explain why, but he felt an inexplicable pain. "Leave him to me. Master Siming." The twin magicians stopped her at the same time. Could it be that Master Si Ming wanted to use that spell? Yun Sheng hesitated. Through her tears, she saw the honesty on the youth's face. It didn't seem like he was lying to her. A light elemental magician. He was a light elemental magician from the temple. Perhaps he really had a way to save her father. Yun Sheng stepped aside, half believing and half doubting. On his deathbed, Yin Songhai's consciousness was already blurry. He didn't even have time to see the youth take out his magic scepter before he fainted. The white-robed youth took out a magic scepter. On the scepter, 5 magical beast soul stones flickered. A sky magician. Yin Sheng's pupils shrank. A sky magician who was only in his teens. Such a person had actually appeared on the continent. Goddess of light, grant me the power of divine recovery. Heal the pain of all living things. Pity the suffering of the world. The chant was like flowing water, beautiful and moving. As if someone was playing a song of praise by her ear, a gentle curtain of light descended from the sky. That light had a miraculous healing power. Under the light's illumination, Yin Songhai's damaged organs recovered, as if they had been overturned by water. The broken organs were repaired, and the festering flesh and blood quickly regenerated. Even the bones grew back. That was true light elemental magic. It was completely different from the light elemental magic that Yun Sheng had seen great magician Yang use in the Jiaya temple. When the healing light disappeared, the wound on Yun Songhai's chest had already disappeared. Yun Sheng could even see that his chest was gradually rising and falling again. However, Yin Songhai didn't wake up. Yin Sheng took Yin Songhai's pulse and found that his heartbeat and breathing were normal, but he was still unconscious. What's going on? My father? Yin Sheng couldn't find any other problems with Yin Songhai's body. The white-robed youth was also a little puzzled. Logically speaking, any wound would be healed under the light's healing. After he checked, he couldn't help but be startled. He found that Yin Songhai's body had been poisoned. Did your father have a habit of drinking in the past few years? If I didn't guess wrongly, he had been using alcohol to suppress a kind of poison in his body all these years. However, that was only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Light magic could regenerate the body, but it couldn't really heal the weak body. Yin Songhai's body was like an old machine that had been completely corroded by the poison. This kind of poison could be suppressed with alcohol for a short period of time, but under the condition of drinking, once magic was used, the poison would spread even more violently. Father has never mentioned what kind of poison it is. Could it be that even light magic can't cure it? Yin Sheng didn't expect that the truth behind Yin Songhai's drinking was actually like this. This kind of poison, its power is that it can corrode the brain. With my current light elemental magic, I can't cure it. Being unable to cure the poison meant that Yin Songhai would be in a coma forever. The current Yin Songhai, in modern medicine, was equivalent to being in a vegetative state. In the eyes of the people in the boundless continent, a person who was poisoned by this kind of poison was basically equivalent to a dead person. However, the white-robed youth didn't say this truth in the end. He thought that after Yin Sheng knew this news, she would be dejected and depressed. Who knew that, after a moment of silence, she suddenly smiled brightly. Many thanks. At least Father is still alive. I believe that one day I will be able to find a way to cure him. I am Yin Sheng. May I know your name? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.